entertain, he don't move like that. Tell him move right back. Touch shots over time, let her shoot right back. Real boss, you can tell how we move like that. It's a playground. Bitches got a ring and fit it safe now. I see a pretty bird, I want a cage out. There's bad games on the road like a playground. Like a playground, it's a playground. Better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex pissed, come on, new one's better. It's a playground. Better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex pissed, come on, new one's better.
in my throat continues to grow. Oh, me is better.
Trash talking. Let's say it's a fair fight. Can I put it even? Okay, even.
Allemand. I am very professional.
Maybe me.
Allemand because Allemand lost more losers, so more rages.
Hurts. Yeah, I'm sure. I don't rage, never. I'm a chill guy.
Allemand, of course.
Me. Yeah, I'm terrible.
Oh, Allemand, of course.
Hurts. Yeah, I own G2, so I can't really get kicked.
Allemand, all time.
G2, of course. Us. Hurts.
All bad things, Allemand.
And all good things in you.
Good things in me.
As you can see, Rainbow Six is lighting up the Boulevard. It's not just hype, it's the Esports World Cup.
Yesterday was wild, from clutch plays, heartbreaks, and world-class siege.
It's only day 3. You haven't seen nothing yet.
Let's see who's playing smart and who's fragging out. It's time to separate the wannabes from the legends
Welcome to day 3.
of Rainbow Six.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Rainbow Six Siege X tournament here at the Esports World Cup 2025. The boys mentioned it perfectly. Chaos has well and truly ensued. Best of ones done and dusted. And now we enter the playoff stage. My name is Veracity, and I'm joined alongside Gibson and Jake. Boys, thoughts and feelings about how this event has gone so far?
Lots of upsets. You got to look at some of the teams that have gone home already. W7M, FaZe Clan are going home. We're going to see a few more join them after today's action, but I don't think anybody had some of these results we've seen so far on their bingo cards.
And the best game yesterday that we probably had at the tournament, when the Furia W7M match ended quite literally on the final round. I mean, I was watching that one on the sidelines getting ready to do the interviews, and it was just round for round, and Furia were able to pull off, obviously, that magnificent comeback, which we know they've been able to do historically. They do it once again. Saw how distraught Palu was, which was devastating to see.
Well, let's go ahead and dive into all of the action from yesterday. For anybody that might have missed it, with our Kadir top plays of the day, any real big results that shocked you?
I don't know if I'm going to say shocked, but I will say that the Weibo result was a brilliant one. Like,
yeah,
another team from APAC coming into an event, qualifying to the playoff stage again. I think with the way that they're playing and the kind of trajectory they're on of getting better and better, it's great for that region. And, you know, I know you and girls are really happy with how their results have gone so far.
I would say G2 FaZe, not necessarily because G2 won, but the result in nature. Like, it was really one-sided. We're talking about a really dominant performance against the SI champions, and I was having a look at a bit of the discourse online, and, you know, a lot of the big teams have either been struggling or obviously been knocked out. You look at Falcons, you look at FaZe, even Furia haven't really been at their best so far throughout this tournament, despite still being alive. I think that what we've got here at this tournament is a lot of upsets in some ways. Like, they're not the pure sense of an upset. We're not talking about like 16th beating first, but we're talking about the way the results have gone down. And yeah, for FaZe, it was a horrible tournament, beaten by DZ. They only beat VRX and then obviously smashed by G2.
Well, yesterday was certainly electric, let's say, over here in the studio with our PS5 reactions of the day. We saw tears, we saw screaming, we saw desks being slammed, and my, oh my, is it only going to get more and more intense?
Oh, it definitely is. And look, yesterday, just that game between Furia and W7M, we're seeing Norris, like, the back and forth between those guys all game long was exciting, and this means something. That's why you're seeing tears. That's why you're hearing players roar and get excited. It's funny though, one of the quietest teams as far as like what you hear is Weibo, but you look at that chat during the game, they're doing the exact same mental warfare, but they're making sure the opposition can see it.
We saw obviously the devastation of Paolo there. I mean, that is a really rough thing to see, but he would have been devastated not for his own performance, because he was the one that was really leading the troops. They just couldn't rally alongside him, and so for W7M, back to the drawing board. I know obviously I got to speak to Lobin yesterday, which was really good to obviously have that exit interview. Obviously disappointed with his own performance. He actually clarified the rappel as well. You think back to Clubhouse outside CC Breach, and he obviously said he misclicked. He didn't mean to do that, cost them the round, and ultimately ended up not helping them advance. And you look at these attending teams, and so far a lot of them have already now been eliminated. Of course, we're into playoffs, Gibson, and the big ones in terms of your FaZe clans, for instance, even a Dark Zero, the fact that they're gone already, big. Falcons, absolutely massive. So it's been a really, really big tournament in terms of upsets so far.
It's a big tournament in terms of upsets, but it's absolutely massive, especially when it comes to our prize pool. $2 million on the line here. First place walks away with $750,000 to their name. I see you're keen to say something. Go on.
Oh no, I just play.
That's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money. I'd be happy if I was playing for that sort of prize pool. I think all in all, for some of these teams, it is money that'll change their lives forever if they can go ahead and get it done. And I think the main thing is, for once, the Falcons aren't going to be taking the lion's share, so someone else is going to get that massive first place prize.
Well, obviously the Falcons, they were our former club champions. However, this time around, they have even less opportunity, given the fact that they've been knocked out of the tournament already. Here are the current standings that we have for our EWC Club Championships. Boys, not only is there a $2 million prize pool on the line for Rainbow Six Siege X alone, but for our club championship, there is $27 million on the line.
Well, the big one now is Virtus.pro in the club championship, sitting 6th. So when it comes to the Rainbow Six Siege X, they're the only team that's actually on this graphic right now that has an opportunity to gain more points for that esports club. So they've got the eyes on the prize, and honestly, they've got a decent path. I mean, Furia have been shaky. I think in terms of historic nature, we'd be like, okay, that's a tough one, but VP have shown some really, really good dominance so far at this event. I wouldn't necessarily say they're like hard favorites. I'd give them the soft favorites tag though, with the way things have been going so far as we go to that playoff bracket. And yeah, Virtus.pro, it's not a bad path for them. If they beat Furia, then it's NIP G2. They were my hot take as well to make the grand final.
I gotta ask you though, given Furia's performance yesterday against W7M, we saw them lose a map, then come back and win it, and then they were 1-4 down in the final map, and they took us all the way to overtime. Is this the stable Furia you would hope to see coming into the playoffs, or do you think they're looking pretty shaky?
It's not, but that is one of the things that I think is so scary. Furia are not playing well, and they're winning games. That is the sign of a good team. And the really good teams get hot when it matters most. Yes, you could argue that the likes of VP, they've not played a lot of Siege so far at this event because they've just had easy win after easy win. But have they peaked too soon? Are they going to be in a situation where Furia, having played a lot more games, could be getting to that position they need to get to whenever that game starts?
Well, our first matchup of the day is going to be none other than NIP versus G2. You already mentioned the fact that G2 are playing pretty darn well, all things considered. How do you see this matchup going? How's NIP doing?
Well, it's a little bit difficult because NIP ended up winning their two best of one. So we haven't actually seen NIP actually in a best of 3 so far. And you actually look at the teams they've beaten, obviously Enterprise, it was okay. Enterprise obviously were quite resilient against Furia, so showed promise. Oxygen, again. So 2 teams that NIP have kind of beaten means for me, they've had a roughly easy path so far to this, whereas G2 have had certainly a tougher time. They lost to Shopify Rebellion, but then were able to demolish FaZe. So they come in with some really good form. We had the Aramco power rankings at the start of the tournament. Falcons, they're out. FaZe, they're out. Furia hanging by a thread in terms of their form. And G2, yeah, still looking really good, but even they have suffered a loss. So, you know, when we've kind of got the teams that are below them, I think an SSG are looking really hot. Shopify Rebellion, I mean, they played today. The winner of that has a good chance of making the grand final.
And it's 2 teams that know each other really well as well from that inter-regional matchup. I think I'm with you going to this game too. At G2, gotta be the favourites when you look at the way that teams have played over the course of the last 12 months. NIP made a couple of roster changes. They were, you know, you'd agree with me, like they've been a legacy org now in a while for this game. But our match of the day is going to be that all-American matchup. And I'm going to put my hand up. I think SSG are taking that one.
Comfortably?
No.
Okay,
at all.
so you're telling me we're going to go the full distance. It's going to be all 3 maps and potentially overtimes in between as well?
With those two casting, I would happily listen to a full overtime match point every day.
I think that for me, easily the match of the day. And it's not to take anything away from G2 and NIP, but it's also the path that NIP's taken. Still a little bit of an unknown when it comes to them, considering the teams they've beaten best of ones. We know how good G2 are, so I am probably sensing G2 maybe as the favorites. Shopify, Rebellion, SSG, really hard to split later today. And as I said, the winner of that then plays the winner of Secret Weibo. I don't think the winner of that, SSG, Shopify, Rebellion game would be going in as underdogs in that. So a really good path to the grand final could await those two North American teams.
Well, I want to go ahead and chit-chat a little bit more about the NIP and G2 showdown. NIP having failed to qualify for SI 2025, and they haven't had an international appearance since SI 2024. Now, these boys coming into this event, how do you think they're going to do when it comes to international opposition?
I think that when you look at NIP historically, they played the same style of Siege for so many years, and eventually the game outgrew them, and that's why we've seen them not attend a couple of events. Now, it's exacerbated by the fact that Brazil is the best region in the game, and getting into the top 4 in Brazil is incredibly hard. Now, they've made a couple of changes. They've changed the style of play a little bit up, and I think that they do deserve to be here, and they've had a good run at it. But you're coming up against a team with more, just nearly as much Brazilian flair. You look at there, you got Alamao's in there. You've got obviously Lawyers coming and had a big impact, a Brazilian coach. This is going to be a game that, even though it's EU versus South America, there's a lot of Brazil in it.
Well, given that SAL was NIP's first tournament in about 6 months, do you feel, Jake, that this is going to be a little bit of an advantage going up against the opposition? You don't know what to expect, really.
I feel like, again, this is maybe a strange take, but the teams that did win their double best of ones to make the playoffs, maybe a little bit more unknown about what they can actually do in a best of 3. Like G2, for instance, actually played a best of 3. Some really good warm-up, taking down the SI champions as comfortably as they did. So for me, I think they'll be more warmed up, ready to go for another best of 3 today, whereas for NIP, they had the day off. Now, you can find positives in there. By no means am I saying it's a negative, but it's a little bit more of an unknown when it comes to the Ninjas in Pajamas. Player Spotlight hates. That is something that is known, though, Gibson, because he had a tremendous, obviously, first day when they did qualify for playoffs. He was a big leader for the team.
Yeah, Hates is a player that I kind of had my eye on maybe a year or two ago when he was in a different roster, somebody who could come in and have an impact. NIP picked him up, and they're finding a little bit more success. Now, again, he's not the key player when it comes to getting loads of kills. He's not the key player when it comes to getting the case down, but he's a bit of a glue player. He's come in, he's had a really good impact, and I'm really happy with the impact he's had. But on the other side of the coin, there's a certain Brazilian called Lair who is having himself a excellent tournament so far.
Lair probably is not a big fan of Stompin, because Stompin's stealing a lot of the Lair's spotlight. But it's on us to obviously highlight the fact that Lair has just been as good as Stompin. And we saw the numbers yesterday of what Stompin did. I was casting, so I didn't actually get to see the G2 game yesterday against FaZe and how things transpired. But then I went back, saw some highlights, and saw the last round. Stompin gets a 4K, closes it out. I'm thinking, yeah, this kid's insane. But Lair, as you mentioned, has been right there alongside him, so he can't be disregarded. And neither can really the rest of the team when it comes to G2 as well. So I think that for G2, they must not fall into a trap where it's just the Stompin show, as much as everyone loves to see what the kid can do because he's so talented. Doki's got so much experience, and speaking of experience, no more than Alamau. And Lair has been playing as well as he ever has been. A demon he has been once again here at the Esports World Cup. Yeah, and on cue, the stats will come up. I honestly think he's playing brilliantly. It was a surprise at the time when G2 signed him, because he was playing really well in Brazil, and it was like you thought maybe he'd be a player that'd be hoping to break into one of the big 2 or 3 teams. But G2, for the first time in the last year and a half, take a big risk bringing a player over, and then they did the exact same with Stompin. But Lair probably benefits from having a Stompin in the team now, because Stompin draws so much attention. So Lair just gets to play a little bit more free.
The kid that joined the team, who used to play on a controller, then transitioned to keyboard and mouse, and now is making his Tier 1 tournament debut at EWC. The storylines really do write themselves, but for you boys, I need to know your predictions. Who do you think is going to walk away victorious in this one?
G2.
Oh, you looked like a little hesitant
and because
there.
of that, maybe 2-1. I don't want to disrespect NIP. They played really well on day one in their best of ones. I think they've got some really good quality. We mentioned Hate. Cons had some really good clutch plays as well. I think they're a really solid team in form. If you look back at the South America League as well, finishing third is not an easy feat. So I don't want to disregard them. But it's hard to look past G2.
Yeah, I think G2 on paper wins this game, but I think that NIP have caused upsets in the past. I think it's going to happen today? Unfortunately not. I think G2 will win it. I think it will be a very competitive game between these two teams. Again, Brazilian flair from both sides, so it'll be a lot of fun, but I think I'm going to agree with you. 2-1 G2.
A 2-1 G2, there we have it. We have our predictions, and now how much of it comes down to our veto?
Well, maybe a little bit, because obviously G2 played a best of 3 yesterday, right? So a bit more of their map pool exposed. They've played 5 maps overall in comparison to NIP, who only got to play the 2 maps. So you kind of look at NIP's 2 games they've played so far. One was on Consulate, one was on Border. What does that tell you? They want to play the more open, free maps. And then, surprise, surprise, you go Kafe, which is the complete opposite of that one. But that's where it comes down to the strategy behind the scenes. Because, from a coach's perspective, it's like, well, we've shown one thing, they might expect that. So let's go a completely opposite side of the approach and go Kafe, G2 pick Bank, and Lair, if needed, is a really, really good map to close on.
Yeah, Kafe is a map too that gets played a lot inside of the South America League.
Yep.
You think back of the old way NIP played, this was a map that they played day after day.
It's a comfort map.
Exactly, and I think that Bank is a really good map for G2 though. Like, I think that's a map that if NIP lose on Kafe, G2 will get it finished on Bank, because it's a map that I think they're really good on.
The interesting thing for me is the fact that G2 played Kafe yesterday against FaZe. As you mentioned, with Kafe being a strong map in the South America region, you've beaten the SI champions on this map. So it's a strange pick in the end from NIP, but it means they're backing themselves in comparison to what they think G2 can do on the map.
Well, only time will tell whether or not NIP will rise to the top, or if G2 will continue stomping all over them. Boys, take it away.
So we head into playoffs here at the Esports World Cup. For Ninjas in Pajamas, 2 best-of-1 wins at that rate. It means they've not dropped a map so far at the event. Obviously for G2, though, it's been all the hype for them and their rookie sensation. But as we've kind of pointed out, Lair is not to be disregarded. And certainly for NIP, they need to be wary of the fact it's not just a one-man team for G2.
And then you got to wonder for NIP, is the fact that they have only played 2 best-of-1s going to be a hindrance? They played on day 1, 1 game on day 2, didn't play yesterday. Yes, they would have been scrimming and maybe working with some of the teams that qualified or didn't qualify.
Well, no, they had the day off.
That's what I mean, but is that going to help them be warm coming into action today?
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll see. I mean, again, you can take the benefit in the sense that you had the day off. You also got to watch the games. That means you can prep a little bit better as well. So it's more of the behind-the-scenes work that NIP did yesterday on the different side of the coin for G2. It's more of the in-server work that they did yesterday against FaZe, and boy, did they do a good job. As we head into our opening map of Kafe, it will be G2 on the defense first up. NIP will be attacking, and they're going to have to warm up pretty quickly against the G2 team that looked oh so dominant yesterday against FaZe Clan. For those unfamiliar, G2 winning 7-4 and 7-2. Those maps, Skyscraper and Kafe, respectively. The other factor as well, by the way, G2 ended up playing Lair against Shopify Rebellion. If you think back to day 1, that was a 7-5 loss. But they at least played it. That's the decided map. So I think G2 walk away from this veto very, very happy. You're going to their map pick in NIP, a map you just beat FaZe on yesterday. You're then going to your map choice, and then your decider is a map you've also played. They would be wrapped with how that played out.
Yeah, they've definitely won the map bans for sure. Then looking at the actual in-game bans, Grim's gotten rid of on a map like Kafe. That's incredibly common. You think of positions like Piano when you're attacking top floor, even if you're trying to clear over by Cocktail. Really good operator to get rid of. But I'm looking at G2 starting on defense here on Kafe. They're going to be feeling pretty good about the way things are going to work out. Blaz, of course, on Warden. Really important job in a round like this here, especially as something, because when you think about it, even though Kafe is 3 stories tall, it's a really condensed map. Like, it does not take very long to get from one side of the building to the other.
It lives up to that vertical nature of the map, doesn't it? It's not as much of that horizontalness, where maybe even the opposite of that is maybe something like a map like Lair.
Yep.
For instance, later on, if we do go there. Big thing to watch is really for Ninjas in Pajamas. We highlighted Hades, Fantasy, another one who's been performing really, really well in the 2 maps they played. Pino as well, in the first map that they played on day 1, not great. Second map, outstanding. So there's a lot of firepower for NIP. But really good, by the way, before we kickstart this playoff game, to see organizations like NIP, G2, Deep Runs, Big Event. It feels like the old days of Siege.
Oh, it's great to see. It really is. And you spoke about Pino. He spoke excellently in those interviews as well about what it was like for not playing an event for a couple of months and the preparation to get here and just breaking into the top 4 in Brazil. I'm excited to see what today's going to bring. Track Stingers will be thrown on red, no surprises whatsoever. You want to make sure that you cannot flank, and this is the thing, when you're attacking top floor, there's only 2 real places that you can get pushed from or come back up from, those blue stairs on one side or red on the other. But at this moment in time, NIP, this is what they do. I think it's a trap they fall in sometimes. They sit on windows for a long, long time. They drone forever.
To be fair, that's top floor Kafe as well in a nutshell. By the way, I mean, FaZe Clan did not get a single attacking round against G2 on this map yesterday. Good start from Collins, opening pick onto Stompin, so the kid will sit out the rest of this round. Trade onto Fantasy, though, from Lair. The reason why we highlighted Lair and how good he has been playing so far at this tournament, that he is low at the back of Freezer.
Missed opportunity there. I think we just saw the legs running past the stairs as NIP will still hunt for some kills. Wizard, of course, already pushes away into Cigar and will get a nice headshot onto Alamau, which will open up a bit of space over by Cocktail side.
Just walking bar.
Yeah, the Lion Scan's enabling to walk a little bit further, but Loira with a double on the round here. 50 seconds to go, and look at the map control.
Lair was able to get out of Fraser, got that kill over at the white corridor, but eventually Wizard, Collins, they'll double down, and that's a big start from NIP here on Kafe. Their map pick for a reason, despite what G2 did to FaZe yesterday. Wizard will just tuck in now for Freezer. It's only Doki left in a 1v3. Never unwinnable. 30 seconds remaining in the round, and Cons will now go for the plant over towards Bar. Hates will get the kill. NIP will be the first ones to let their voices do the talking here in this quarterfinal.
Nothing wrong with a bit of noise at the end of round number 1. Looking at G2 though, they're not that phased. It's Kafe, it's on defense, top floor.
Well, round 1 yesterday, Dark Zero, Kangaroo Kenny went absolutely nuts, got told off by the referee, and ever since then, DZ couldn't find a round.
You know,
so I think the noise does help.
Kenny did get a bit louder though. Like we were in the green. Well, you were casting the game, but I was in the green room and I heard every word he said, and it was a little bit more R-rated, I think, than what we just heard from the NIP side.
Well, good start, though, for NIP, because like you mentioned, when it comes to top floor Kafe, it's going to be that slower approach. Yep. But you kind of get given an opportunity because Stomping gets aggressive, goes for a look. Why? He's playing Jaeger, so he sets the ADSs, and he has the license then to go for these peaks. And then what happens as well? Alamau, sensing pressure, peaks from Cocktail. He then dies. So it's talking about peak, death for G2, opens up sight. So it's patience from NIP, and it's the perceived pressure they were able to put into the round. An early attacking round, really solid, because as I said, I mean, FaZe couldn't manage an attacking round against G2 and Kafe yesterday. So that's already in the opening round, job done from NIP on their map pick.
Typical Kafe setup that we're seeing right now, where a lot of the pressure is going to be outside the site from the defenders. They want to essentially force the attackers to clear the map. Doki, he'll play over by the bookshelf that's been turned over, and Blaz will play just inside of server, or, you know, Cake and things stand, but I'm looking here, there's nothing too crazy. I always point out the position that Loira's playing by Christmas Tree as you look in towards Freezer. You're playing there to stop the drop into that hatch. You've created the holes, the footholes at the bottom. So G2 have got to make their mind up. Are you going to go full front and take on Doki? Or do you decide to go and clear Lair? Because you need to clear Lair if you want to drop that hatch and attack from the other side.
Pretty stock standard setup for G2 on the defense. They'll be playing for the long run in this round, so I'm not expecting a whole lot of firepower to come out from either team inside of probably the next minute. Big emphasis on clearing out this VIP section, though. Especially if NIP want to go for a freezer drop. The way they're posturing right now, it doesn't look like they're going to put too much emphasis towards Bakery. Fantasy down white stairs. So freezer side centric push. Certainly want to get this second floor control, open up the floorboards, put pressure on Kitchen. So it's default setup, the default setup.
Getting rid of the Valcams as well with the IQ is important when you consider the fact that G2 did have 3 C4s coming into this round, as another one is going to go with 0 return on that investment. So if you're the NIP, you're winning the utility game so far. 6 drones that you can utilize. You can see you still want to push down bottom white, but Lair, still tucked inside of Christmas Tree, is going to be the biggest problem for that push.
And there's not a lot of shock drone utility to get on the site itself. You know, you think typically you'll have Goyos, for instance, in the Vulcan canisters, but just not there anyway. So not a lot of value needed from Hates on the Twitch. 45 seconds. Now you've got to start thinking about clear out VIP. How do you do that? White stairs with a brown stairs flank as well. Go for the pinch. Lair's got a Nitro Cell, wants to try and time this. Now, you don't want to go for this drop, though, unless you really put pressure on this. They don't drop. Nitro does nothing. Frag grenade. He does have some help towards Bar, though. So Stompin is stopping a brown stairs push as well. Cons will drop Freezer. Can go for this plant over towards the kitchen sink. Flash will come in. Won't deter him, though. With a bit of cover from Hates, Stompin shouldn't be allowed to push up and get these kills. Got one traded, and now a 3v2 in favor of G2 on the defense. And little time for Fantasy and Hates.
15 seconds to go. Alamau gets a triple on the round, and Lair will close the book on that ground floor defense. It was all set up for that round to be won by NIP.
Allow Stompin to cross. That's a basic fundamental error for NIP. They got into good position, deep position. They didn't really get too hurt by the VIP player. They were able to drop Freezer. They weren't affected by Nitro's gas babes. You get to the sink, you go for the plant, and it's sticking. At that point, the only thing you need to worry about is denying someone from running up, and Stompin just sprinted, got the kill, went pro and stayed alive, job done.
Funny thing is, too, you look at G2, they used 3 C4s, didn't get a single kill. You didn't prevent the hatch drop. You allowed the attackers into sight to try to get the case down, and you still win the round. So that's really good bounce back ability from G2, because in reality, when you put those first 3 things I said together, you think they're going to lose that round.
But they also flanked at the right time as well. Alamau going back up, second floor, got a couple of kills. So they, in terms of G2, were in sync with their coordination and their ability to then push off as the defenders and go for that kind of counter-attack aggression late round when NIP were executing. So 1-1. Good way to start this quarterfinal. Again, a reminder, winner will move forward into the semifinals. I know we're on the B stream today, so technically they're not on the main stream, the main stage for NIP. They haven't actually visited the main stage yet.
I was going to bring that up earlier, but I thought maybe I won't. But they need to win. If they want to play main stage at any point, they got to win today, or else they're going to go home without having been there at all. Site swap, though. Reading Room Library will be the site of choice. Looking at the way this is set up from the defenders, basically everybody from G2, apart from Doki, is playing off-site. Doki's going to play below with that C4. He's going to help the team above if there's any pressure coming in. Lair can float around white stairs, up and down where needs are required. For NIP, that setup that they have, you know, once you bring the ram, you're screaming that you want to establish some vertical control. But to do that, Cocktail is one of the most important positions that you need to clear, and that's why Alamau was there. That's why Lair's on white stairs to help Alamau out if the pressure gets too hot.
I mean, Kafe is just a fundamental, man. Not a lot really changes. It's all about your ability to clear out the key positions, push back defenders, make sure they can't get good flank opportunities. Blaz has been spotted by that drone. Hates will find the kill. Didn't quite get to see that one, though, but playing off the drone rather quickly there for NIP. Nets them the opening pick in this third round. Again, you can clearly tell the game plan for G2 operators like a Jaeger. ADS is down, move on, be aggressive. They want to play aggressive here on Kafe. So far, mixed results. Fantasy yet to find a kill. It seems like he knows one is stuck over towards Pixel.
You've got to be careful as well. There's always the threat of that swing over from Cocktail's side. Lair's there again. A headshot onto Fantasy playing inside Freezer. Double mirror setup so we can see everything that's going on Piano.
Can start to fall back now as well because there's only a minute left. Now, can they get Stompin out of this Pixel position? They'll still have deployable shield, so he's still rather safe.
And the hatch is open too if he wants to drop down through that hatch if needs are required. But as you can see, Stompin is going to stand his ground, playing Pixel. Cons finds another kill. Lair falls, and that is now a signal for him to fall a little further back. Now Stompin, really good at selecting gunfights, and that's why he gets the kill on the Cons with 45 seconds to go. G2 have pulled this round back again.
It's the aggression coming out from G2 that's overwhelming NIP on the defense of Kafe. They're not just falling back, they're not trying to play that peel-off defense, they're trying to play in the faces of the attackers. So far, so good.
There's something I want to say about Stompin, and I know that some people are going to say this is a stretch, right? But when I watch this kid play, he is so good at selecting what gunfights to take and his angles. Like, most fights that he take are 60-40 in his favor. And he learned that, I think, through console. He's gotten himself in these good positions. Early days decision making reminds me, and this might be controversial, but it reminds me of Pengu just a little bit. Now, he's got a long way to go to be in that conversation, but the way he moves around the map and the way he selects fights impresses me so much for what is essentially a rookie.
Mirrorband along with the IQ. I tell you who's doing a really good job though so far is Alamau, just playing off of the pressure elsewhere. He's then able to slip in and kind of go a little bit unguarded by NIP. They're more focused on players like Lair and Stompin. Alamau's got himself up to 5 kills, but he's never too often really been the direct threat. He's just kind of slipping through the cracks in the backline and finding these picks because NIP are so focused on the aggressors from G2. And that's only allowable because of the way that G2 are actually playing on the defense. They're not looking to fall back. Traditionally, Stompin at Pixel, with a minute left on the round, you probably start to give that up and start to fall back and allow them to take that position. But G2 just basically fought to the death, but they won it out.
I think the big thing for Stompin was maybe he didn't feel safe backing off with the distance it takes to get the white, so he figured, I'm going to take the fight. Alamau probably helped him make that decision. Alamau was holding his ground inside of Cocktail at that point. But so far, so good for G2.
Doki.
Yeah, Doki's going to get his opener of the game, and it's a spawn peek. Nice of Doki to say he's got somebody in his pocket when it's Doki's first kill of the game.
Easy spawn peek for Doki. Gets G2 off to a great start in this 4th round. We are playing mining this round as well. No Doki either for NIP now, so no logic bombs. And essentially, when you kind of look at the lineup that they did bring, the Doki is really helpful for someone like Fantasy on the Nook when they want to kind of clear out these lurkers, these roamers. And Lair wanted to take the battle with Fantasy, but loses out to the Nook. Got some damage in, but shot in the back by Blaz, making his way down brown stairs. Advantage still maintained for G2.
Yeah, now Blaz will get a little bit closer to sight. Cons with the diffuser. He's going to drone to work out where that next hole that maybe NIP can grab themselves a little bit of space. Lair will throw a little bit more shade inside of chat towards the opposition, but for NIP, you've still got more than half the round to work with. You've got drones, you can still isolate, because one thing about G2 is true. They will always give you at least one versus one if you really look for it. And at this moment in time, like Doki, he's in that position. Alamau still playing by Cocktail on the top floor. If they pick whichever one of those fights they favor most, you will get a chance to win one.
There's not a lot on the table right now for NIP to navigate this round. I mean, you've essentially got the flank watch, flank denials in Nomad in the gridlock. And then the soft breach as well. Nitro from Vlaz will connect. This round falling apart, and this half falling apart as well for NIP. G2 flexing their muscles on Kafe in this quarterfinal. They are the ones that are bringing the firepower despite being on the defense. And NIP, ever since that opening round, have looked stalled out.
Yeah, I hate to say it so early, but losing that ground floor attack was like a momentum killer, even though it was just the second round. Everything looked so good, and they've not bounced back from then. At this point, they're going to call a timeout. Again, something you see a lot with Brazilian coaches. They get really close to the players, crouch down, talk about it. But then on the other side of things, look how relaxed G2 are looking right now. There's no real stress. Blaz is talking with the team, talking maybe some things that he's seen. It's very much an open forum over on G2 where every player is giving talking about what they're seeing and what their thoughts are.
Well, an even spread as well for G2 is helping them. Alamau 5 kills, Lair's got 4, Stompin 4, Blaz has got 3 and was impactful in that previous round. Doki's role on the team, he doesn't really need to be a fragger anyway. Early days, though, but this is NIP's map pick.
Yeah, bad signs, but again, you're on attack on Kafe, so it can change very quickly. But G2 back down to kitchen. They're not going to re-chance the top floor, having lost it in the opening round of this game.
Well, you say that, but G2 got 4 attacking rounds against FaZe on this map yesterday, so it's not as if they're going to be incapable when they do switch sides. NIP really do need to win these next 2 rounds.
It's important for them, but as I look at this lineup that G2 are bringing, it's going to be kind of playing from the outside of sight in once more. No surprises with that being the case. You spoke earlier about, in the last time we came to the site, there were no Goyo cannons to be there, and G2 have changed that up. Loira will bring the Goyo.
And they've got the Valkyrie with no IQ on the board.
Yep. 1 C4, which will be, of course, in Valk's pocket, but I think I like the way that G2 have set this up.
Yeah, G2's got a very good lineup in this 5th round. Valkyrie without the contest of the IQ means that those Valcams traditionally can be up a little bit longer than usual. Judging by this lineup for NIP as well, again, it's going to be kind of playing out the same way as before. Second floor, open floorboard, probably looking towards that freezer side. The Deimos to maybe put some pressure onto the VIP player. Just need to see NIP try and bring a little bit more aggression, though, in these rounds. They're almost too focused on the setup. And in modern Siege, a lot of the times defenders like to interrupt that setup now, so they don't just sit back. You know, you think back to the old 20-second meta days when defenders would just essentially sit and wait. Well, that's not the case in modern Siege. Defenders will look to interrupt that attacking setup.
That kind of ties back to the point I made in the pre-show. Like NIP, they kept playing that. Even though the game moved on, that was their problem. That's why we didn't see a lot of success for them. And it looks like they're falling back into old habits here as Loyal.
You lost the Twitch now. That's absolutely massive, because those Vulcan canisters are going to be far more difficult to get rid of.
Yeah, I don't like that at all. If I'm an NIP fan, it's going to make things a lot harder inside this round. Now, Deimos will look to find that pick. We know that Loira is in that position, but it doesn't matter because Stompin is there. Fantasy will eventually trade that back, but you look at who they've lost. They've lost the Capitan now. That's Smokes, that's Flames. It makes things even harder when it comes to that execute. The case is cold at this point in time as well, and not to mention G2 still have Valcams. They've got tons of information that they can gather on where NIP are playing.
They've got gas babes as well, and the operators that are left for NIP, very much these setup stylistic operators. The Bark wanting to open up the soft breach. It's really the Deimos now for Fantasy that needs to continue to do a little bit more in this round, find the kills, bring the numbers back for NIP, but down a player, 60 seconds left. Still droning, still working for more information, and still having not really cleared out the site itself in terms of utility. This is going to be oh so difficult for Ninjas in Pajamas. G2 heading towards a 4-1 lead in this quarterfinal off the back of a timeout from NIP. Really, it comes down to a desperate Hail Mary with 40 seconds left. They're just going to need to hit some really, really fortunate shots. It's the only way that NIP will win this round.
NIP still with presence on the floor above with 29 seconds to go. A repositioning here as we see Fantasy will move down by reception, but he's got Naruni Gate in front of him if he looks to step in. Player tucked in the corner, but Alama will swing out from that Christmas side, and Fantasy now will fall. You'll see a lot of pressure. Wizard pushing down Brown Stairs, finds his one, but a quick 1-2, and G2 win round 5. They're 4-1 to the good on Kafe defense.
You could sit back and say, what was that from NIP? I mean, quite literally, but why it starts that way is because of G2's pressure. That is exactly the reason why NIP struggled so much in that round, because of what G2 did at the start of the round, finding those early picks, again, putting pressure around the map and saying to NIP, we are not going to allow you to take space and position so you can then play your setup game to open up and weaken the site so then you can then execute. NIP never even got in that round any kind of opportunity to play their setup execute style. So G2 is taking away what NIP want to do.
But it's the pick they got too. You lose the Twitch. That suddenly makes that position in Christmas so much stronger because you can't get rid of those Goyo canisters until the end. Lawyer's going to pop those himself when there's a minute left on the clock. It just stops absolutely everything. They were fishing then. NIP were fishing for a long time trying to find a kill, and nobody from G2 gave themselves up until they knew they could win the fight. So at this point, G2 looking really strong. NIP enter their final attacking round on their map pick. They need this round, or else you could call curtains on Kafe rather early on this. Back up to the top floor. The one site that NIP did manage to find success on a little bit earlier. G2 were very reliant on the mirror setup that time. Mirror now has been banned. But just look at their positions, right? Lair on Dock is playing by piano. You can play aggressive there, because if you get down, you get straight back up on your feet. He does damage onto Wizards.
They've gone hates Ash to try and bring some counter aggression. I think it's just like we need a gun inside the map to go shooting and hunting for G2, knowing full well they're playing these aggressive positions. So they've changed their lineup a little bit. So rather than overstacking for the setup style operators, they go hates on the Ash. He's been the best player so far at the tournament. Go in, find some picks, open up the space then by removing a couple of defenders, give us a man advantage. We can then funnel in, get ourselves into a good position. So NIP breaking out that Hail Mary game plan for this final round of the half.
After Lair nearly got that early spawn peak and didn't find it, he fell back then they reinforced Bathroom late on the round, so they played aggressive, didn't get a reward. They've fallen back now and they've changed up all their positions. Stompin will play by Pixels. So at this point, Fantasy, he's on the other side. They're
no, Fantasy.
That's an NA need here.
Oh, it's all going horribly wrong for NIP.
Yeah, Alamau gets that kill. Down goes Wizard. Down goes the Gridlock. That's your flank watch, essentially. He's been removed at this point. Yes, Pino will pull one back, but it's a 4v4 with a minute and a half to go, and G2 still holding all the power positions. Alamau inside a cocktail. Blaz directly below that main, the sky. Like, Doki gets a C4.
Doki.
Yeah, this is looking really bad for NIP.
It's looking horrible for NIP. They're just getting shredded. G2 have just got every single answer. I mean, Pino's still in the exterior. Cons top red. That's it in terms of map control. Still need to deal with that BPC. Final frag grenade from Cons will do that. Still has 2 ROUs available. 2v3. Must find this round win. I mean, this is a quarter-final. This is a playoff match. This is not the time to just whimper out of these maps on your map pick at this point in the tournament. And Doki suddenly found 3. Pino will probably sense his opportunity to win this round is slim to none. G2 are picking up the pressure here on Kafe and making a charge towards these finals at the EWC. 5-1.
There's nothing Pino can do. You've literally got Alamau holding over by Cocktail. He can swing up to heaven. You've got still the cover being held from Freezer. There's still pressure from the shield. There's no way Pino can win that round. And on a map like Kafe, if you don't clear Pixel, if you don't clear Cocktail, you're never going to find any real success in the round. And NIP, well, they limped their way through that attacking half. Swings will switch over. They will now be on the defense. But for G2, they're just 2 rounds away from winning their opponent's map pick and then going to a map that we know they're incredibly comfortable on in Bank.
It is a long, long way back now for NIP. They do go defense themselves. That's a saving grace, but as I mentioned before, G2's performance on Attack Cafe against FaZe Clan yesterday was outstanding. Bring more of that, and they will have no troubles pushing aside NIP here on their map pick. And it goes back to what we were talking about on the pre-match desk. Gibson, I mentioned for NIP, they played 1 day, 2 best-of-1s against lesser opponents, win them both. Then it's a day off, and now you're going up against the G2 team in form off the back of an amazing win yesterday. And it's showing inside of the server.
I think for NIP, like, even if you lose this map, build some momentum, win a couple of rounds, get yourself going before you go to that second map. Because if you go out of this at a 7-2 or even a 7-3, you're thinking, how do we play ourselves back in? We lost our map. We're going to Bank. So for NIP, how can you win these rounds starting? Well, look at what G2 did. Control sections of the map. You can see they've got the pixel shield in place. Hits will reinforce Bathroom with the head holes. So you've got basically the opportunity for playing pixel. You drop back into Bathroom. Pino locking himself inside of Cocktail. So essentially, they're doing similar things because, as you said, it's a fundamental map. There's not too many ways you can dress up Kafe that nobody will have ever seen before.
Claymore deployed.
A bomb has been located.
G2 go on the attack now. Curious to see how aggressive NIP themselves will be Well, double frag grenade made it through this window from Alamau. And Doki finds the opening pick onto Pino. The Frost dealt with.
That's cocktail control, if they want it. Look, Fantasy is playing by planks right now, but you've got no defenders inside of cocktail. Blast is on one window, Alamau on the other. Looks like they're going to swap the diffuser over at this point in time. Alamau is going to pick that one up with the sledge. But at this point, look, Hates is still playing over by Pixel. There is zero pressure apart from Stomp, and he might push up red on that side of the map. Cons looks like he's still playing from below, but at this point in time, NIP don't look ready for what G2 are bringing.
4 drones remaining for G2. Iron Scan will go out from Blaz. A run out from Cons. Inside now, going up white stairs. It's stomping to find the next one. Alamau follows seat, and G2 are also putting the plant down inside a cocktail, and they're putting the hammer down as well onto NIP. Just like that, in the blink of an eye, they just go bang. And Ninjas in Pajamas were not ready for what G2 were bringing that round.
Even little things they did there, right? I was watching the overhead feed, which was not what was on screen, but what did Alamau do? He went to the window, he smoked off the new hatch drop. That meant nobody could swing from that section of the map. They knew the cocktail was clear. The only 1v1 he really had to worry about was if there was somebody inside bathroom or freezer. He wins that kill, he goes in for the plant, NIP panic and try to swing the retake, and everybody from G2 is waiting.
The biggest thing in that round in terms of a difference maker compared to what we saw from NIP, they get the opening pick, then they settle. They then work around what they want to do as a team, communicate, coordinate, and then execute. And that execution at the end of that round was the best attacking round we've seen all game of Kafe, and it's from G2 in their one and only attacking round. That's a statement. 6-1 up now on the map pick of NIP, and this one is looking disastrous for the Brazilians.
G2 are playing really well too, though. Like, you got to give them credit. Like, yes, NIP have made a couple of mistakes, but G2 are playing this map so clean.
Well, I agree with you wholeheartedly. Absolutely. But NIP look like a team that's had a day off and they're coming in cold. And that's what I was fearful of on the desk when I said they've had a day off. Doesn't always bode well, as much as it is a reward for qualifying day one. Well, these could be the side effects. They look like a team that's not prepped and ready to go, whereas for G2, off the back of their game yesterday, they look ready to go. They look like they're warmed up, not missing a beat. A long way back now for NIP. Yes, it's a best of 3. Yes, you could try and regroup, reform on bank, but you got to take some form into bank. You don't want to be losing this 7-1, 7-2. At least if you can string 3-4 rounds together, and yes, if you still then ultimately lose, the form is regained, mustered up and ready to go for that second map.
G2 with the lineup that they are bringing this time around will scream that they want to take some control from above at least. They'll bring Blaz. He'll be able to put those track stringers down on brown stairs and make sure that nobody from NIP can get an easy flank on the side. Remember, we speaking about the site, it was a flank by Alamau a little bit earlier on whenever G2 were on the defense that shut down an NIP attack on the site. So they've brought their flank watch, they've given themselves the ability to create vert on the site, and I'm always a fan of a Capitan pick. And
how
Lair,
is this happening again?
Just as I bring him up, just as I talk about Capitan, Lair will get that kill on the Fantasy. I know that's the Warden gone.
It's the Warden. Fantasy was really good on day one as well. 3 and 8 in this match. That's a big piece for NIP that's not firing. Again, another opening kill for G2 that dominated that facet of this match. Constantly having advantages that they're then capitalizing upon, and NIP are always on the back foot. Been the harsh reality for this roster. NIP have just not looked like a team that's actually arrived at the arena today. And now for G2, you've got full second floor control. There's no response at all from NIP. There's still a minute 20 on the clock as well. This is wonderful time management for G2. They're just constantly setting the tone and the pace early in these rounds, and NIP are dictated by what G2 are doing.
They're going to use a frag grenade now to make it so that you can get that hatch open, but I think that didn't quite land where it needed to. Now, Cons is still playing in Christmas Tree, so with that being the case, you've still got to deal with a player in that position. That's where Capitao can come in so good. Smoke off the drop, enable yourself to get in and go for that plant. 5 versus 4, 45 seconds to go.
I want to see them start moving now, though, G2. Give yourself a bit of breathing room. Yeah, there's 40 seconds left. Don't let that clock tick down to 15, 20 seconds and then go for the plant. Yes, you got the player advantage, and certainly you can win those battles in terms of rushing towards the site. Plenty of drones left. Should have a lot of information here. 30 seconds. Still struggling with this hatch over towards Fireplace. But the time is starting to get a little bit concerning here. G2 have just kind of stalled themselves out. Doki for the close swing on the window, and Wizard will win that in the Fenrir. Holds that position towards Small Bake. Regains that to a 4v4 stalemate in terms of players alive. Heading into red time. And now the time itself is starting to really lower for G2. They switched it up, went for the bakery hit, and IP weren't ready for it. Stomping through prep, was able to find that kill onto Pino, went for the plant, hurt the running cons, gets off the plant, but NIP will shut Stomping down and stay alive here on Kafe.
Yeah, he won the first one, but there was nobody covering the push through, and NIP went around. G2 almost brute forced it with 15 seconds on the clock, but NIP pull one round back, but it's still 6-2. Now you're going to go back to Bar and Cocktail, where G2 won that map that site as cleanly as I've seen it be won in recent history. What are NIP going to change? Because being real, I don't think G2 are going to go for the exact same attack twice. You know, you went for Cocktail the first time. They're probably going to change things up a little.
So we head over to Mining for this next round. G2 will be disappointed with the way that they kind of closed out that previous one, considering they had the opening pit for such a large amount of time and started their prep with about 1:30 on the clock. And then ultimately, they couldn't get open that hatch and decided to go against that freezer push and went for a very late rotate towards Bakery. And while they almost pulled it off, they did leave themselves really no room for error, and that cost them in the end. Still a lot more work to be done, though, for NIP. Long way back here on Kafe. 4 more rounds consecutively required. Will take a mighty effort for this team. But as I said before, even if they don't bring this all the way back and don't win it outright, find a couple of rounds, okay, feel a little bit more confident inside of the server, and then head over to Bank. That's got to be the mentality.
Yeah, we might see something similar with the double nades as Sledge is in play. They brought 4 on the round. Last time you got pretty successful. You threw a couple of nades. It forces the player out into the line of sight, and you find the opening kill. Now, Alama will get in that exact same position on the window that we saw him play a little before, looking over towards New Hatch. Nobody else over on the side of the map just yet. Blaz will watch for any jump outs at this point in time, but they're just fishing. Doki will get rid of some cams. The Twitch, you can see the Twitch being utilized to just make things a little bit harder to spot. Now, I love this. If you push up Brown and you get rid of the barbed wire, if somebody is playing directly below Skylight, this is as easy a kill as you're going to get. But look, inside a library and 2 ships passing inside the night. He still knows exactly where he's got no clue the flank is coming in. Eventually, the fire will come off.
Oh, no, Lair
wins those.
Well, Lair just whiffed on the shots and was hoping that he would get a teammate to push in. Drop shot and the knife to finish from Pino. And G2 will fluff this round, and what was hoping to be an aggressive push early on to catch out NIP. Lair's push originally was really solid to get deep, but he just didn't really get a lot of help. And then the first shot's whiff as he got behind default bookcase, swung back out, good kill, and a good hold as well from Cons. Cons had to do a really, really solid job there because he was getting pressured from 2 different angles. That will most likely be the round. And it's a solid round for NIP because it meets G2 at their best and most aggressive head-on and come out on top. The previous round, you could argue, G2 maybe fluffed their prep a little bit and then had to late rotate, and then the clock beat them. This round, NIP have beaten them.
This round is still ongoing, though. There's still information being garnered by the side of G2. Stompin trying to create some vertical control, getting red pings in and around sight, hoping to get a kill, get it back to a 4v2.
Probably, you know, with Stompin still alive, anything can happen, right? So by no means is the round over, but it's going to be really difficult. 40 seconds now as well, doesn't leave you a lot of time. Stompin towards red. Hates is, by the way, sitting at the bottom of this. Pons does get knocked down. That's by Blaz elsewhere towards Cocktail. 30 seconds. If they can both find a kill each quickly, and that brings it back to a 2 versus 2. Really, for NIP now, you've got to fall back, play the site, deny the plant positions. Blaz actually now into sight. Sorry, not sight, it's mining.
It's still not too far away, though. Gets rid of that camera. You've still got 2 defenders in by reading room, but Stompin finds one. Maybe there's a chance. Pino reduces the odds and hits, closes out the round. NIP.
Well, They had to run at the end because they were just so low on time. And so, they caught Blaz running and sprinting down that hallway when they still hadn't cleared out Fireplace.
That's twice in a row, though. You could say the same thing happened in the previous round.
Yeah. Yeah, that round falls back to NIP at the start, though.
Yep.
And their ability to actually counter that early aggression from G2. 2 rounds in a row. Brings it back to 6-3. They're on defense, Kafe. It starts to look a little bit more doable now for NIP. But so much more still to be done because they left themselves with no room for error.
And you spoke about it. G2 played Brazilian opposition on this map already.
Yep.
And dominated the attack. So they only need one more round. I can't see G2 giving up multiple rounds. Now, I always say that. You always have a look at G2. As long as Carl looks like he's emotionally fine, G2 have got a chance. I think he's one of those players that if you want to know how G2 are playing, look at him.
But it goes back to what I was saying. For NIP, this is finally where it feels like if we had to, say, taken the first 5 rounds out of this game, we had to started this match 20, 30 minutes a little bit later. Now it feels really even. Now it feels like NIP is starting to get what they want to do going inside of the server. Hates is starting to frag out. Cons is having a decent game in terms of his clutch ability. Like, Cons is not going to be the guy that's going to go and drop 15 kills, but you can trust him in the 1vx's. You can trust him in those pinch positions like we saw in Reading as well. Can they get more out of Fantasy, though? That's my concern. He's only 3-8. He's so far been the second best player at the tournament for NIP, behind Hates. Even Pino, 3-8, was really, really good in that second map that we saw from them back on Playday 1 against OXG.
Too many players on NIP heavily on the negative when it comes to the kill feed so far in this game. As you said, Pino 3-8, Cons 5-8, but you turn your attention over towards G2. Loira, Alamau, and Stompin.
Well, they're all positive, Ori.
27 kills between the 3 of them.
Yeah. I do wonder for G2, though, will they once again look for another early aggressive start? Probably not, considering this top floor.
You look at the setup from NIP as well. Cons playing inside of Humidor. Hatch is open, he can drop from that position if needs be. He's there to make sure that if anyone drops Red Hatch, you can toss that C4, you can use the shotgun and cause a lot of problems. Now, that is enabled by the castle barricade that splits it off from Piano, so he can play Humidor as long as that castle remains in place. Hates' job is to keep Piano safe at this point in time, and then you got Pino over by Cocktail just to keep an eye on what everything's going on. So they're set up to meet G2 at all of the points of entry to the top floor, which I think is so important on a map like this. But Pino, he is going to fall like a nade was thrown. You're seeing another double nade dump, and they're taking control of the section of the map with ease. Now, there's probably going to be an attempted swing from Wizard from planks. All Blaz has got to do is keep his reticle right on where Wizard can step in, but he allows Wizard to cross.
Oh, no. No Nitro Cells remaining as well for NIP.
Alamo vaulted in, came in.
Good shot, Doki with the push off the back of the wounded NIP members. They wanted to put the nail in the coffin, and Alamo Doki combined 2 apiece for the veterans. And now on a 4 versus 1, G2 certainly now set up to take the opening map of this quarterfinal. Cons in a 1v4. So unlikely and shut down by Stompin'. A slight resurgence from NIP, but left themselves with no room for error as they lose out on their map pick of Kafe to G2, who go 1-0 up in this quarterfinal.
What I loved about that, you've got a player on the window of Cocktail, player down, they cross, you're like, oh no, he's let him cross. He hears the fact that the res is occurring, and he shouts to Alamau. He rotates, repels it right in the other window by Heaven, swings around the corner, stops that res from occurring. Doki comes with the pressure then as well. It was really clean from G2. And then while all that was going on as well, Stompin' heard the guns fired, so that was the signal for them to repel and go for the plant as well. G2, clinical, dropped a couple of rounds in that game, but they're going to be feeling really good going to bank.
They had the best form throughout that map. They showed the most aggression, the best strategy, the best counter strategy as well, especially on their defense in that first half, which set themselves up beautifully. Some of the better siege that we've seen at this event at a lot of points in that map, don't get me wrong, probably towards the end, it felt like they came back down to earth because they were playing at a superhuman level for so long in that game, and NIP certainly could just not match them. That's the concern for me now moving forward into bank on the next map, is how do NIP stop G2 when G2 are playing at their very best? I don't know if they can match them at that level. Their hope will be that G2 maybe fumble a little bit or are not at their best on bank, that's maybe the only way in which that NIP will be able to challenge them on that next map. Short break, bank on the other side.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
This land is calling.
Well, the quarterfinals have kicked off with a bang as G2 obliterate NIP on Kafe, which was NIP's map pick as well, Gibson. So not a good start for the Brazilians, the majority of the Brazilians, I should say. I guess there's a couple on G2 as well. G2 will be very happy now going into their map pick of Bank and looking to close this out in a 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, it was a map that's going to test your fundamentals, and the fundamentals from G2 were on point. Their decision-making, the way that they approached the map, they didn't play a reactionary style of Siege, they were proactive. They wanted it to play a certain way, they made NIP do it, and I think NIP fell into some old bad habits that they had in the previous few years. So that map's done and dusted. We're going to Bank next. You know, it's actually very different. Like, we spoke about a map that was really condensed, highly vertical play. Now we're going to one of the maps with the biggest footprints that we have inside the game. Lots of open spaces. This is a map that's going to suit the Gunners on G2 particularly.
Need to see a bit more out of NIP. Now, we've already gotten the best of G2. As I said before we went to the break, I don't know if NIP can match G2's best, but they may not necessarily always play at their best, and you almost need to kind of put them off of that by bringing your own firepower and trying to offset the balance, because G2 basically did whatever they wanted on Kafe. Like, they basically got the setups that they wanted, they got the entries that they wanted, they got the map control that they wanted. NIP looked a little bit invisible at times, especially on their attacks, and certainly even still on their defenses. So they got a lot that they've got to lock in very quickly, and I think it's all about starting well. I know that's easy to say, but like, you know, you don't want to be 3-4-0 down on Bank here and staring down the barrel of defeat. You need to start well, build that confidence, and maybe just offset G2 a little bit.
And I wouldn't mind, they started well on Kafe. They won the first round. They were in the execute situation on the second, but if you give G2 momentum here on Bank, your Esports World Cup journey will end, and all you will have played is 2 best-of-1s and 1 best-of-3. You will have not been on the main stage, which is where G2 are looking to return. A win here, and they're going into the semi-finals essentially with a brilliant situation.
For both the South America League and EML, Bank is the most attacker-sided map as well. So that's something to consider as we head into it. That's where a lot of the rounds need to be won. It's where you need to be the most competitive. In fact, in the South America League, it's the only map that is actually attacker-sided. Everything else is defender-sided. In EML, Clubhouse is actually 50-50, but also then holds true. Bank, really the only attacker-sided map that we've got in both of the regions that these two teams do play in. And guess who's attacking first? It is G2. It's their map pick. They get to attack first up. It's going to put the pressure onto NIP. So for NIP, the test is early. You get the defensive rounds. You build yourself up a little lead here on defense. That's going to give you so much confidence that you can take this map, stay alive here at the Esports World Cup.
During the course of the regular season, G2 did play on Bank 3 times. They won it twice, took 1 defeat, but still an overall positive record for them as we go here. The ban phase is over and done with. Ace, obviously one of the team's favourite hard breach bans to get rid of. Monty's been removed from play as well. You think about G2, back when Brazil was experimenting with Monty and creating Monty into the monster that it is today, G2 were like, in Europe, the only team that were doing the exact same thing, so it's no surprise to see NIP remove Monty from play as well, particularly on Bank.
Yeah, the last bit of hope as well for NIP is they've had some decent success back home in the South America League when it comes to Lair. We saw obviously G2 lose on Lair the other day to Shopify Rebellion, so naturally, if NIP can get this win, they'll probably feel confident then going into the decider map if they can get there, but that's a big if. G2 have been looking very good.
Look at the amount of plant denial that's been brought by NIP in this round. You brought Tachanka and Goyo. Now, you can interchange between Smoke and Tachanka, but Smoke's obviously being banned, so you're forced into it. So, one of the biggest mistakes that we see from the player that's playing Tachanka is not lining up those flames perfectly. You have to hit the exact point on the ceiling if you want to prevent that default plant inside of A when teams push through server.
The one good thing about the Tachanka pick, though, obviously as I mentioned, smoke banned out, no choice, is that it's actually pretty good at being multifaceted on this basement site in terms of a vault drop potential. So you can get the Shamika launcher, fire going into towards vault, even the elevator lobby, for instance. So it's more versatile than just the smoke stall out. But it's a rather default looking setup from NIP. Early aggression, early kill. Lair is already pushing through beepers and has the red ping on the close hatch position, and that's a free kill onto Hates. Why is he running that way towards red? Early mistakes and errors for NIP. You lose that Tachanka that we were speaking about, so you lose a lot of delay. And there's still 2 minutes on the clock. No Fenrir. A double kill entry for Loira, highlighting how good he has been playing at EWC.
But look who they've lost. They've lost the Tachanka. Like, they just walked in through ATMs all the way around through to concrete and got that kill. And then the player on the hatch inside of open area dropped too late. Turn your back to the hatch, and G2 heard the noise, pushed in, got the kill. So they've got themselves a 5 versus 3 as things stand. And now they can take all the time in the world. Open up the hatch into server. You've already got one of the hatches in open area that's been opened up to Wizard. Now, to be fair, they can burn 1 minute of time because there is 3 Goyo canisters on that door. So
Pino's stuck now as well. Yeah. Has to commit. Towards top blue. Has a Nitro, playing the Warden, expecting the push from behind. How about stomping with the Bailey from that distance at the bottom of blue stairs? Finds a headshot onto Pino, pulls out the bigger, stronger gun, hits the headshot onto Wizard. Close to flawless right now for G2, but shut down by Fantasy. Doesn't matter, because Stompin is the one who is doing the shutting down against NIP. Dominant start on the second map of this quarterfinal.
Sat beside Doki, the player that was entrusted with just bringing him into the way of life inside of EML, because it's Scotland that he moved to. And they're sat beside each other. Doki gives him a high five, and I'm going to say this. If any players benefited from the addition of Stompin', it's Doki. So much pressure has come off his shoulders. You remember back to last year? It felt like it was Alamau and Doki that had to do all the heavy lifting for the side. Now they're a 4-headed demon, and Blaz, we've not seen the best of Blaz inside of G2 just yet, but when he is on it, he is capable of huge games as well. They really are, I suppose, a 5-headed monster.
It's the fact that for NIP, they got absolutely rinsed in the way that they did, playing a stall-out setup defense on basement bank. Now, don't get me wrong, again, attacker-sided map, but that side in particular, when played properly, is the site you want to be winning as a defender. And naturally, for G2 to just literally walk through the front door of your Loira and find the opening 2 kills, lose your Tachanka early, you never even got to get into the stall-out process. That is a dismal start for NIP. May as well have been a flawless, if not for the 1 kill from Fantasy. We didn't see any stall-out, no Nitros. NIP never really got themselves set up for what they wanted to do, and that's the concern, because that is how G2 were winning on Kafe. They start bank the way that they finished off the opening map.
So now we'll get into the drone phase for G2. And
how is this still happening? You're playing a tuber out Fantasy.
And look at the lineup. 3 players on Repel as things stand on that main side of the map.
They don't value their life enough on these operators. NIP are just losing players too early in rounds. It's the second map in a row that this is happening. They are getting absolutely taught a lesson here by G2.
Now, having lost that kill, the onus really does go on the NIP to make something happen on defense. Wizard on Clash. He's got his back towards Stock as he moves in towards Square. He'll spot where Doki is in Repel. But while all this is going on, Blaz is in ATMs. He's going to drone up, realize that Pino's an elevator. Pino's essentially in a sole spot there. If you look at the positioning of the other players, nobody can help him out. We're sitting on board with Cons here as well. He does have a little bit of support in this section map, but the Flames will make sure that he can't move. That's really holding back. That's pushing. Look, Doki is going to walk up towards Janitor and sees the clash.
No real help for Wizard. Cons just tucked in towards Janitor. No pressure to worry about over towards Stock, so Doki can just waltz on in and try and maybe go for a pinch on towards the clash. Oh, that was a free kill. He didn't even realize it.
Phone will ring. You've got yourself that dance. Wizard's going to swing. Wizard's going to win.
Wizard should have died earlier than that. Doki didn't even realize. He actually saw him when he opened that whole position. Big kill from Cons onto Alamau. Finally, some fight back from NIP. And Hates will shut down Blaz and leaves Stompin, who's low on health, in a 1v3 with a Clasher on the board. This is incredibly difficult, no matter who you are. These are the positions that should be virtually unwinnable, even for someone like Stompin. You've got the Echo, you've got the Valk, you've got the Clash, most importantly. This is not just a case of a normalized 1v3. The pieces on the board for NIP here. Liquid gold for what you want in this situation. Stompin will go for it. He has to go for it. But so low on health. And honestly, even if he was full health, it still wouldn't change too much. Spotted over towards Janitor. Wizards got an easy position to hold still with that shield. A couple of taps with that SMG. Stompin will fall rather quickly. Gone 6 to try and deal with the shield. Misses. But they give him a 1v1. Pino does not need to swing there. You want Stompin to push in. He doesn't have kit. Doesn't matter. Hates on the other end of the corridor. Yep. Does finally get the kill. But it's a good example there. Pino doesn't need to do that.
Did full information on Stompin there as well. Because remember, they had the Valk and they had the Echo as well. He was in an unwinnable position. He got another couple of kills to stat pad. But that round hinged on Doki. Remember when he was back in stock? He opened up the left side. We saw the player on the other side of the wall. If Doki sees Clash, wins that gunfight, all of a sudden you've got full access towards Janitor. Clash can't hold anybody back anymore. But that fight goes the other way, and all of a sudden G2 find themselves struggling because Doki was so vital for that execute. But NIP, they went around. It started off wrong, but they pulled it back, but it's much better from them, and they're going to do that tons of times today if they want to win this game.
So we go back to basement. They drop the Chachenka for the Legion. Maybe anticipation of that aggression that we've been seeing from G2 and their ability to kind of just waltz around the map. So the Goo Mines can kind of just stall out G2 a little bit longer. They've got more than enough in terms of on-site defense with the Echo, with the Vulcan canisters. I say more than enough. You would want a little bit more. You've only got the one Nitro Cell. So in terms of basement, bank stall out. It's not the full equipped arsenal. Again, the smoke banned out doesn't really help the matter.
3 NIP defenders currently playing on the ground floor. Fantasy is reinforcing up over by Staff as he will have some help. Cons has got that hatch drop that he needs, or that he can use a little bit later. And Hates has created a rotate that he can go through. So for G2, well, while all that's going on, it looks like they're going to drone out Garage. Now, we can see that there is a player playing there, so you'll pop the first few Goyo canisters. 2 of them in Garage, by the way. Usually you'll see 3, maybe most of them in that default plant spot, but it looks like NIP just don't want anybody pushing through Garage in the early stages of the round.
I love the blitz pick up. Certainly has the ability to, function in many different ways on this particular site. Nitro Cell pre-play set up by Pino.
This is all happening here, but I just want to point out that elsewhere on the map, Blaz is in ATMs with the case, completely isolated from the rest of his team, and Hates is still in a position where Blaz can get into that fight. So while all this is going on, they're still working on clearing the open area section of the map, and that's why you're seeing Glaz now smoke it off, hoping somebody will peek.
Doki's going to go aggressive here towards blue. Well, that might be the first hint of over-aggression coming out of G2. As does find the kill onto Hates, evens things back up. Into Lockers, by the way, with the kit, but he does get taken down. Feels like G2 look a little bit disjointed on this attack, many wanting to do different things. Alamau still on the exterior of the blitz. You want that blitz with the shield to be your entry, to be your leader to follow behind. Stomping inside a vault, though. They're just all over the place.
Yeah, they don't have the kit. You can see Alamau's dropped through that main hatch now as things stand. Stompin is there to provide him with some support, but the silhouettes of the defenders look like they know exactly where this G2 push is coming from. It's not a Lloyd thing. Like, Cons will find another kill, making it really hard for Lloyd, but with 45 seconds to go, NIP look destined to take another round.
Fantasy with a big battle one over Alamau. Cons finishes the round, and it is now NIP starting to find some form here on Bank. G2, for the first time in this series, in this quarterfinal, looked a little bit disjointed.
Well, you look at the timings, right? They were giving away 1 versus 1s. Like, you see Alamau push down dirt, the defenders will pop the new fire, the new gas valve that's on that entrance. So he's like, okay, I got to fall back. But while that was going on, Doki decided he was going to swing the player on blue stairs. Now, if Doki wins that fight, we're like, oh, great play by Doki, it opens everything up. But really, you want some more presence down by server before you take on that fight, or at least some utility to help you win it. So NIP, so far so good on this bank defense, the map that, as you said, very attacker favorite in Brazil.
Yep, and well, in EML as well. So across the world, 2 defensive rounds for NIP on G2's map pick has set them up nicely. And it's that inner confidence that they can now gain, the belief that they can now gain. Not going to lie, after the first round, Gibson, I was just thinking, oh boy, here we go. It's going to be a full NIP crash out here in the quarterfinal after, you know, a really good day one. Just starting to get the sense, though, there might be some belief still here for the Brazilians, and they've got to be able to play off of those 2 rounds now, use it as a foundation to build off of. 2 defensive rounds might actually be enough in a matchup like this with how attacker-sided it could potentially be, but I think you want a little bit more. 3 minimum.
Yep.
It's probably what you want in a matchup like this, but you've got 3 rounds to find 1 anyway, so they're in a really good position.
Yeah, you're bang on with a point there, and you're thinking, like, NIP, are they going to keep bringing the same sort of lineups? Well, they're changing things up a little. Mozzie's going to come into play this time around on that open area defense. You think about how... I will say this. I do think that NIP have done a good job of dealing with G2 drones over the course of the game. It's just G2 have been able to brute force a lot of rounds, so another way to slow them down with the mute combination, so Mozzie mute. We're seeing a lot of striker as well, of course, the last few days, right? Sorry, sentry on defense. We're seeing a lot of sentry, which is not what I was used to seeing when I watched EML and SAL this year.
It's a niche pick. You see it every now and then. Same with striker. Definitely have their uses.
3 C4s though. And this is a site that you know the G2 historically like to take vertical control on. So that's where those C4s will work out very well for the side of NIP if they use them correctly.
Well, for the first time in this series, G2 are being challenged. NIP have awoken. Maybe that day off just took them a little bit of time to get back into the groove, but a groove they've now found. And it's all 5 players for NIP as well that have started well here on Bank. Another drone spotted. Did not get dealt with. 5 drones up for G2, just under 2 minutes. Alamau towards the skylight, towards top main. No kills yet for Alamau, no kills yet for Doki as well. Only the 1 for Blaz. So the firepower that we saw on Kafe has been diminished. Now on Bank. Logic Bomb activated by Stompin. 6 and 2. Certainly his firepower has not been put out here on Bank. 90 seconds though. G2's pacing has been stalled a little bit.
Yeah,
corridor swing from Fantasy, and Alamau was not ready for it. A drop down through the elevator. The escape route has been successfully taken. Another opening pick for NIP.
Cons is going to go down to the basement now. That's where we did see Stompin playing a little while ago, but he's pushed up all the other way side by Blue.
Cons can come kill Stompin if Stompin's not ready for a Blue push.
Yeah, looking at it, like he's threatening to go around that way. Stompin's got to be incredibly quick. He's on the drone now as well, so this could be as free a pick as you could possibly get. And Cons is now pushing up. It looks like Stompin knows.
Well, the first time in the series that it feels like G2 are being dictated by what NIP want to do. Stompin having to take this battle over towards server. Low at the bottom of Blue stairs, and Cons will win it out against the rookie sensation. NIP taking a nice advantage here on Bank. 5 versus 3. Not a lot of time now for G2 in this attacking round. Surely not another attacking round that they are failing to find. Easy pick though for Loira. But Cons does not need to swing. He can wait for G2 to have to push into the site, the vault into Archives. Immediately the downfall for Loira, leaving Blaz by himself towards open, and it's flawless for NIP. We have a series.
And again, what they're doing is isolating a lot of these individual players for G2. There's no trade game coming in from them whatsoever, and that's something that they've done really well against FaZe. They're going to call the timeout with just 2 rounds left on their attacking phase. But this is so much better. You know, we spoke about the fact that NIP didn't play yesterday. They're coming into the day cold. They're now on defense on a map which is historically attacker favored in both of these regions against a team who dominated the current SI champions on this map yesterday, and they're holding their ground. They're standing strong. But the big thing for me here, Jake, is the fact that it's not even close rounds. They're dominating some of these rounds on defense. G2 don't even look like they've got a chance.
So the early timeout from G2 will expire as they talk things over. 3-1 deficit, failing here on the attack of Bank, as we pointed out, attacker-sided map. They are getting tested now for the first time in this series. Kafe, incredibly one-sided. G2 did as they pleased. There wasn't much of a contest from NIP, both on attack or defense. But on Bank, it's a different story. Sometimes we get these weird worlds where teams just take each other's map pick and you think, was there an error behind the scenes?
Yeah.
Did they actually pick the other way? And the funny thing as well with this map veto, these are just maps that both teams like. Both teams like all three maps. NIP certainly have got good history on Lair as well. G2, of course, recency in terms of playing it against Shopify Rebellion 2 days ago. Lost that, but they were competitive. 2 more rounds in the half. 3-1 lead for NIP.
NIP don't ban this map. Like last stage they didn't, you know, the record was 2-2. You know, it's their first preference.
It's a case of just two teams that got similar map pools.
Yeah, they picked it 3 times. So I think that you look at Bank, it's a 2-2 record against a 2-1 record. It's the side that are 1-up on the series, but NIP needed to make something happen, and they're doing so in the early stages. Now, we go back to the top floor. Last time this round hinged on the gunfight that Doki did not win as he pushed through stock. He was, of course, playing on the demos last time. This time around, you've Stomping on Glass, you've got Ying, you've got Grim. It's a very execute-heavy lineup that they're brought. A lot of operators are there for when it is time to go.
It's a lot of setup as well for players like, well, essentially Stompin and even Lair, who is, yes, playing the Habana, but you look at Alamau, Doki, you have to find a kill each, but you're playing Grim and you're playing the Ying. So you want to get that utility out to help facilitate for the guys like Stompin, Blaz, and Lair to then go maybe find the kills. But as I said, the way that NIP have been playing, far more active on defense here on Bank.
If Lair can deal with Wizard, who's currently playing behind the class shield, that isolates Cons, and that's when you can start seeing Doki throw some of those Candelas in to blind the Johnny player and allow for that execute to happen. Everybody stacked up. Even get rid of the mirror. Now, by smoking off that line of sight, you can get rid of that mirror window. That makes Cons' position even more difficult to play.
So a 4-stack on the Repel, that overview highlighting for G2 how much emphasis they're putting on the Repel game here in this 5th round means a lack of map control. In fact, not a single player inside of the building currently for Bank with 90 seconds in the round. In fairness, top floor, you don't necessarily need a whole lot of map control, and certainly playing around that Repel and airlock position to go for a quick plant, it's very much a common strategy.
Doki's options here are going to be to try to blind Fantasy and try to blind Wizard. Then Alamau can come in and go for that plan.
Oh,
that's
Fantasy.
what you want to do, but Fantasy...
That's the glass.
He's going to get the glass. That's a massive part of the execute. The stun grenades are going to go off from the Candelas as Doki will repel in here. But look at the kill. Look at this, it's a 4v3.
Hayes was ready for it though and had a little bit of that first floor control to fire back. Got the trade, so Laura, yes, was able to get rid of Fantasy. Where's Doki going though? Caught by Pino up towards Banana, and it's all too easy for NIP. Where has this switch come from? They look dead and gone on Kafe, but suddenly they rise like the Undertaker here on Bank.
It's another big pick. You know, you look at who they got rid of. You got rid of the Glass, and all of a sudden, G2 are like, right, we've lost one of our cover operators. We're going to swing in anyway, and you just lose player after player. NIP coming to life here on Bank. 1 round away from a 5-1 half. G2 desperately searching to get that 4-2 split now at this point, because this, as we said, is an attacker-favored map. And the side of choice is going to be where we
was
start.
not expecting this half at all.
No, we didn't. But look, they're starting where they finished. And it's essentially the same lineup that they brought in round number 1 that G2 dismantled. Let's see if it's the same situation now.
I don't think they had the Kaid. I think that might be the only change
Maybe.
up. Could be wrong. But you're right. In terms of what they played last time, though, they didn't remember have the Chunker because he died essentially straight away over towards Staff, an open area. And Collins now 7-2 and has been a main facilitator in terms of frags, along with Pino. And I remember highlighting this, I think it might have been with you back on day 1, that for NIP, like one of the maps, the first map, it was all about Hates and Fantasy. The second map, it was all about Cons and Pino. Wizard had some good moments. They've got firepower of their own. Final round of this opening half. Back on Kafe, G2 had a 5-1 half. They eventually then closed out. NIP now looking to do the same on Bank and set us up for a grandstand quarterfinal to kickstart the playoffs.
Looking at the lineup the G2 have, you bring Sense. Now, there's a couple of executes that can be enabled by Sense here. One is that you get control of open area and you do it. That's why we're seeing it reinforced. You know, in the past they've played this site, they've played with the open area hatch open and a player putting some pressure on. But this is basically a full turtle defense now from NIP. Only Pino is not on site. He's playing on blue stairs and with the Warden. So if you throw any flashes or stuns, it's not going to help. Now, what I love about this is when you play this position, if it gets too hot, you pop that Goyo canister, you drop down into some cover. But what G2 need to clear this, if this is what they want, is some pressure coming from dirt below.
The biggest difference this round now is that Shamika launcher that you can hear in the background is going to be viable for NIP. It will be online. Last time out in that opening round, it was shut down immediately. And actually, Lair has not found a kill since that opening round, since those opening 2 entry kills. Alamau still yet to find a kill, and Doki only got one in the previous. They are lacking kills. They are getting decimated.
What's the good news for G2 then?
There's a second half.
So, looks like they will now get control of blue. Stompin will walk on down the Sumika launcher. Yeah, but it doesn't do that an awful lot of damage. You know, to be honest, you can step through it if you want to. That's what they do. They need to open up this wall to enable the plant. You've Sensed off the swing from Pino. See, they've still got 3 C4s though, so even if that Sens wall is up, it doesn't stop the C4 from going through it.
A lot of drones still available for G2, so should have good information. They haven't popped this Vulcan canister though, and there's 50 seconds left. Frag grenade thrown in to deal with it. Still 2 ROUs available for Alamau on the Sens to block off more of that line of sight. Pressure from Doki towards main stairs. 4 incendiaries left in that Shamika launcher. Hates will deal with Lair. No more Kawan Hive launcher. G2 stalled out once again. And those Nitro cells are still available for NIP.
28 seconds to go. Tachanka's been targeted by Deimos now. Big round for G2 as Alamau will find one. But walking into sight is fantasy. It's a 3v1 NIP 5-1 half. And they are roaring. That's the bounce back they needed.
G2's already taken their time out. They've already talked things over and nothing has changed. A 5-1 half from NIP on the defense on the map that is the most attacker-sided in both EML and SAL. I'm speechless. I don't know where this has come from, especially after what we saw in Kafe. Total reversal for NIP. They looked completely asleep in the opening map, but they've well and truly awoken. The beast has awoken for NIP on Bank.
I worried. I genuinely thought the worst. Whenever this game started...
That opening round on Bank, yeah. I was like, oh, here we go again.
Yep, you were like, okay, probably going to be a 7-2. Say bye-bye to NIP. They've bounced back. And if you look, I love looking at the body language. NIP now looks so relaxed. What's changed for you? What are you seeing? Like, it seems to me that A, G2, not taking on gunfights with as much information as they're able to do in Kafe, but B, NIP are playing with more confidence. They're being more aggressive with their peaks. They're challenging G2 where G2 want to enter the map, and they're winning those gunfights.
So what have G2 got on their own defense on Bank? Otherwise, Lair looks like we may be heading there.
Did you mean to rhyme that, or was that just off the cuff? Poet and you didn't even know it. That's fine.
Exactly.
You know, for G2, I think this is like a massive momentum shift of a round. You lose this, and you allow NIP to go on match points straight away. You're in a tough situation. This is essentially where NIP were. You know, you think back to the last map.
Well, that in itself, then, you could kind of look to as a positive for G2 if you really want to stretch the truth a little bit, because if NIP were in this position on the opening map, and now NIP are playing this way on the second map, then there's no reason G2 can't then do the same on Lair.
Okay, I follow your logic. I follow it.
Or maybe it's like dominant, equal on Lair, and we get an absolute banger to close out. We're not there yet, though. G2 will go defense themselves. Not impossible for them to, of course, emulate what NIP just did. And this is the funny thing, and kind of why after Kafe, I was thinking immediately when we got off, I was like, this is going to be 2-0. Yep. G2, even on defense, should be aggressive on a map like Bank and look to stop a lot of the setup from NIP, which is what they did back on Kafe. A lot of that is rather similar on Bank. But now they've left themselves in a hole. Now they've got a long way to catch up. They have to play perfect every round.
I love situations like this. This is where your mental is really tested as a player. Few things straight off the bat. Looks like NIP are not going to be as reliant as players on the rappel as maybe G2 were in this situation. You do have, you know, playing from afar, Wizard on the glass. He'll look to find any free kills, but the castle barricade...
No.
What castle barricade? Let's see if we can get it. That one a bit better.
Nope. Comms!
I've seen this too many times in my ranked games, not going to lie.
I've seen this too many times in APL. Actually, not really, to be honest. That's actually not one that usually does get missed. Well, that is the benefit of being 5-1 up, though, for NIP. You can afford to make the odd little mistake here or there, or even lose around here or there. Double mirror set up over towards Janitor.
It's not often you see that double mirror setup, if I'm being brutally honest with you. It's a little bit different from Alamao as he plays that position. You can see NIP now starting to put some pressure on the windows. Nobody from G2 in a position to swing from below, because Fantasy will keep control of everything by ATMs as he will drone out and see what's available to him, what options he has. I always think that if you look at it, they're giving him the ATM's walk up if he wants it. There's nobody playing inside of Elevator. You've got Blaz in this position, but I think if you push up, Blaz and Stompin need to work together on the top of these stairs to clear this position.
Final Logic Bomb activated by Fantasies. He makes his way up towards Banana. That Nitrocell forced him back into the sightline of Blaz. Good pick. Consto trade onto Lair elsewhere. And Alamao's down, by the way, inside of Janitor. So no smoke, no gas, babes. Wizard on the glass could get impactful as well with the smokes going out. Hates finds the pick onto Alamao. The attack of NIP so far slicing through the defense. But Wizard on the glass shut down by Blaz. How ironic. Now a 3v2 as Stompin finds the kill onto Cons. G2 bringing it back on the defense with 20 seconds left. All down to Hates and Pino. Hates will get tagged up. They'll double stack together over towards top square. But there's so little time. They essentially have to just hope for the best. Walk in, spray and pray. But the prayers will not be answered and G2 will find their second round on bank.
Yeah, that was one that it wasn't pretty from G2, but it got the job done. A couple of really nice things from NIP, though. They didn't really smoke off the mirror windows. They didn't try to get rid of them at any point. They just sent the buck below to clear that position of Janitor. They got the down, they got the kill, but there's certain power positions that even in a numerically disadvantaged position like NIP or the G2 were, if you hold that cross and you know they're going to walk directly through sight, it's easy to line them up and knock them down. But it's still 5-2. Still a long ways to go before I'll say G2 are back inside this game, but it's a start.
Got to start somewhere, though. 5-2. God, the similarities of Kafe, though, isn't it? It's so similar. The only difference was G2 went 6-1 up. And then, yeah, a couple of rounds for NIP, but then G2 put it to bed.
As we go to open area, we go back to another one of those sites where verticality can be so powerful. We've seen players creep in through basement. It's something that G2 tried to do with Stompin, but he got flanked by Cons in the early stages. As we get that lineup locked in and confirmed with a Habana, well, one, you can open up the hatches below, but the main thing is that quad wall. Give yourself the option to go through square if needs be, and I think that for NIP, just do all the right things. G2 will always give somebody at least one gunfight that you can win inside a game, because G2 know that if they win it, you know, they're willing to take risks at the risk of maybe losing a powerful position inside of a game.
See you on the other side.
Decent amount of entry utility available for NIP in this round. The Grim, the Ying, the Deimos as well to put pressure on a defender of G2, gain a bit of information back as well. But I like the ally here. The Grismot mines can certainly hinder those entry rushes if they're placed correctly. Castle barricades too need to be dealt with. So far, slow approach though from NIP.
Yeah, slow so far as Candelas are going to get tossed in, spraying through the Janitor as Legion will get targeted, repel in off the back of those Candelas, but Alamao will stay play behind. Look, Lair will find a kill onto Fantasy. And
Fantasy was just standing still.
Yeah. But Hates pulls one back, so Lair's back. It's a 4 versus 4, and you can see they still know where some of these defenders are. This is a vitally important gunfight if Wizard can win it. Pino will certainly help finding one below.
Wizard should know. There's still one inside a janitor shooting in the back of Alamau. Alamau's still alive, but eventually will get taken down. He had a small reprieve. Wizard didn't quite put the bullets all needed into his back. Alamau had one then opportunity to fire back, but was unable to do so and leave Stompin and Blaz in a 2v3 with a minute remaining in the round. G2, again, so much put onto the shoulders of this rookie.
Blaz is on marble stairs. He's waiting for someone from NIP to maybe push down to that section of the map. This could be a critical gunfight in this game, but you know as well as I do that NIP will slow things down at this point. Their drone economy is not great. They've only got 3 that they can work with between now and the end of the round. The Grimbees will stop initial push, but as we get to 30 seconds, this is the problem with NIP. They've got very little time to make this execute work.
Certainly winnable from here for G2, despite the one-man disadvantage. So much riding on Blaz and Stompin. Otherwise, they'll be staring down 6-2, and multiple map points would go the way of NIP. 3B canisters left in this Kawan Hive launcher, but Wizard will think better of it. Goes through Beepers. Stompin will get one. Contact made from Blaz inside of open. Wizard taken low. Now down and only cons up. They are doing it. G2 with the man disadvantage, not worried whatsoever by the 3 members of NIP. They cut them down one by one.
That was too slow. When you're G2 and you know that they've got a numbers advantage, but nothing's happening with 15 seconds left, there's only so many places they can come from. Stompin steps up once more, gets the fights.
Look at the pressure on Doki's face. They're feeling it here because they know full well if they bring this map back, they could close this series out and book their place into a semi-final tomorrow.
Early timeout on the attacking half by NIP.
Yeah, I mean, early in the half, but in the game itself at 5-3, a little bit of momentum being built up for G2. I don't mind it.
I actually had a big conversation with like 4 coaches one day about timeouts, how they use them, what they do it for. Some of the coaches, they literally take a timeout to say, good job, guys, keep doing what you're doing. You know, everything's going fine. You know, just a little bit of just telling the team that they can do what they do. But some coaches, they think that if they've seen 1 or 2 rounds, it's not going the way, they want to nip it in the bud straight away. They're like, guys, we're getting into bad habits. This is what we did in Kafe. We're getting way too slow. Speed it up. Because if you don't take that time out now, you do the exact same thing in the next round. G2 are only 2 rounds behind you. And at that point, what can you change? I love the timing of this one. And honestly, if you're G2 as well, what's wrong with saying, keep it up? Keep that aggression on defense. You know that if you punch them in the face early on, they go into their shells and they play so slowly.
2 rounds in a row for G2. So from 5-1 to now 5-3, we go basement bank off the back of this timeout. Dare I say, pressure on this round now for NIP. Otherwise, it's 5-4. You lose after a timeout, and you lose on one of the better defensive sites on this map. Yeah, there's pressure on this round, most certainly.
Spoke about Tachank as well, about the fact that he's so multifaceted. You can create rotates in the blink of an eye. Those Tamika launchers, you've got way more of those than you have smoke canisters that you can use to delay time. Looks like they're going to leave the open area hatch soft for now. Alama will probably play above at some point. He'll open that hatch, retract back towards the site. But Doki and Alama, they're going to play together. You've got Blaz playing over by elevator, so 3 defenders for G2. Playing on the main floor. Pino over by ATMs will begin to drone everything in, and way back on open air, you've got just an attempt from Hates to find an early kill, but this is just what I always like to call the fishing stage. You're just trying to see if you can maybe catch somebody early, but there's so much time to work with.
Funnily enough, in Europe, Lockers and CCTV has the highest defensive win rate. In South America, though, it has the equalized attacker win rate.
Something's got to give.
Something's got to give. NIP will be liking their chances here. G2 will be liking their chances here. Essentially a 5-man stack for G2 basement. Blaz's first floor out of this, but he'll drop in, well, as I'm saying it, he's already then dropped. Lair will play blue stairs on the smoke with the shotgun. Good position to hold.
Look, it's the timing thing, right? 1 minute and 20 gone. You fall back to site. You've used up enough time. You've still so many opportunities. Now you're getting some pressure from above, so you fall back to red. It's G2, they're playing tempo. They're not giving away ones. They're putting enough pressure to use up that time, because even though there's so much of it, I still think it's always been NIP's worst enemy.
Got to get these shock drones into sight, deal with the Vulcan canisters. Just over a minute. I do agree. I think time right now is in favor of G2 unless NIP change things up quickly. They can rotate over towards Vault. When you've got these ROUs as well, it is versatile. Allows this Vault drop to be a little bit more successful. And Koto, Wamai, a nuisance with those magnets. 4 Candelas available for Pino. Vulcan canister popped at the doorway entry position in towards the site. 45 seconds. 3 gas babes still available for Lair though, Gibbs. So it means that there's not going to be much time available for NIP in this round. They are getting stalled out by G2.
Yeah, Cons is the player with the case. He's got no support over by server as we get ready for the extra.
It goes deep.
Yeah, the smoke pushes them to go deep.
They might not be ready for this. That's not the conventional way to play this at all. NIP just flipped the switch and go aggressive, and G2 were not ready. They thought they had stalled them out. They thought they would respect those gas babes, but no, disregarded them completely and flawlessly. NIP show us what they can do on that site, and not playing in the conventional way catches G2 off guard.
And what did NIP do just before that round started? They took a timeout, they spoke about it, and they were able to execute that to perfection. At that time, there was only one player over by server. That was the guy with the case. And as you said, no respect, just sprinted straight through.
How many times do you see that gas babe, and then it's the fallback into server out of respect of it? And it's then, okay, I'm not going to go deep to just stick behind the bomb chassis. You see that sometimes as well. It's the third option. I'm going to go past the bomb chassis. I'm going to peek red. I'm going to shoot. You're not ready for that, are you? Because you're expecting me to plant because there's so low time.
And you know what?
And they had the vault pinch as well.
And what enabled that was the fact that both the hatches were in control of NIP as well. So you can't swing through the rotate to stop the plant from going down. You can't swing below the other hatch in open area because it's the exact same story. So, match point NIP. I should say map point NIP in the second game of this best of 3. One more round in regulation will secure a trip to Lair. But for G2, they force overtime. They could end the series here and now. They'll go. Looks like they're going to go for that same double Mira setup inside of Janitor.
It's been rough for Doki, Alamau, and Lair. Lair 1 kill in 8 rounds. Alamau 1 in 9 rounds and Doki 2 in 9 rounds. I mean, it's been really difficult to find success for G2 when you've got 3 of the 5 players that just can't find kills. They're just losing all their battles.
It actually looks worse than things looked for NIP at the same stage in the last map, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So 6-3, 3 opportunities now for Ninjas in Pajamas to close out this second map of the series and force us to Lair, the decider for this quarterfinal matchup. A reminder, the winner of this game will play the winner of Virtus.pro and Furia. It doesn't get any easier.
I don't even know which one of those 2 teams you'd want to face. Like, as
Virtus.pro in current form, not really. Yeah. Furia at their very best, no, not at all.
Did you hear what Gulls said on the broadcast yesterday? It was like, it actually might get easier for Furia and W7M for whatever team qualifies. But at the early stages of the round, they'll open up that elevator, rotate the Kanto position, which gives you full line of sight and cuts off all the rotates. So Loira will be forced now to play inside stock for the rest of the round. Repelling on the windows now is Pino. No real pressure from G2 onto positions like Square. Instead, they're electing to play over by stock, keep Alamo in sight. There's no buck from below like they had success with last time from clearing Alamo's position. So for NIP, you can take a lot of space, but G2 are still holding the position that was a problem from NIP the last time they tried to execute on the site.
Well, often you see the Yana these days either, to be honest. Hates 8-4, feeling like he's got that license and he found the opening pick onto Stomp him, but 2 back for G2. Leaves them breathing here on bank. Player advantage. Up goes Fantasy towards main stairs. Steps on the goo mine. Expects the pressure up close from the Legion of Loira. Loira, I'm not sure exactly what he was trying to do there. He went for the top rope jump down and Fantasy will get the free kill with the pistol. Makes it a 3 versus 3. Well over a minute left.
Look at the setup that NIP have. It's 2 hard breachers and the Zoth. this point in time. And then you look on the other side of the coin, we're on land. 2 players for G2 with DMRs can sit back and hold long-range angles.
And defenders rather separate as well.
Yep.
Blaz first floor, Alamau by himself, and Janitor basically on an island. Doki's long desk, he can help out a little bit. Pino top square opening up towards the site. Breach successful. Alamau not moving at all, but he's only had 1 kill so far on this entire map. Needs to really find a second at minimum to help out G2 in the final 30 seconds. Pino expecting that Janitor swing, and Alamau did catch out Wizard. Towards Banana goes Fantasy, losing the battle outside front desk. Nicely done from G2. They stay alive and keep the pressure on NIP.
There was a second when I was watching that, and the flank was coming from the attackers. Everyone was facing towards square, but the barbed wire came in clutch. You hear the barbed wire, you turn around, you win the gunfight. It is now 6-4. NIP still on match point. G2 a little bit closer, but we're starting to see the players that you called out for not having the impact on this map that you would want, starting to get a couple of kills. Look, I'm always biased as a caster. I want to get as many maps as possible. I want 3 maps, and we're in a great position to do so. But if G2 pull this one back as well, it'll be
5-1 down.
Exactly.
To close out the series and progress to a semi-final, it'd be one for the ages. Certainly this new look G2 would be one of their better series wins.
Yep. Where do you rank this G2 team when you think back to some of the old ones?
Too early.
You think it's... Early signs are positive, though?
Very positive early signs. Too early, though. Let's reconvene that conversation maybe by, let's say, after SI next year. You could gain a little bit more intel. Long way to go still for this G2 roster, but so many promising signs here at the Esports World Cup. But if they cannot win the next 2 rounds, a 3rd map will be needed, and who knows what can happen on Lair.
Looking like the lineup, again, you bring the glass, so you're hoping to catch players out with a lot of that utility. You know, you look at the attacker, they've brought 4 smokes in the back pocket, 4 nades. The drone economy is actually excellent, but that's par for the course on a map like Bank. There's so many places that you can hide them where they're difficult to spot, so information game should
Impressive
be...
from Stompin here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, right. Look at this, but the Sumika should stop it, but NIP have shown they have no real respect.
Got to be careful of this glass, though. Alamau is there on the Warden, of course, to help counter. This is not often that you'll see like a 2v2 over towards Garage. I would imagine for NIP, their thinking is maybe we have Stomp and Pinch. Alamau must continue to help out and cannot leave Stompin here stranded on an island. That means for 2 members of the defense, now with then only 2 other players in the building, NIP can utilize the numbers advantage elsewhere and keep these 2 distracted.
Full information on these players too, but as you spoke about, Wizard and Pino on the other side of the map are getting ready to push over from that server side in a little few minutes time, and it's the Tachanka that you're holding here too. This is one of the operators that can slow down any execute times.
If Hades finds this pick over towards Blaz, really opens up the map, and Stompin will fall to the glass, and G2 themselves might fall as a team here on Bank. 3 players left standing, the push to come down the hallway. Hades didn't even fire a shot. He just kind of walked past the bullets. Alamau got beaten as well towards Garage. And NIP are now on the verge of sending us to a 3rd map in this quarterfinal.
Big gunfight here. Can Lair step up? 4 and 9. Playing on the smoke as things stand. Blaz playing. They're right beside each other as they go back towards. But this is where
they slow it down. They drone.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. This is where you slow it down. Work out where those 2 players are playing. If there's anything NIP are good at, it is slowing the tempo down when they need to.
Very Brazilian style of Siege right now. Big advantage, but you don't rush in. Head of steam, slow, approach, get the drone intel. By the way, there's 2 Vulcan canisters in there, but they can't get anywhere near to pop them, and the plant will go down from cons. So now Lair in a 1v4 post-plant, despite that kill onto Hates, he essentially needs the full-blown ace in the next 40 seconds. Very much not going to be possible. Knockdown onto Fantasy. Cons has already called the good half. He is that confident. 1 gas bay for Lair. Past the bomb chassis. 2 players close inside of server. Frag grenade keeps him at bay for a little bit longer. Gas babe in hopes of maybe keeping them away from this door. Yellow ping information. But sorry, Laura, that time is against you. There is no time left. We will go to Lair. That third map is required. The Brazilians have sent us to Lair in this quarterfinal. The Ninjas in Pajamas have woken up after their dismal display on Kafe. They're far too strong on Bank.
G2 couldn't nip this game in the bud early on. We're going to a third map, as you said as well. A map where I think both teams will be tested. But look at that, 3 players up into the double digits. Cons is up there, Fantasy is up there. That is what we expect from NIP. And now it is just essentially a best of one between these two sides to find out who will progress at EWC and whose journey will end here on Thursday.
I mean, a fantastic match where NIP were just far too good in that first half. They were the ones flexing their muscles in a similar fashion to what we saw from G2 on Kafe. G2 then started to get things back a little bit, but again, it's basically the same story, copy-pasted from the first map to the second, but we had a role reversal of the teams. That's really the main difference.
And I wasn't expecting it. Like, everything looked like it was going to go G2's way in the early stage of that game, but NIP came swinging back. I'm going to ask you right now, because I know that we all love being the one to ask that question. Any predictions before we go to a break on who will win the third map?
You're going to have to watch and find out, Gibson. That's the correct answer. Short break on the other side. The final map of this quarterfinal is required.
Lately, I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling deeper than I fly. I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him.
So it comes down to the final map of this best-of-3 quarter-final. Win, you progress to a semi-final. Lose, and your time at the Esports World Cup comes to an end. Comes down to Lair, a map that both teams have had success on, Gibson, in recent time, and it promises to be, hopefully, a grandstand finish for these two teams who have shown equal strength on the two maps we've played thus far.
Yeah, we were talking about it in the break. I think that neither of them are going to be upset with the 3 maps that we got in this series, as they all have positive memories here. But you look back, the last time G2 played this map was in a best-of-3 against Team Secret, who are still alive in the tournament as well, and they won that game in overtime with a score of 8-6. However, earlier on in the season, we did see NIP play there during SAL, and they won a game on there 7-0.
Yeah, against Black Dragons. They did lose to Liquid on this map 7-8, but Liquid's really good on Lair. And G2 themselves did also lose on Lair here at the Esports World Cup against Shopify Rebellion. Rather defender-sided map. Starting on the defense will be G2, so that's where you want to be in the first half to get yourself, into a good score position. But it means for NIP, they kind of get the first crack at things to try and steal some attacker rounds in the first half and put the pressure on G2.
And there's almost like a poison chalice winning the first round in this game, because whichever team in the previous 2 maps won the first round went on to lose it.
The next 5 rounds.
Exactly. So, it's been a case of just growing into the game for some of these teams. G2, of course, massive expectations coming in from Europe. People arguing the best team we have in Europe right now. And NIP, 3rd place team in Brazil. People argue that Brazil, well, I don't think you could even have to make the argument anymore. Brazil is the strongest region in Siege at this point in time. And you look at the teams that they usurped to get here. Liquid aren't here. Los aren't here. NIP beat tons of excellent opposition inside of SAL. They've earned the right to be here, and I don't think that anybody can take them lightly.
You think back to the Esports World Cup last year, the 4 Brazilian teams, all 4 made the playoffs, and then 3 of the 4 made the semi-finals. Of course, we know who ended up winning the whole thing, but if NIP were to lose here at the G2 and then Virtus.pro beat Furia, it would mean no Brazilian teams make top 4. I can't recall the last major event in Rainbow Six Siege where that has happened. I'd have to think really long and hard about that one as we head into the ban phase. As I mentioned before, G2 will begin on the defense, which is very much a defender-sided map player. Clash, Monty, banned out. I love to see that. I don't want to see the shield play here on the final map, and it's quite ironic that Jasmine said at the start of the show, no more best of 1s, it's all best of 3s. Well, guess what? This becomes essentially a best of 1 now.
And I love it. As they look at the situation now, we get to the next ban phase, and G2, obviously, are going to go for different attacking bans than what they did historically. Like, they usually like to get rid of hard breachers on a map like this, but they have gotten rid of Monty and Ying, 2 staples of Brazilian play. But first round, real good chance. Maybe we'll finally see a team take advantage of a first round victory. But on a map like Lair, the one thing that Lair provides that I think no other map really does is there's so many positions that you have to clear. There's so many spots that a roaming defender could be in that could cause you problems going to the late game. And with G2 starting on defense, they got to take advantage of that.
Well, it comes down to this. Best of 1. Winner moves on to the semi-final. It's been a bit of a fairy tale kind of stage overall for Ninjas in Pajamas in terms of what they were able to do in the South America League and the qualification to the Esports World Cup and their performance here. Does that fairy tale come to an end here in the quarterfinals for G2? Winners of EML, expectations finally placed on this roster once again. But could it all come crashing down? One of these two teams, well, their fairy tale does come to an end today.
Yeah, and I always feel like just by playing under the G2 tag, there's inherently more pressure on you because of what legacy players did for this team. So this version of the roster, you always expect one. But you could argue this, like, NIP are one of the biggest names inside of Siege. Yes, they've been on the island of irrelevancy for a little while, outbeaten.
About a year and a half.
Yeah, that's an eternity.
It's a long time
inside.
in esports.
We've got a new Siege, essentially, since then.
So what can they do on the attack here for Ninjas in Pajamas? Stealing these early attack rounds will be so vital to release that pressure eventually into the second half. If they've got a couple of attack rounds under their belt, means for G2 they need to be switched on. Kafe, one-sided. Bank, one-sided. Will Lair prove to be a little bit different and create a more evenly matched up environment?
A lot of the G2 players playing tight together at this point in time, using the verticality of this map. And as you can see, players inside of display, storage, mask room, all looking to provide a problem. Now, Hates will continue to open up that site wall with the Maverick. G2 should have eyes on when they elect to plant. And something that G2 were very open to was that little... Oh, there we go, Alamo with the first kill on the Fantasy. I was about to say, they didn't really get the opening kill all that often, and Alamo will straight in with the abuse.
Not going to lie, though, for Alamau, there was not any abuse on Bang because he could barely find a kill. But he feels confident off the back of that opening pick. Isn't in control for Cons. Not often you see Punks and Briefing as the opening site choice when it does come to Lair. It's actually attacker-sided in the South America League. That's not really conventional. Gumine stepped on for Wizard. Logic Bomb was sent out. Just under a minute remaining. NIP have had moments where they can play rather slow in the series thus far and been at their best when they pick up their pacing.
Blaz is inside of security as well. The Logic Bombs are going to be deployed, so that'll give away the positions of so many of these players at this point in time. But you got to look at that Blackbeard being so important for this attack. You can see Cons.
Hates is ready for this, though, and Blaz is going to have no idea that he's sitting dark, but he does not lose his life. Only a shoulder tap. Hates has not got the time to sit there and watch, though. 24 seconds. They found at least one pick onto Doki, but Alamau finds his second already in the round. Feels like he's already matched his total from Bank. Blank going down, but it has been pinged up. Cons will stand up. Try and take the fight back to Alamau and wins it. And suddenly from the disadvantage for NIP, they could take this round. But Loira and Stompin are still alive for G2. Loira shuts down Wizard on the flank, but the plant will be successful. Now becomes a retake scenario for G2.
Really important now that the Blackbeard does not take any unnecessary risks. Force G2 into that air. 2 versus 2.
Cons goes down. Stompin up above.
Yeah, he's going to go down, so it's all down to the Maverick now in this post-plant situation. Now, as it stands, look where Hates is over on the map feed. He's a long ways away from that diffuser, but he's got an angle to work with.
Got to play this smart, G2. You got 2 bodies, 2 players alive. Play together. They know where Hates is now in the long angle, watching the kit. 12 seconds. Main thing for Hates here is less the kills and more so the time delay, but he gets taken down, and with that, it will be diffused by G2. They take this round in a nail biter to kickstart Lair. Stompin and Loira, the dynamic duo for G2, get them on the board.
The Blackbeard fallen was critical for G2 to win that round, but remember, every single map in this series, the team that went on to win the first round lost the series. So G2 will be looking to rewrite history in this game against NIP. But first round underway, NIP lose. They got the case down. You thought that this was a brilliant scenario to be in, but G2 held the ground, got the job done. Now they're going to go back up to the top floor, up towards Master Office to reset things up. Anything about this site? Because obviously you've had more opportunities to cover this map that I have.
Very much plays into that slow play style. Almost think top floor Kafe in terms of you're not going to have a lot of that map control. You're going to poke and prod around the site itself. A lot of work needs to be done on the breaches. So the exterior is going to be where a lot of the battle is. The mezzanine control as well. Probably see some fights there.
Do you want an update from the games on the A stream?
Yes, but I feel like I'm not going to like the update.
So close your ears if you don't want to know what the score is, if you plan on watching it later. But Team Secret have won Chalet. They will progress. Weibo go home. But again, based on the start they had to APL this year, the fact they got this far is definitely shoots of growth for them. But we still got to send another team home here on Lair.
I think it says a lot about Secret. I know you could kind of look at it and say, well, it's an APAC team, but Weibo's strength yesterday was outstanding. They've been on the rise, but Secret, they look like a roster to me that's just so quietly getting it done. They might not get the plaudits of a G2, for instance, and I know they obviously, in Secret, didn't win EML, but yeah, they're showing some really good strength to kickstart this campaign of Siege this year, and on their path towards, you know, the majors and SIs, they're going to be a threat to come. And Secret will now play the winner of our next game, and Shopify Rebellion and Space Station sets up a NAV-EU battle for a semi-final.
Look, they're my dark horses for this event. I trust the coach. And Secret will do pretty well, and they've now secured another game on the main stage. But we're well underway on this map. As things stand, we've got some pressure being opened up as the Selma charges will now go off. If you look at the positions of NIP, they're really trying to choke it out, right? all of them are on the exterior, on north, south, east, and west of the map, just trying to pinch those defenders into place.
So far, what you would expect, though, from top floor Master R6. Again, that slow approach, it can certainly play into the favor of NIP. They love that slow, structured setup. So calculated in the way that they attack at times. Nitrocell in hand for Doki. Through it, but over the shoulder of Fantasy. After Fantasy did land a couple of bullets into Doki, so that Nitrocell gets wasted.
Yeah, needs some pressure. Doki needs some help here to get rid of Fantasy playing on top of Mez. Fantasy, really not worried. There you go, there's the swing, but Fantasy wins those.
Fantasy was ready for the battle towards the mezzanine to eventually come through, but he was not ready for the angle held by Doki, hiding behind the chair. Big kill from Doki, and Wizard will fall on the Grim.
Another player goes
Another
down.
door swing from G2. They're trying to be aggressive against NIP, disrupt this setup that the Brazilians want to employ. Lair knocked down, up close. Alamau shotgun. He's feeling it here on Lair in comparison to the previous map, but maybe overcooked, overswung and punished by Pino. Blaz is the only one that's standing now with 30 seconds left. And he pushes. He wants to battle Pino.
A 2v1 decision to be made. Do you go to get Lair back on his feet? You can't really go for it. The fight's going to happen. NIP, they're going to get the round one, and they will level the sides once more. It's deja vu all over again, the way these maps play.
It's massive. Massive for NIP. They get an attacking round on the best defensive side on this map. That is a round in which G2 need to be winning.
This is you need a 4-2 if you're G2. I really feel like this is one of the maps where you got to capitalize on it. If NIP can get a 3-3 half, they'll be in a wonderful position, but it's so far away.
Sets them up then to be the favorites going into the second half if they can do that. Early days. It's funny, you mentioned the curse of winning the first round. For those unfamiliar, Kafe, it was NIP. An incredible display in that opening round, and then lost 5 rounds straight after, and the same was the case on Bank, where G2 incredible in the first round and then lost 5 rounds straight. I'm not implying it will happen here again, but hey, funnier things have happened.
Well, correlation
and a repeat
causation
as well, which does make sense here for G2.
And you know what? I'd love to see NIP win a round or two now, just to see if it really puts the fear into G2 that, oh no, we're in that situation all over again. I'm looking behind me, and you can see G2 players, they still look very relaxed. I'd say the most relaxed player on the G2 is probably Stompin'. And he's probably, you know, he's sitting there going, the newest, the rookie player. And I guess the big thing is, he's got no scar tissue. He's not lost from situations like this before, and that's always something worth talking about, because the doubt's not going to creep into someone like that.
And don't forget, Alamau was confident after the first round, started throwing out bot comments once again that we saw earlier on Kafe. Not really going out on Bank. Haven't seen much trash talk, though, from NIP, but as they're winning these rounds, they're starting to find their voice more and more.
There's nothing better than the Brazilian roar on LAN, and as NIP keep winning rounds, they'll get louder and louder. Now we're in this round. Fantasy has already made his way inside the map at this point, as he will push his way on over. Might run into some resistance from Alamau on the opposite side, currently standing inside a storage. He's playing on the smoke, so he can hold back Fantasy for a little while, but hits with the buck below should be able to clear out that position.
Track's out. Sting is active.
Cons is getting closer and closer to Alamau here.
Vulcan canister fire will expire. Gas Babe thrown out by Alamau, sensing pressure. Playing a very pivotal part of the map here for this top floor defense. Not afford to lose his life there in a peak. 2 Pino outside on the exterior at the balcony. Alamau definitely being tested now by NIP. The Blackbeard with the shield up, no damage done. Gas Babe and fall back, Vulcan canister popped, and Pino finds an angle onto Lair. It's a long angle on the entry.
tough. This is tough. This is really, really dangerous now for Alama with pressure coming his way. 3 members.
No gas pipes left either.
Yep, nothing left to stall back the push as 3 members from NIP all begin to push their way over through storage. They've got to rotate back into sight. Now G2, they've still got Blaz over by paintings, making sure that nobody can vault in that side, but Alamau's going to go down.
Wizard taking the battle with Blaz. Blaz may feel like he has to go for this peak, find a pick back. Otherwise, they're getting overwhelmed here by the attack once again on this top floor. This would be disastrous for G2, and they lose Doki as well. Down to Stompin and Blaz. Blaz will win his battle, and so did Stompin. But as soon as he comes back around that corner, losing his life and leaves the rookie alone in a 1v3, the Blackbeard's too strong. The shield stays standing, and NIP will find a second attacking round on top floor. Lair.
And now we're starting to see those trends happen over again. NIP, 2 rounds on attack. G2, they're reeling, they're falling back, they're giving up way too much space here on Lair, and NIP are taking advantage of it. And the thing is, right, you looked at the setup that G2 brought. You had Alamo in storage with those toxic babes. You had multiple of the Goyo canisters in those positions for the Flames to just slow it down. But it only slowed down about 1.5 minutes. That is not long enough for the utility that they brought.
So they give up on top floor then,
yep.
Okay? We'll go basement, we'll try there, maybe that will work. This is the concern now for me though, Gibson, is that if basement doesn't work and a 3rd attacking round is found for NIP, at that point, mentally for G2, you can't help but think, what do we now do? This is supposed to be defender-sided, and we can't defend any of these key primary sites.
And the thing is, globally, you look at basement on Lair, it's a toss of a coin. It's like 47% attacker win rate. So this is by no means a safe site whatsoever for G2.
Funnily enough, though, in South America League, it's a 62% defensive win rate. So there might be a world in which, for NIP being a Brazilian team in that region, they, along with the others in that region, may struggle a little bit in attacking this site. That could be a benefit for G2. And dare I say, I feel like they must win this round. If they lose this round, instant timeout, but then you've already given NIP the result they really would have wanted in this first half, which is 3 attacking rounds. You will be so far behind the 8 ball. In a do-or-die final map quarterfinal.
And then you look at this map, right? They've castled off over by barrels because a lot of teams, what they'll do is they'll put a little bit of pressure over by warehouse, and then they'll work and take control of above. You know, they'll try to take control of armory, create some vert, isolate individual gunfights. And when you looked at the game against Shopify, one of the things that Shopify did really well was play into that. You know, really made it difficult to take the control of that map, catch the attackers as they come down the site. So maybe G2 just learned something in that game that they can utilize. One thing I do like, when you bring the castle and you give it to somebody like Stompin, he can put those barricades down.
Oh no, Alamau, who started 3-1, now 3-4, and no longer talking inside of the server. Easy entry for Fantasy. Blaz got overwhelmed as well, finished off by Wizard, and just like that, 2 early kills for NIP. We haven't even seen basement yet. It's the roam game that has failed for G2.
That Scopo's gone, and that's one of your C4s, I believe, as well, that's been taken out of play. Inside this game, actually. So you've got 2 C4s left alive. Scopos is gone. You can't afford to lose those operators in their stage. And it's criminal to lose Scopos, because if the pressure's on, you run around the corner, you get safe, and you just teleport back to site.
Once again, G2 are on the back foot at this position. Constantly where they were at on bank. And it feels like now it's become permanent. The doubt starts to creep in. NIP just need to keep playing that slow play style, but they lose Hades to Stompin towards Medical and makes the escape down the hallway and can also get back to site. Wants to keep taking these fights though, in hopes that he will keep getting aggressed upon by NIP. He did well to stall out and still made his way back to basement. Under a minute left. Still a player advantage though for NIP. Stompin doing everything he possibly can to give G2 a lifeline here in this 4th round. But he is pinched, he is cornered, he is stuck. Is there a way in which he can get himself out of this situation? The timing might help him. Cons. Wizard, though, catches him at the stairwell. Stompin will fall. Lair and Doki, the only 2 left standing now.
Yeah, Wizard, he's pushed down to the bottom of these filtration stairs. The head holes, but there's nobody there. They'll try to delay outside some time now at this point from Doki, but NIP in a brilliant position. But Doki will find one, going to 3 versus 2. This next fight could be there, but look, the Flames are going to hold them out. A little bit of damage done. Loira gets one.
And
this
Wiz is low. Loira gets a second and a third. The Demon has arrived on Lair to save G2 in what looked like a round going the way of NIP. Loira reminds them.
A 4 versus 2, and G2 win the round out, but it's all about choke points. There was, yes, you're down the numbers, but there's only one real place that they're going to push from because of how much time that NIP used, and G2 took advantage once more.
That is a massive reprieve for G2. Staring down the barrel of 3-1 deficit, they claw it back courtesy of Doki and Loira. Doki played that so well, went prone actually on site when the pressure was coming from NIP. They scout, they don't see, he pops up, he gets free kill, and then Loira is able to play off of that and get a couple himself. G2 take a timeout at 2-2 on the scoreline because they definitely yeah, they still got some things to talk about clearly.
The first minute, everything went wrong. You lose a player in the first 10 seconds, then you lose the Scopos. Yes, you won the round, but it wasn't based off tactical brilliance, it was based off phenomenal individual plays. So G2 need to fix it, because if they keep playing like that on defense, there's definitely more rounds that can be found for NIP.
You cannot create holes in space on a map like Lair. The attackers will then just filtrate throughout the map. They will then be able to take so much control. And that's what we saw in that previous round. And again, you could kind of see that NIP wanted to play that slow style once they had the advantage. Credit to Stompen, though. He was able to get one back at an important time. Had he lost his life there, we're talking about a 5-on-2.
Yep.
That's even more difficult then.
And look at the site we're going to. Bonk's briefing. Remember we went here in the very first round of the game, and NIP got the case down, and it came down to a 1 versus 1 with just a couple
1v2.
Yeah, but one player was going for the defuse, the other one was swinging, and it was right down to the wire. NIP did something similar. They found a few picks in the early stages onto G2 and created holes on the site. So for G2, it's confidence to come back here despite that first round.
The rounds that we've had on Lair have certainly been closer in nature than what we had in the first 2 maps. And the map itself now at 2-2 is also closer in nature. So looks like we're getting a top finish here for what's been a top quarterfinal so far. But a long way to go for both of these two teams. NIP's not going to be too fearful right now. They've already gotten 2 attacking rounds. Kind of job done. Still 2 more opportunities to find 1 more. They are in the better position. G2 still need to get more defensive rounds on a map like Lair. Bunks and briefing. 5th round. The most important thing for G2 is they've got to stop giving these entry wins to NIP. I know you want to be aggressive. You want to get into the face of the attackers. But try and find a way to just be a little bit more survivable.
Loira, the only defender currently playing inside of Bunks. The rest of the attackers are on that top floor, setting up something similar that we saw over by Storage in our 6th room a little while ago, which will make it a little bit of a time delay. Like you can see Stompin playing on the Ella can play off the back of those Grismot mines. If someone pops off, he can swing, take on that gunfight when things are working his way. But one thing you got to worry about is the fact that Cons is bringing the blitz. NIP have had success with shields when we've come here, so do not let them take too much ground for free. 1:40 to go though, not a single bullet fired in anger against any members of the opposition either way. This all plays into the favor of G2.
Fantasy wanting to get that air jab out towards the deployable shield, make that no longer playable. Does do so successfully. Blaz at the end of this corner though. Fantasy's trying to push deep. He may get timed here on the swing, but Blaz doesn't think about going for it. And maybe in the earlier rounds, he would have. That seemed to be more of their mindset, but he falls back, wants to play with his teammates. Fantasy flashing himself.
This is all so slow and so patient. Blaz playing inside of server. Doki not too far away either as he currently stays inside our 6th room. Now the shield will start pushing in towards server. You look to clear position, but Loira will find the opener with the C4. Now the momentum is going to go in favor of G2. And there's a 2nd kill. G2 taking control.
Well, guess what? You value your life, you stay alive, you protect the site, you protect the area, you get the round win. G2 bring it back to the basics. No more running around. That gets them fired up. 2 rounds in a row for G2.
3 rounds on defense, though. Is that enough? Do you feel they still need to win one more round and take a 4-2 split? Because if with this map being as defender-sided as it can be, you'll find that NIP will be more than happy with 2. If they can get a 3rd, that is a bonus. And we're going to go back to the top floor. It's master or 6th room to close out the half. And funny enough, this is the most globally the most defender-sided
But it's where they've
site.
struggled.
I know. It's the irony of it all, right?
So final round of this half. If G2 can get it to 4-2, that is job done.
Yep.
That's the pass mark. For both teams, it's not to suggest that for G2 they will have end up, sort of winning the half. You're on defense, Lair. The expectation is to get these rounds.
I'm looking at the setup as well for G2. They're heavily reliant of Goyo. They have been all game long. You've got the fact that Doki will be playing with the Tachanka. He's got the shield set up not too far away from Mask, and he'll be looking to stop any push coming from that Mez side. Loira, you look at this part of the setup. Usually, you'll see teams reinforce off one of the walls and contest with NIP when they walk into the building, but they're completely surrendering it. They're using the door as the early detection signals, and when it's shot open, you know someone's pushing, and then Doki from behind the shield will be able to use the Zmika to stop the push through Mez.
If G2 could just keep it basic here, similar to the previous round, the fallbacks, not over-peaking, not overstepping their mark, it means that NIP have to create more themselves, because I think the early part of this half, NIP themselves didn't have to create a lot because G2 were coming at them. So for G2, it's been a big change-up ever since that tactical timeout. And I know you said, they won the round, they made it 2-2, but then they called the timeout. Well, arguably, they probably should have lost that round. It should have been 3-1. So clearly they had things to work on.
And the timeout helped. They came back and they won that next round in outstanding fashion.
That clutch from Loira and Doki has salvaged this map and potentially their time at this tournament.
Yeah, well,
Alamau, though, has still not found a kill since the opening round.
He's not really had the best day at the office here on Lair so far, but...
And he's the smoke as well.
Yeah. That's actually a great point, because he's the operator that's in by storage. Well, so then now Loira has to take that position of fighting from inside the storage and stopping that push from the other side.
And less stall out possible without the gas canisters. Pino is low in response to that opening pick. Did take some damage back. 4 drones remain for NIP. Make that 3.
Cons is alone with the case, by the way. He's the one pushing through Skybridge at this moment in time. The rest of the members of NIP are pushing the other side of the map. So Loira is going to do some damage. He's going to step right. He's going to drop below. That's clever with the fact that Doki with the Zmika stops that from happening.
And Cons on the backside finds the pick onto Loira, not expecting it. Fully anticipating their swing towards the mezzanine. Blaz, what a pick though onto Fantasy. Great headshot from the elevated position. Wizard still outside in the exterior. Fighting Blaz, who's trying to defend this mezzanine position.
Cons rotating down right his way as well. Blaz will make it a 3v3, but pushing on to Mez is Cons with the case. He's got Blaz, though, to deal with. He's having a massive impact on this game as he'll rotate back towards it.
Cons, Pino, both very low. This is very winnable for G2, especially on defense in a 3v3 with low time remaining in the round. Not much that Stomp and Blaz and Doki need to do from here, but hold their positions. Stay alive. Watch these doorway positions, but Stompin lost his life. Traded though by Blaz rather quickly, but then Doki falls. It's all down to Blaz. 2 players that are very low at quarter now looking for the ace. 1 second in time. Cons needs to find a pick and can't do it. It may not be an ace from Blaz, but the 4 kills do enough for G2 to find their 4th round. How fitting.
Do you know how much reserve he had this show? He had a quad kill. You're thinking I can get the ace, but he didn't take the risk. He knew just by staying behind the shield that the round was won. Not a lot of players would show that restraint.
G2. Oh, what a game so far. So they win 3 rounds straight. Started with that Loira clutch. And they've kicked on ever since. NIP now go defense themselves.
I don't even know where this game can go from here. We know how strong this map is for the defending side, but G2 have done what they needed to do. They won their 4 rounds, and this now becomes a massive pendulum round. If G2 can win the opening round at attack and go to 5-2 on the scoreline...
Oh, they'll have very little pressure for quite a while.
And look at the other side of the stage. It's going to get so... There's going to be so much pressure on the NIP. Now, NIP do still have their timeout. It's worth keeping that in mind as we move on to the second half of this game. G2, they backed themselves. Ram, he used his timeouts, and they won a couple of rounds off the back of it. That was just really good. He saw something he didn't like on the attacks or on the defenses. They solved it. They get the 4-2 half.
Big games always have big moments. You never know when it's going to be your moment. Lair in one round, Blaz in another. We're talking about some crucial moments. And G2 won both of those. NIP haven't really had their moment just yet here on Lair that goes their way. They've controlled a lot of this game. They've been good in large patches, but in terms of the clutches and the 1vx's, 2vx's, that's where G2 have been more successful so far in the opening half, but they were on defense, and those are a bit more viable on defense. But as you said, this opening round now, the second half becomes oh so crucial. G2 make this 5-2, and NIP is sweating bullets.
It's not even the scoreline, though. It's the fact that G2 won so many close rounds. Apart from one round where they dominated by winning over by server, every round was like a 1v1 or a 1v2. It was brought to the brink. You think back to that big play where it was a 2 versus 4, and they're able to get it over the line. So for NIP, stand strong on the defense. G2 will work incredibly hard clearing it. Now, something worth noticing is the fact that Cons is inside operational room. Does Alamau know? Is there a drone? I don't think
he's got no idea.
He has no clue. This could be disaster. Yeah. Oh no, he misses.
Okay. We'll talk about the timing there as Alamau ducked down. Alamau, by the way, is still on 3 kills since the opening round. After he dropped to that bot comment, fortunately his teammates are doing a lot of the heavy lifting. But Cons, well, the sneaky clash finds the opening pick, and boy, does that make this round far more comfortable for NIP to kickstart their own defensive half. No Roteros, no Flores, and though now no Azami. Big pick from Lair. He goes to 7 kills, leading the way for G2.
Minute and 30 seconds to go. 4 versus 4. The clash is still alive as Cons will control Mez, and Stompin might be the next player to push this way as he will try to push over from that operational room. But Cons, he's going to step on it. You've got Clash. It's so easy to step out and look over by Skybridge, clear that 90-degree angle, and then move back. But Stompin pushes in the Mez now, but he's got no support.
Shot in the back. No one watching towards the mezzanine. A lack of position here from the defenders. The Clash will be down temporarily. Doki shuts down Pino. The smoke coming to try and aid the situation. Blaz now feels comfortable to vault in towards display. A peek at the doorway from Hate, and then falls back. Now, Cons did get brought back up, so that is shield standing. 40 seconds left, though. Still a big advantage for G2 here to find an attacking round to kickstart the second half.
Cons, as you said, is so low here as well. So with 30 seconds to go, a C4 will be sent out to the Abyss, and they're going to get no value off the back of it. But Clash needs to stand and hold this position. The orange silhouettes are stacking up. 15 seconds to go. Stompin with the case. If he can get something off a Wizard, G2 can take this round.
He's low, though, and he does get knocked down. 10 seconds left. You have the time for the revive. Apparently you do. 7 now deep into red time. Wizard will stay prone behind the desk. Big nitro from Hate. Big kill as well from Wizard. Stompin's now down, and time runs out entirely for G2. NIP able to stall out long enough. Cons, he got knocked, but he got brought back up. And he was able to do enough towards the server side of the map to keep them at bay for as long as possible on that clash. And Hate's on site doing a decent job as well. Full credit to NIP, because Gibson, it looked like it was slipping away from them.
It really did, and it's not like G2 to lose a round to triple zeros as well. So at that point, you gotta think NIP win a crucial round in this game. They start off their defense the right way, and now they're going to look to tie the sides as we're going to go for that site swap. Now, it does look like they've gone down to the basement, so as we said, it's a site which you pointed out, 60+% win rate for the defenders on the site. And in SAL, this is an SAL team. They'll be hoping that the stats ring true in this game.
51% attacker, though, for EML. Again, it's funny how the overall defensive win rate on Lair between the two regions is actually quite equal.
Yep.
But it's the sites that are a little bit different in the way that they're all played and the numbers. Certainly G2 had some opportunities, but also so did NIP to probably ground down an easier round win, considering they got that opening pick onto Alamau. They had the early 5v4, but then Cons gets caught running through sight in the back, through the doorways, and then that kind of changed things a little bit, and I felt like midway through that round, G2 certainly got themselves into an advantaged position, but just failed to capitalize. Credit to NIP, though. And boy, we're getting a really good finish here on Lair, because we didn't really get this back and forth on the opening two maps.
Talk about getting downed in like the perfect position as well, where they've got cover that you can't get flushed out, and that came back to help NIP. It really bit G2 with that one. A stomping could not take advantage, but as we go down to the basement, you've got, what, two defenders playing in sight. One's by Tetris, one's by Lab, and then way up around the rest of the map is a top floor push. Now, Scopos, one of the things that G2 did not do well on this site was they lost the Scopos early. I want to see if NIP can play that operator a little bit better, use it to waste more time, and then choose the correct time to drop back to site.
Scopos is very much a hit and miss operator. It doesn't always necessarily work out, but if it does, it can be so impactful. Early logic bomb from Stompin'. Good drone work as well here from Alamau. Has eyes on Fantasy inside of Lab.
Yeah, look, it's fully horizontal. So they're ignoring the top floor completely. They're going to push way over from the east to the west as they make their way through the map. A lot of presence inside of lockers here and barrels for the defenders. Doki, he's going to just walk in towards Missile 6 stand. There's nobody there. Pino was really far back. They're giving up so much of this map for free to G2. And with that being the case, Stompin'...
Because they got Vert.
Yeah.
They're hoping that G2 go for this horizontal push without clearing above in terms of briefing. But Stompin' now in security. Vlad's also going first floor. G2 will do their due diligence and look to put the pressure on that first floor. And Logic Bomb Deathmark, by the way. But Hate finds the opening pick onto Stompin', so he lost that battle. And then Cons with a double kill as well. And suddenly, it all falls apart for G2. The attack is null and void. It's flawless from NIP. G2 was setting up, but never got going. Stuck in first gear. And we are tied on Lair.
They walked exactly into the trap that NIP had set. They literally wanted G2 to push horizontally for the main factor of the push and then just have a little bit of presence on the top floor. They take advantage and the sides are level. Round 9. Can NIP get into the lead now on defense, or can G2 on the tertiary site turn things back into their favor?
And if NIP take this round, it'll be 3 in a row, and that's when the doubt starts to creep into the mind of G2. Do we know how to attack this map? Do we know what we're doing here? How do we break down this defense? And it also means that for NIP, defensively, you do that well too. You go through 3 bomb sites, and then guess what? You get to do that again. Put so much pressure on G2. Usually 5-5 comes the very crucial breakpoint kind of round, especially on a third map like this. But right now at 4-4, that almost feels similar in nature. Because if NIP win this, you get to go back to a primary site, and suddenly you could be looking at 6-4 the scoreline.
I think this stream as a whole has had the more entertaining games. I think if you've been hanging out with us over the course of the last few days, you're getting rewarded for the bang for your buck. But we are so close to the conclusion of this game.
Again, it's going to come down to these moments. It really will. In the first half at G2, they won their moments. They took them with both hands. But now, in this second half, we haven't probably had a position like that eventuate, come to fruition, but it certainly will in these next couple of rounds, and you've got to be ready for it. It might be a 1v2 or a 2v3, 2v4. They're all winnable.
Look at the decision-making of the lineup as well. Alamau has brought the shotgun with the Ying, which tells you that they want to play this so up close and personal with that operator, Stompin and Doki, preparing to make their way in through the, you got some pressure by Skybridge, you got Blaz not too far away, but NIP have drawn a line across this map, and they're saying, we're going to give you everything up to this point, and then you're not going to go no further. Now, Lair will go for the backstab for the side of G2 when it does come push to shove, but with so many players still outside the map, they're going to look for that first pick, and I'm looking at the drone economy. They've got plenty to work with, they've got a ton of utility, but they've got to make it work.
Slow creep from Doki here through the Skybridge, but he's flashed by the own Kendala from Alamau. Doesn't really change a lot, though, down towards green. Oh, Fantasy, though, tucked in. Lair will drone him. Fantasy will move off the back of that drone, starting to feel the pressure from two different positions. Doki still pushing down green stairs. Fantasy now full white. They've got to find this kill. They actually find one onto Hates. He goes down at the hands of Blaz. Fantasy went prone and no one came in his direction. Still on the stairs, though. Goes for the run. Holding was Cons. Yeah, Doki kept the shield up because of Cons. The Azami gave him cover, but G2 have the advantage.
Yeah, he got away with that one. He managed to get back to site. Now, you still have lost one, but just like that, Wizard will level the sides once more. But Blaz keeping pressure on the side of G2. Over now by that security side. Cons will hold inside the side, making sure nobody can walk in. 45 seconds. Get on. You look at what G2 are doing right now. Nobody's actively droning.
Oh, Cons
and Cons
again!
gets the kill.
Taking the battle through briefing, but it's Doki with the pistol of all players. Slight advantage for G2, and the ROU goes out. Shield screen up, but Wizard finds the kill onto Doki. Stomp and Lair, the two players you would want in this position, now down to one. And it's the rookie himself in a crucial 9th round. 1v2, 20 seconds. Can he make it happen towards green stairs? Pino and Wizard isolated by themselves. Stompin', you've got to go. You've got to move. This could be your moment here in this match. Wizard will fall back and plays the time, and he plays it well, and there is no kit in hand. And right now, no chance at all given to Stompin'. NIP dare not push forward. They go 5-4 up, and G2 are on the ropes.
And G2 let another round go away. They were in a position to get the one. They got the opening kill. You had a player trapped below the stairs. You allowed him to get back to site. And then those toxic canisters just blew open everything you had. There was nothing Stompin' could really do at that point. NIP, they moved to 5 rounds on the defense. A clean sweep on the opening half of their defending phase. G2 now trailing here on Lair. G2 need to win 2 rounds on attack just to force overtime, and I don't see it happening here.
Well, they haven't done it so far in this half at all. 3 rounds straight now for NIP. Defense prevailing here on Lair. 10th round coming up. NIP now 1 round away from match and series point. Semi-final point could be on the other side of this round unless G2 can finally break through on the attack. In fairness to Stompin', the way that was played in a 1v2 with so low on time, he never, ever had a chance to win that with the way that NIP played it. They did not give him any opportunity to create a highlight reel moment.
And Wizard just retreated. That's all he had to do. Just keep retreating around the corner. You know Stompin's going to hunt for the kills in that situation. They've played it really well. Like NIP, they don't win games based off one star player just dismantling a team.
Well, it's a team effort,
exactly.
And it needs to be. You're playing at this level, you can't just have a single player be the main show.
Doki and Stompin' and Alamau all have been quite... You pointed out, still another round where Alamau has not gotten a kill.
He's 3-1. He's 3-8. That is insane. But he's also now playing a role where I think he understands it's not my day. I can help facilitate the Ying, the Candelas. But whose day will it be for G2 to try and make this happen? Now turning into a comeback as they were 4-2 up. It has been a little bit topsy-turvy for them. They've had good moments and certainly bad moments.
So they're going to try to open up that wall now that gives them direct access in towards Mass. Now I'm looking at the breach. It doesn't really look, at least to what I can tell, like the cleanest breach in the world, but you'll wrap around the other side, you'll open up the other wall. They're at least at the meantime setting up to go for a mask plant. And now I know a lot can change in 2 minutes. That looks like what the objective is. Doki will go down below. He'll try to clear Mez with those fire bolts at some point. You can see for NIP, Pino is going to push down the stairs. He might just meet Doki at that point, but here up at the window, here's that gunfight I was just speaking about.
Pino did go for a little peek down main stairs. Found a loitering Doki. Gas bait, free drone. Hello and goodbye. 5 drones remain now for G2. 90 seconds, flashbang. Looking to push forward and looking to clear out this smoke, and Doki gets the entry to go his way. Doesn't need to over-aggress. Knows that Fantasy's holding that mezzanine position. Pulls out the bolt, but Fantasy's got the bullet into the head of Doki. Not the time for the crossbow. Evens things up now for NIP.
Yeah, and at this point now, Fantasy full control of Mez. Alama with the case over by Operation Room will need to take the fight. Cons is just tucked in the corner as well. Now as it stands, Blaz will rotate over towards Bathroom as another Candela goes off, and Lair will make it a 5 versus 3 as things stand. But they need a little bit more. They're going to use the shotgun, make yourself a rotate move, but you're still nowhere near sight here, Jake.
40 seconds, couple of drones. There's not a lot of information now for G2. We're talking about doorway swings and having to find these people. I think that might have been a missed drone as well onto Hates. Lair coming outside Bathroom now. Wizard up close. Still has a nitro, but he never elects for it. Went for the shotgun. The knife from Lair onto Wizard. Plus the headshot onto Hates opens up this round. Cons in a 1v2. And they make it a 3 though with the revival onto Stompin'. G2 certainly have the numbers. Can Cons play the time? Takes contact with 1. Expecting the push to come through from server, but Lair the Demon shows up in Cons Nightmares. We are tied on this final map.
That means we are going to see every single round in regulation to separate these two teams and potentially even more. G2, a lot of good things. Doki took the ground early, won the fight, but Fantasy got the kill, and you thought, oh, this is going to be maybe an opportunity for NIP to close it out. But Stompin' walked in at an impact, and it forces the NIP timeout. They've saved it in the back pocket. There's just 2 rounds in regulation left. We're going to see both of them. One of these 2 teams is going to get the opportunity to close this one out before overtime. We said it, G2 hadn't won an attacking round yet. They win it after a clean sweep from NIP. They still need to win at least 1 more for overtime. Or could they even find 2?
7-3 on Kafe to G2. 7-4 on Bank to NIP. A series that hasn't really been close in nature. Now tied 5-5 on the final map. Who can get themselves semi-final point, and at the very least, the comfortable OT at minimum. The 11th round, it beckons, it calls. It's Master and R6. G2 finally break through on the attack. Lair has been so sensational at this event. He's doing it once more. Now 12-5 and leading the troops in this do-or-die quarterfinal.
Going to go to the same site once more. So NIP have said, right, you've won it. We can go back, we can do it again. They spoke during the timeout. They decided they want to play this site to give themselves a chance to go. Now, what have they done to change things up? Hates will switch on over to the Mira. It's a mute smoke combo as well. Azami with the Kiba barriers can create a lot of angles that can be difficult for those attackers to push. But on the other side of the coin, what are G2 going to do? They brought the Ying last time. They brought Doki once more on the capital, so they're not changing anything here either. G2, like what they have for the site, I'm going to dare say they pulled that round black from the blink, so they didn't even get to execute the attack that they wanted to, so there's no reason why they can't bring the same 5 operators.
Starting shock drone.
This opening kill is going to be so crucial. G2 themselves back in EML, not known really for being the best entry team, only a 46% entry rate, but they're the best team at converting when they do get it at a whopping 82%.
It's not bad.
It would set them up beautifully. Alamal's still 3 kills, by the way. We'll just keep tabs on that one. But Lair is doing the heavy lifting, and that's all that matters. NIP go top floor. Master R6. It's the safe site. That's where they'll feel comfortable. But right now, I don't know how any of the 10 players inside of the server could feel comfortable.
I think while all that was going on too, they mirror tricked, you know, the impact trick through the mirror window, that opening attempt at a breach, which doesn't allow them the ability to walk in through that section of the map. Now Stompin is still out on that balcony. As things stand, you can safely play there because there's nobody over by Skybridge at this moment in time from NIP. Alamau's going to drone out. Remember, does he see how careful he was to drone that little corner in operation room this time? There's no misdroning this time. It ain't going to happen again.
Well, there's no clash on the board, though.
No.
Obviously banned that one out. But still wanting to make sure that no errors once again happen. A little bit slow this round, though, from G2, but top floor there can play out that way.
They've already taken Mez, though. Like, Alamau's already pushed up there. The keeper bar is going to climb, but Fantasy's going to fall. So G2 have taken a vital bit of control as things stand. Alamau finds another kill on a 4 versus 3
Cons can't get away.
Stompin with another 4v2.
They pick the pace up suddenly out of nowhere, and it catches NIP off guard. Wizard with a shotgun. Can't even find the down, but eventually the kill on the re-swing from Alamau overcooks a little bit, but Wizard low on health. A third kill found for Stompin. Hates is all that's left, and G2 now suddenly on the verge of finding match point at the conclusion of this round, unless Hades can pull off something rather special. A flash, the Nitro was thrown, but it's G2 that have fought back. Match series point to the EML champions. NIP must now force overtime here on Lair.
That is the loudest G2 have been all through today. They are going to get the opportunity to win this 2 times in a row. NIP brought us to the same site, and 2 times in a row, it was the same outcome. G2 win the round. NIP now have one chance to force overtime. If you ask me where I would go if I were them, I'd be going down to the basement, but they have a different thing in mind. They're going to go over towards that storage side, you know. So with that being the case, what do you got to do? NIP, we talked about not giving G2 early picks. That last round, G2 just walked in the mez and found 2.
Well, it's relief. And pressure may be lifted off the shoulders of G2. Even just if it's temporary for this one round, you now can play a little bit more free. Overtime secured. The same cannot be said for NIP. Yes, they're on defense, but they will be feeling the pressure. 5-6 after they won 3 rounds straight and set themselves up nicely with a 5-4 lead. Since then, G2 seemingly out of nowhere flipped the script and have now got match and series point looking ahead to that semi-final. Can NIP make one last stand and force overtime on Lair? They must not play scared. They must not give total map control to G2 and just fall back. You've got to take the ballsy fights. You've got to go at them.
So hard for NIP, though, to not feel the pressure right now. You lose this round, not only will you see G2 progress, you go home. And the money, even for the next round, is a massive jump on what they find in this position. Stompin will walk inside of Operation Room with the case in hand. Fantasy is not a million miles away as vertical control will be held by the members of NIP. 3 players not too far away as Wizard will look to put pressure on anybody who walks in as he currently stands in our 6 room. But look, a couple of those toxic canisters have been used already and there was nobody there. They threw the toxic canisters off the base of a drone.
Just feels a bit quiet inside of the server as G2 go hunting, looking to make these entry positions. NIP at the ready. Pino inside of storage. Stomping with the kit once again. Default shot out. 5 drones remain for G2 with half the round still playing Fantasy with a little bit of a creep here at the moment. Still top floor in server. Could he catch someone off guard from G2? Stomping to clear out through Master. Still need to deal with Pino. There is still this top floor pressure from NIP.
And by opening up that server wall, it makes things a little bit more difficult for Fantasy now, who's going to have to tuck himself into another corner which will give Stompin one less thing to worry about. Blaz might put pressure on towards R6 room as he will step in now. Wizard tucked not too far away, but you look, Pino, Alamau's not too far away. He's going to swing around the corner.
Takes the fight.
This could be the fight.
And Alamau wins it. It's a crucial win against Pino. And he got the second onto Wizard. Yes, Cons get one, but then the second to follow. So crucial from Cons because it looked like it could have been down and out for NIP. And suddenly it's only Stompin left in the 1v3 as NIP will hold strong in this match point round.
He's got to go for the res. You've got to get him back on your feet. You have the time, and all the members of NIP have
They couldn't, could they?
They could, but they've fallen back to sight. Can Stompin and Blaz get this done?
20 seconds, as you said, for Blaz and Stompin, but now minus Blaz. But plus Stompin is maybe all you could need in this moment. 1v3. But no shutdown, no rookie is going to do that to NIP, and we go to overtime in this quarterfinal.
Okay, this is going to be big. We saw 2-4-2 halves. G2 activated at the very end of their attacking half. Overtime, though, NIP get the advantage of starting on defense.
They get double defense. It sets them up. That was the opportunity for G2 to close it out and progress to the semifinal. NIP double defense is pretty nice to be in their position.
And the site's going to be Lab. If I remember right, it was was it a flawless, or at least very close to being so for NIP the last time they defended this site. Remember, you pointed out 51% was what, so 1 in every 2 rounds the attackers would win on the site, but in Brazil, it is a defender's fortress.
62% in Brazil.
Yep. I'm so ready. I'm
gonna
so
pause
ready.
though, just to keep the tension flowing as we have a little pause. And by the way, we've now gone Bunk's briefing.
It's changed.
It's changed. I feel like they do this on purpose, by the way. Like
They've
it's
done it twice.
They've done it twice. A little bit yesterday as well, and there's a bit of similarity, is there not, Gibson, in terms of the Furia W7M matchup that closed out yesterday. Now this to start today. The B-Stream's been quite fortunate. So 6-6 between NIP, G2, final map. Everything that has happened to this point, you could disregard, it's irrelevant, does not matter. Comes down to potentially 3 rounds of Siege to decide if you progress to the semi-final. Both teams, you could argue, deserve it. Only one is going to be capable of moving forward.
And it's funny because we obviously know it's the all-North American matchup happening after 3 rounds at most. I saw some of the SSG players actually stop to watch this game for a while when they're supposed to be doing some last second break. I'm captivated. They are. It is 6-6. It's overtime. It is home or through for these teams. And as you said, the matchup doesn't get any easier. You know, you've got a tough opposition at the end of this game, but you know for a fact you've been in one. And at this point, both sides have been excellent. One side excellent on Kafe. The other side were phenomenal on Bank. Whoever wins this will have earned it. What is it the phrase over here? Nothing is granted, everything is earned.
Exactly. Nothing is granted. Who's going to earn the right to play in the semi-final? Is there just a little bit more magic to come our way in this quarterfinal matchup? The fairy tale run of NIP from a South American League stage that saw them make top 3, re-announce themselves, it feels like, to the international world of Siege. G2, EML champions, and so much notoriety now on this roster, an expectation that's been applied, and overtime to separate these two to decide who will advance forward. G2 on the attack. Alamau got himself off those 3 kills and started to shine towards the end of the regulation.
And it's been off the back of that Ying shotgun again, and Doki once more will bring the Capital, but Lair finds the opener on the Fantasy. Down goes the Goyo, but the utility should be placed. But opening kills have been so vital for G2.
They have, and as I said before, they've got an 82% conversion rate when they find opening kills in EML. Will that apply here? Player up for G2, 90 seconds. How do they utilize this advantage? Can NIP bring this round back? Otherwise, G2 will once again acquire another match and series point. G2 will remain slow. They keep the pace the same. They don't change their course of action. Plenty of drones and plenty of information still that they can acquire in this round. They don't need to overcook.
Alamau flicking through those cams at the moment as well, because of course when you're on Ying's shotgun, you got to wait for the right moment to get active in the round so he can feed information to the team.
They've got so much information and so much utility. They're well set up into this final minute.
It's going to help them for sure. Laira's going to vault into bathroom now as he will move towards server where Wizard will be waiting. Pino tucked in the corner. Cons behind the desk inside of A. The push comes in. Alamau with a shotgun again will find that kill to make it a 5v3.
He's found what works for him. Candela into shotgun swing. And Wizard will fall as well. And G2 starting to tear apart this defense of NIP. Cons and Pino. All that remain, and Pino will fold as well, and so does Wizard, and it's a flawless start to overtime for G2. They get to go defense now as well. 2 more opportunities for G2 to close out this quarterfinal. Now suddenly, NIP on the ropes once again. Can they keep fighting, though, from that position?
This is what happened yesterday on the game. The team that started on defense was Furia. They lost that round. They had to force an attacking win to take it all the way. NIP, you need to win an attack or your EWC journey ends here and today. What do you got to do? Win the site that G2 just did. We're going to the top floor once more. NIP, do you have it in you?
Master and R6. Defense now for G2. 2 opportunities for G2. 1 now still here on defense. If this does not work, then they get a final one at 7-7. And it was Alamau that I think has been a big reason why they've gotten themselves into this position. His work at the back end of regulation. And now to start overtime, finding entry picks. Making good use of those Candelas and allowing others to then play off of the position that he then opens up. NIP on the attack though, it's been a while, but don't forget in the first half, they probably should have been 3-1 up. They are capable.
Yep.
But now they must win this round or they will be heading home from the Esports World Cup.
Crazy how he was able to recognize the shotgun. If you continue to push over towards storage in those short corridors, you'll always have the advantage. But it is now NIP who need to crack G2. Mira was brought by Stompin inside of this round. You've got a lot to deal with. To Doki, we saw him play Tachanka before. It's the exact same setup, if needs be. Doki will, of course, just play inside of our 6 room, right by that rotate, and send the Sumikas over towards the door. Now, it does look like the Ace has opened up the wall that looks in towards Mez from Operation Room. That will give them a line of sight, but nobody from G2 is going to peek there yet. Lair is playing a position that is all about audio. Look at the stack up on the balcony outside between Wizard and Cons as they're going to open up that mask wall.
Reinforced wall becomes soft on the left side. Know that NIP's pacing at times can be slow, and certainly on this side it may then compound on that, but they need to make sure they don't leave themselves low on time. That's when the stress and the nervousness nature starts to creep in the final 20-30 seconds, and you start to make rushed decisions. I'd like to see NIP try and do something a bit earlier, maybe 40-50 seconds rather than 20-30.
Cons now pushing over Skybridge towards storage. That fight that Cons won earlier on a map today against Alamau. But as they push over, they've now, I believe, opened up both sides of that mask wall, and Cons will reposition off the back of it. He wants to get through that gap and get the plant down. Doki and Lair are the 2 players you really need to worry about at this point. You can see that Fantasy's going to hold the angle, but Stompin could get a big flank. He could be the key for this one.
Stompin can swing.
Gets one.
Stompin could swing, defend that mezzanine position over towards the server hallway. Blaz, big pick onto Cons. Advantage for G2.
Case is cold.
Flash goes out on the stomp and swing, but he doesn't lose his life. No, never mind, he does. From behind comes Hates. He pushes together with Fantasy. 30 seconds, 3v3.
Case is cold. They're all stacking up now on the door. Fantasy will walk into sight on the other side, but we're sitting on board with Hates. He's holding the cover. He's holding the crash, but with 25 seconds to go.
Blaz will play back, but he gets spotted. Long angle found from Fantasy, and the case gets picked up, and now looking to get put onto the ground inside a mask, but Fantasy will fall. 12 seconds left. He picks it up in the flames, but Hates will fall too. Wizard needs to find this last kill or stick the kit. He will go for the latter inside of mask. Alamel to creep forward and find the kill and gets it done for G2. Of course it's Alamel. Of course it is. The EML champions progress forward to the semi-finals and knock out the Ninjas in Pajamas.
G2 get it done, and just like that, they'll progress. NIP, their journey here in Riyadh is over. But look at the elation. There was essentially a scrum of G2 players celebrating off the back of that one. They know they're in a game. Most of the people watching this thought G2 were the favourites, they'd win it in 2, but NIP brought them all the way and just fell at the final hurdle.
The fact it came down to the 1v1, 5-6 seconds left. Wizard realizing there's just not a lot of time, goes for the 1v1. Every world in which he wins that for NIP and we go 7-7, but Alamel stands strong, and to his credit, he was like 3-8. He went about 5, 6, 7, 8 rounds without finding a kill towards the end of regulation, and over time, the master with the experience rises. The cream rises to the top, and he led them to this win. G2 knockout NIP 2-1 in this quarterfinal. But what awaits them is VP or Furia. It doesn't get easier.
And that's the point. After the first round, he got 3 kills and he called him a bot. He said it's done. I think it was 0-7 he went from that point on. Like, it was so poor, but he brought it back. Yings executed him. As you said, at one point he said, I'm not playing well. I'm going to enable my teammates. He built his confidence back up. And of course, it's a Brazilian in a 1v1 to knock out the team from Brazil.
And NIP, you got to give them credit. Sometimes, I mean, there's always a winner and a loser, but the loser can also play well when they do lose. And I think by and large, the series as a whole, they had a lot of good moments. A wonderful stage 1 in the South America League, a really good tournament and really good showing here at the Esports World Cup as well. And it seems like it maybe reestablishes the Ninjas in Pajamas, a historic name in Siege, at the top level here once again. Keen to see how they go in the future. But the present is now with G2 as we go over to the interview with Guz.
Yeah, cheers, boys. Doki, you're telling me you're literally shaking after that match.
I'm not even kidding, I was shaking. I was literally shaking. That was a crazy game.
How did it compare to the other games at this event so far?
Hold on, bro. I'm actually sorry.
You're good, you're good.
Yeah, like that was the hardest game by far. They're so good. They played really, really good. They completely destroyed us on bank. Fair enough, that was our pick as well. We weren't ready for that. But yeah, like Lair was just insane. Like Lair was insane. Like they pushed us every round. I think there were so many 2v3s we lost, or 3v2s we lost. They really pushed us. And I think as well, you see in the very last round was Tachanka denial. You don't see that anymore in Siege. You know what I mean? Like you don't see that. So yeah, just a crazy game. Every round down to 5 seconds, just problem solve, problem solve, problem solve. So hard. Well played to Nip.
It's probably not going to get, unfortunately for you, much easier from this point onwards, right? VP or Furia on the other side. How do you sort of preview that match?
I think these guys are good. I don't downplay them. I think that was a very hard match for us to win. Furia, VP tomorrow. I don't know. I'm ready for it. I want Furia. But my boys on VP, I want them to win. So yeah, I don't know. I don't want to play a European team again. So boring. So sorry. Sorry, VP.
Well, you've given the G2 fans back home a lot of hope, Doki. What would your message be to them for, you know, obviously their support over what has been a really successful stage thus far?
Yeah, just phone an ambulance, please. My heart's about to give in. No, thank you guys. The support means the world. I know we've gained a lot of new fans from the man himself, Stompin' and his Xbox community. You're all very welcome here. We appreciate it. Thank you so much for all the love, the hate, whatever. I appreciate it. We've got some guys in the crowd here as well. Thank you guys for coming to watch. I appreciate that. Thank you. So yeah, we're back tomorrow.
Awesome. Doki, thank you all so much for your time. All the best tomorrow. We can do a fist bump. We'll throw it back to the desk.
It's no surprise that Doki's heart is absolutely racing. Congratulations to G2 is really all I can say. They kept us on the very edge of our seats. We went the full distance. What do you make of the fact that he said he doesn't want to play another EU team because it's pretty boring?
It's funny that he says that when only 2 players on his team are actually from EU, right? You got 2 Brazilians, you got an American, but I think it's more so the stylistic they don't want to play against VP either, right? Because VP are like a better version of what NIP was able to do today. So that makes sense to me. But Furia G2, if that's the case, that will be an absolute firework of a match.
Yeah, no, I agree. I understand his point. You're playing these EU teams all the time, stage 1. You want something different.
Who do you think is going to win, though, out of VP?
I don't know.
Hold that thought. Hold that thought. I'll come back to you because we have another interview ready and ready.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Commiserations, Pino. I mean, unfortunate that you weren't able to get the result across the line this afternoon. What was the biggest difference maker, you think, on map 3? Because Bank, you guys looked incredible. Lair was so close at the end, they just didn't quite have enough to get it across the line.
Yeah, the feeling we had is that the game is slipped out of our hands. Like, we made 3 defense and the game became 5-4 to us. And then they started using Ingi shotgun, but we didn't use warding in non-rounds. So they could make the comeback with that. If we had just a warden, I think we would win. The Ing will probably die and don't get space. So yeah, tough loss. We had that game in our hands. And Kafe, we started so much nervous. Like we weren't with good combs. We are making silly mistakes, like don't break in the shields of the map. So yeah, tough loss, but it's a good sign. I think that we are on a good path with this lineup. And I think it's only going to be better for us.
It definitely feels like you guys are on an upwards trajectory at the moment. I know this loss will really suck, but looking towards stage 2, Munich, even SI, are you guys confident now that you can be one of the best teams from Brazil and then globally as well?
I think that it was a good experience for us for this lineup. Like there are two players and the coach that it's their first international LAN, so I think it would be great for us. We will be more mature. We will know how to deal with these problems next time. So yeah, only good things now.
Well, thank you so much for your time. We really, really appreciate it. All the best for stage 2. Let's take it back to the desk.
Thank you very much for that. Now, Lair G2 were 2-4 up in defense, but then the round started to get away from them. Nip started to make a little bit of a comeback. So what do you think it was? Do you think it was that G2 perhaps had a weaker attack, or do you think NIP really started to warm into it?
I think it was the clutches.
Yeah.
Like throughout the entire map, right? Because any game that comes down to 8-6, it's not just the last round, which funnily enough came down to a 1v1 in that as well, right? So like, I think that's the story of it. You kind of look at the overall server, no one had less than 8 kills out of 10 players. It's pretty unheard of. That's pretty rare. So it comes down to your moments, it comes down to your clutches. Who were better in the clutches? It was G2.
I think the map impacted it as well. You know, Lair is a map where defenders do have a lot of favor, but it was a match about your bottle. Like, as you said, the amount of T players that won individual clutches, it wasn't the same person every single time.
Yeah.
And I want to say this too, like, you look around you, G2 still look like they're elated after that win. You've got kids.
Why wouldn't they be? It was stressful. You could see what it meant for them. As soon as they won that, like, they were all just up and hugging like they've won the whole event, because it's a stressful environment to be in. A map 3, you probably feel like you made a lot of mistakes. You feel like you made a lot of errors. And so when you get over the line, it's that sense of relief along with the excitement. You've made top 4, and it's been a fantastic couple of months for them.
Would you say it was a little bit surprising, seeing as though NIP ended up winning G2 map pick on Bank?
No, it's a good point, but I think that for me, what we got from Lair in the end encapsulates the series in terms of the sense that the opening map was one-sided, the second map was one-sided, and they kind of came together and showed that they're both evenly matched on the last map, which is probably something that NIP should walk away from and think, we just went toe-to-toe with the EML champions, and there was nothing really separating it outside of a couple of moments here or there. So they can walk away from this event, Gibson, feeling very happy about themselves.
100%. Look, they'll be disappointed to go down to G2, but they brought them to the brink. It was the 3rd place team in Brazil taking on the top dogs in Europe, but G2 will now progress. They're going to take on the winners of VP Furia, which to me, alongside, you know, honestly, I think these next 2 games that are happening on A and B should be
It means that Furia is the last remaining Brazilian team.
The last dance, the last one standing. I want everybody in the chat to let me know your thoughts and feelings. Is it going to be VP walking away victorious in that series, or is it going to be Furia? But boys, speaking a little bit more performance-wise, any key players that really stood out to you?
Lair. Lair was really good.
Highlighted him at the start too.
Yeah, I mean, Hates, I'm going to be completely frank here. This is a series where all 5 players on each team were really, really good. Blaz as well. I mean, remember the 4K where you hit the discipline to not go for the ace to win the round. That might seem easy, but the nature of you of a competitive player, I want my ace. But in such a crucial match, he forgoes that hide shield, gets the win because of it, and time runs out. So, no, Blaz MVP, I think, is more than fair. I don't think you could debate that, but you can certainly say this was a series where 10 players all played really, really well.
What are our thoughts and feelings on the fact that Team Secret have knocked out Weibo Gaming? I know Guz is going to be pretty gutted about that one.
I don't want to talk about it.
Considering that that was his hot take for the entire event, was that Weibo Gaming were going to win the entirety of EWC. How do we feel about that?
Well,
it hurts. But you know what? Like, I think for Weibo, it's good experience. Secret have had a really good tournament so far, had a very good EML stage as well. So you just gain nothing but experience for them as a roster. They made top 8. That's impressive for a team still newly put together. I don't think anyone could dispel their run that they've had. And Secret really are just a really solid team right now.
Solid team, solid coaching. It's nice to see Adrian obviously perform on LAN as well, because the big question mark was online he was always excellent, but when we came to LAN, the numbers didn't back up.
That was his issue last year.
Exactly. So for Secret, they're my dark horse pick, and it seems to be coming together for them. But you look at the teams that are left, like any one of the teams that are still in the tournament, you can make a case for that they could win this event.
Well, we still have one more best of 3 to go. That's going to be SSG taking on Shopify Rebellion. Don't go anywhere, because we'll be back very soon.
That's when we forget just who we are. Make us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Tomorrow when we're alright, that's when we forget just who we are. Make us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Who you are. Who you are. forget just who we are. Make us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are.
Reach your impossible, Lenovo Legion.
Welcome back once again, everybody, to the Esports World Cup 2025. My name is Jasmine, or Veracity, and I'm joined alongside the dynamic duo themselves. It's Jake and Guz. How are we feeling about the series that we've just watched?
Yeah, a little bit like Doki, still shaking a little bit. Got very close at the end there for G2. And very much respecting NIP at the conclusion of that match. They played valiantly themselves. But for G2, I can't wait to see how much deeper their run can go. Obviously, on the other side for them, VP or Furia, that's going to be quite the matchup.
A lot to take away for NIP in terms of the positive sense. It's easy to say, well, they just got knocked out. But a top 8 finish at EWC, 3rd in SAL. It feels like they're back now as an organization. Really good to see because they're so historic when it comes to Siege. So curious to see how they're going to go stage 2 onwards. And they would have gained a lot from this. But the email champions stay alive in a close one. It was absolutely insane.
Well, our final best of 3 over here on the B stream is going to be none other than Space Station Gaming taking on Shopify Rebellion. Boys, how do we feel about this? Obviously, Space Station coming into this, having won NAL and beating a lot of the top teams to get here.
Yeah, this is a really close matchup between two powerhouses from North America. They played off twice throughout stage 1 in the main circuit, and it's a 1-1 record. Shopify kicked it off in the regular stage 7-3, but then SSG responded in that lower bracket final 2-1. So I think the stage is set for this to be quite the competitive matchup, but I feel like I've said that phrase a couple of times during EWC.
You didn't even add all the context in that 2-1. We're talking about a 7-3, 8-7, 8-6.
Yeah,
so
it's crazy.
Yeah.
Well, for the Shopify Rebellion boys, obviously they finished 3rd in NAL, and that was the first time that this roster has actually competed in that very league. How do we feel like they did?
Yeah, pretty good, right? They have the tools to get this job across the line. Again, it's very much an oldish style of composition with their roster. You have Canadian, who will admit himself he's not the most mechanically gifted player, but he has so much experience and his leadership skills really help propel the team forward. You have Spoit and Ambi and others that can flex, and they make a well-rounded team. Will they be enough to take down SSG? Well, obviously today we will get our answer to that question.
I have to make sure I phrase this right for those who are familiar with Oceania, but Fisher guy's like the Australian-Canadian.
Yeah.
In a sense, right? So Canadian's not going to be the fragger in this team. And I also feel like with, Stomp coming in and taking a lot of news coverage, maybe away from a guy like Ambi, for instance, who, it feels like maybe a year ago came into the scene and was like, wait, this could be the new up-and-coming kid. And I think that he's got to be, very much still looked upon as a player that's up-and-coming, gaining a lot of experience. This is another land for him. And so I think that this is a team, if they play to their best, they are very much capable in the North American region. Spoit, obviously, big numbers, but probably not so big if those numbers are actually quite correct, and maybe more expectation for a player of his caliber.
Yeah, he's looking to, I think, return to what we know him to be at his very best. When he came onto the scene back in EUL, he was incredibly powerful and could be that star player that nobody could really shut down, kind of the stomping of days of old or Bolo or however far back you want to go. So he's trying to find a bit of form here at this event. Obviously, his role has changed a little bit. He's not really meant to be the one-man army, but he can have impact.
Well, for Shopify Rebellion, they actually didn't lose a single best of 1 throughout all of the group stage during NAL. My question to you is, how indicative is this now going to be for how they're going to approach these best of 3s? Are we still expecting to see them look as dominant as they did?
Well, group stages are relevant because they're best of 1s. You said it yourself. You go look at the playoffs for North America League, and it's a 2-1 win over M80, who had a pretty poor playoffs anyway. 2-1 loss versus Dark Zero, 2-1 loss versus SSG. So obviously their best of 1 form didn't translate to best of 3 form. Sorry to say for Shopify, but we're playing a best of 3 today. So they're going to have to try and reverse some of that best of 3 form.
Well, for Ambi, having been the highest rated player in all of Pro League this season, how on earth does he elevate the team as a whole? What does he contribute to the roster?
Fragging power, right? And he's enabled by the rest of the roster, which, as we commented on, is well-rounded. SSG, though, on the other side, while they were the champs of NA, beating them out in that best of 3 in order to make that particular grand final. A team that, again, I think their discipline and their mentality is going to be their biggest edge over most of the competition. It's such an easy talking point because it's been quite public, the way in which they approach preparation for matches and a lot of the work that they do behind the scenes, even outside of the server itself. And so if they meet resistance in this game, which is the expectation, they should have the mental fortitude to still play close or at their very best.
Obliterated early on day 1, 7-1 at the hands of W7M, but since then made waves in terms of that win over
they took
Falcons.
out Falcons.
Yeah, exactly. basically knocked them out and then knocked out their North American counterparts in Oxygen. So they've built good form now coming into today. And it goes back a little bit to what we were maybe discussing on the first desk with NIP. They won 2 best of ones. They come in quite cold, and that certainly translated in the opening map. So now you kind of ask the question for Shopify Rebellion, will that translate for them as well? Ashen, we know he's vocal outside the server, but he needs to be vocal inside the server too for SSG if they're going to prevail.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, over the last 3 months, I just want to highlight his stats have actually been quite good. He was a player that started to garner a bit of a reputation for perhaps not being as consistent as he would have liked. But when he's playing well, impact in server, as you mentioned, I would go as far as to say that his impact outside of the server in terms of just his vocality and his ability to get in the mindset of the other team is just as important.
There's going to be a lot of shouting in this match.
A lot.
And there it is, right on cue, the shouting commences. You know what, while they do their yelling and all sorts, I think we should go ahead and check out their road to EWC.
What else can you say about Shopify Rebellion's NAL group stage results other than just plain flawless? They became the first team in North American Siege history to complete the Regional League's group stage without dropping a single one of their best-of-1 matches, securing them the top seed in the NAL. Unfortunately, the playoff stage did not go as well as their group stage results. They kicked off their playoff run with a close 2-1 win over M80, with both of their map wins going all 15 rounds.
Cotton on the Monty, watching as that diffuser's timer continues to run away, but he has his hands full. He'll be pinched from both sides, flames spreading around him, shield knocked asunder, and Ambi gets a triple kill to send the Rebellion to the upper bracket finals in a heroic 15th round moment.
They might not have been invited to Reload, but they will receive the first North American invite to EWC. Who better than Canadian to close that?
With that win, they matched up against their regional rivals of Dark Zero in the upper bracket final. Alas, the run was not meant to continue, as they ended up losing that match 2-1, sending them to the lower bracket to face off against SSG, where they were eliminated from the playoffs 2-1.
Will it be Ambi's 11th or J90's 15th? Intel, Z-Pings, and nothing!
After a disappointing end to their NAL playoffs run, will the Rebels be able to make a splash at the Esports World Cup? With a team that stacked, anything is possible.
The likes of Cadian backing these boys all the way, having won multiple SIs in his entire career. I gotta ask you guys, what does he contribute to the team? How is this mastermind gonna help bring the very best out?
I think you probably framed it correctly, right? He is literally a mastermind of this game. He would probably, I'd suffice to say, have the most competitive maps ever played of anybody that's still active in the scene, right? So he knows the game inside and out, and importantly, he can marshal the troops in moments of hardship. And I think that's, for me, the biggest tester for him as a leader against a Space Station roster who have put so much time and so much focus on the mental aspect of this game.
His experience is just so invaluable.
Yeah.
I mean, it adds a lot to this roster, and I think without him, this is a roster that maybe wouldn't function as well, potentially, but he's there, and as we've seen, whenever he does leave a team or gets booted from a team, it doesn't always pan out for the X team, so we'll see if Shopify Rebellion can get some revenge against SSG, move forward, make top 4, it'd be a big statement, and maybe squash any potential bad thoughts about Canadian and where his career is at.
Well, you know what? Let's take a look at the other side of the coin. What does Callout contribute to the side of SSG?
Well, it's not just inside the server, as we've kind of touched on a couple of times now. They've been very public in terms of their approach outside of the server. They're very much focused on the mental element of the game. They hit the gym frequently as well. Like, it's a very unconventional approach in esports, and I think it's one that may actually be caught onto by other orgs, other teams, because it's been invaluable in their ability to have a positive approach to the game. And again, when they meet hardship, they can really dig their heels in, and they never have the the fault of other teams, which is to wave the white flag. They just continue to fight, and that's what makes them so deadly. And honestly, that's probably why they're able to crown themselves the NL champs and also take down Falcons. They had the confidence to do so.
I know we were talking beforehand in the green room, and you mentioned this matchup has the potential to go the distance, all 3 maps. So on that note, I want both of your predictions. How do we see this going?
It's hard to go past SSG, right? Because they actually won the matchup last time.
Yeah.
So, and I think also as I mentioned before, the fact that we saw NIP start cold after winning their 2 best-of-1s. Okay, that's going to be the same case for Shopify Rebellion, and we know from the NAL group stage as well, yeah, Shopify Rebellion were really good in the best-of-1s, but then maybe not as good in the best-of-3s. So a lot of the history and a lot of the data does kind of suggest SSG are the favorites in this matchup, but also the same history does say it's still going to be very close.
That sounds to me like you're sitting on the fence. I don't know about you guys, but that wasn't really an answer. So who are you going for?
For me, probably 2-1 SSG.
Okay.
Again, as Jake is alluding to, there's so many numbers, even when we dive into the minutiae, where it's really close, even like opening kills, conversions, plant percent, etc. Even the map pool to a certain extent as well is very close. So it makes it a very tough prediction, but based on just historical form and the fact that SSG were able to take down Falcons in such a confident fashion, for me, is enough to pitch them as 2-1 favorites.
How much of that is reliant on the veto?
Maybe not a lot. I mean, we're talking about now, not that long ago, they played in that lower bracket final. So none of the maps here were actually played in that lower bracket final. It was Cafe, Bank, Skyscraper. So now we've got Clubhouse, Chalet, Border. So talking about testing the map pool here. So it's completely going to be different battlegrounds, neutral. And that might change things quite a lot. It makes it a little bit harder to actually ascertain that closeness. Had we got a couple of the same maps, we could have said and looked back at some of that data. But it's going to be a good test for both teams.
Yeah, I'm actually having a look across at Spotify specifically. Shopify specifically, of course, someone was going to make that mistake. Up first on Clubhouse, on their at least their 12 last maps played, Clubhouse saw no appearance. And in fact, they banned it 4 times compared to against only 2 times. So it's clearly a map that they have hidden for an opportunity like this. Of course, being from the same region, it can sometimes be perhaps a little bit more of a challenge if they are scrim partners to hide particular maps. But for me, indicative that they're cooking here on Club.
You know what? I'm going to make an executive decision. I want everybody at home to go ahead, grab your snacks, grab your drinks, because we'll be back after the break with plenty more Rainbow Six.
Yellow
So it comes down to this. It's a quarterfinal between Shopify Rebellion and Space Station Gaming. A chance to make main stage in the semi-finals tomorrow in what would be a match against Team Secret. A chance for one of these two to represent North America against the Europeans. Two teams with history, a rivalry, a lower bracket final in the North America stage that both teams obviously left it all on the battlefield. Really hard to kind of split who has the favoritism tag, but it probably has to be SSG off the back of their run over the last 2 days where they've continued to show really good signs. Knocked out Falcons, far too good for OXG. And Shopify Rebellion, best of ones are their specialty, but this is a best of 3. This is where they will be tested, and this is the test they need to pass.
Don't discount Shopify though, because of the experience that they have on that roster and the competitiveness that they continue to show in these all-NA duels. So much firepower and experience and stardom on that roster as well. Clubhouse will be the first map of choice. Oddly enough, it was the selection of Shopify, despite them banning it out frequently as of recent. No appearances as of recent. It's quite low down in terms of map preference, so hopefully for their sake, they've been able to hide some stuff here. The bans to come through, Tide ace the first wave. As we have kind of often seen, it will likely be followed up by then Bandit and then another primary hardware breach, most likely Habana. Has been a little bit of variation though, depending on matchups, so I wouldn't be too surprised if it's also something a little bit more left of field. But there's the Bandit, and there's the Havana.
So to Clubhouse we go. Well, I'm very keen to see some really strong trash talk. I want to see both teams vocal and going at each other. We saw a little bit of it yesterday actually between OXG and SSG over on the main stage. SSG won that game though comfortably.
And it's a little bit more intimate here on the B stream setup. The teams
it is
directly facing one another. It's the gap of about, I don't know, 20 or so meters for the metric fans out there.
Looking right at them directly.
And if you want to get up on your feet after a round and stare down your opponent, that opportunity is there. And we know Ashen for SSG will be more than happy to take that opportunity. Canadian comes to mind on the opposing side of Shopify as well. This should be a really close, competitive game, and I cannot wait to jump into things.
So let's get underway. Quarterfinal time. Winner progresses, loser goes home.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb.
A North American brawl to see who can be the last and remaining North American team at the Esports World Cup here for Rainbow Siege. Rainbow Six Siege. X. There's quite a bit there actually. Shopify Rebellion on the attack first up as SSG will defend. They bring the clash on Fultz.
Yeah, looking to play a little bit more proactive here over towards his blue position early.
And as we've kind of seen over the, I guess, last 24 hours, these matchups on the B stream are a marathon. We've had some really tight and long series play out.
Spoit on the Deimos this round was highlighted in the pre-show. Perhaps his numbers over the last few months not quite up to the standard that he would hold himself to, but an opportunity here to propel his team towards a top 4 finish at EWC 25. And an important role in this round to help on the roam clear. Speaking of Ashen under pressure, Benja escapes, Fultz covers, and SSG with a successful peel. Midpoint of the round, and I think they'll be rather happy with that time trade.
Ambi, of course, the highest rated player in the North America League for Stage 1. So big emphasis on him to perform in this series, along with Spoit, who was third. Only behind Citizen. Tiny bit of damage onto Spoit. Just over a minute. Slow approach here from Shopify. 5 drones remain. Still information that can be gathered. Don't like the fact that they're still going to have to deal with this clash later in the round. Only opening moto right now. Just under a minute remaining. A Nitrocell available for Benja. A frag grenade, impact grenade as well for Ashen. And 2 for J90. So SSG really equipped for this eventual push from Shopify, which is coming in rather slow.
Yeah, both teams with a ton of utils still available.
They haven't even got kitchen opened up.
Nitrocell.
Patience from Benja. 30 seconds. But this is exactly what SSG want.
25 now on the clock. 5 versus 5. Can Shopify find this vital entry? No. J90 too sharp.
With the Vector as well from that distance. Slips back in towards Dirt. Pops the Vulcan canister. Knows he's protected. Rexon, big entry kill for Shopify to keep the round alive. Has the kit coming in towards Church. Up close. The Vendetta connects, but he gets shot in the back. Good rotate from Benja. 2v2, but red time. No diffuser as well. Canadian. Well, he got one, but it's a quick hide for Benja. It's all too easy in the end for SSG. Despite coming down to a 1v1, the time, the biggest factor. I'll translate. Ashen said, you've got to move. And that really was the point we were making towards the latter stage of that round.
Tactical timeout Shopify after round 1.
Already?
Unless that was a mistake from the admin team, potentially. It would probably be the first ever tactical timeout I've ever seen after round 1. Ever. And Super's not talking to the team.
Yeah, none of the coaches are talking, so this might have been a mistake.
It was a mistake. We'll get confirmation at some point, hopefully. But in that prior round, I mean, time was okay for both sides. I don't think it was really the determining factor. It was really just a key fight onto the diffuser. And once that got dropped onto the ground, Shopify kept pace with trades, but they didn't then have an opportunity to collect the diff.
So there was not a tactical timeout.
I was going to say, Super's really cooking it after round 1.
I mean, I'm trying to think if I've ever actually seen a timeout taken after one single round. I can't really recall, but certainly after 2 rounds, we've seen that at times, and that's usually what we would call a very early tactical timeout. So 1-0, SSG will strike first blood. Want to give an update on the A stream if you're not interested on the particular update. Giving you 5 seconds here to shuffle away. 6-5, Furia up on the first map, but they had a larger lead than that, guys. Furia starting to succumb to Virtus.pro, who are bringing it back and looking to force overtime. So a lot happening again here today at the Esports World Cup.
And the winner of that takes on G2. What a match that will be.
That's going to be nuts.
It could well be the case where the semi-final ends up being more competitive than the grand final, potentially. I think that up half of the bracket, some may say, is more competitive than the quote-unquote lower or second half of the bracket. But who knows? Maybe one of these 2 teams could fly the flag for North America and lift the trophy that that region has so sorely been asking for. Round 2 ready. In we go.
Well, they need to heed the advice from Ashen and pick up the pace. Shopify. That first round, they left themselves with no time, despite it coming down to a 1v1. So had they had an extra 10-15 seconds on the clock at that point, they could have actually taken the opening round. 2 kills for Canadian, though, which is good for his own confidence. Spoit finds the opening kill on to Benja. And almost there. We go a second as well, given to him by Ashen, peeking the window.
From outside? Wow. That's a blunder from Shopify, or from SSG rather, and an opportunity capitalized upon by Shopify and Spoit specifically, looking to have a big game here this afternoon.
That's the smoke as well. But no gas babes to delay later in the round. SSG have given Shopify Rebellion a significant advantage in the second round. And what we've been seeing from a lot of the top teams at this event, guys, is you get into this position, it's a 5v3, you don't have to start rushing in. You got plenty of time to drone, get the information, continue with your setup as it was maybe even a 5v5.
Yeah, it's all about clean conversion. Heading into this match, Shopify 76% conversion rate, SSG lagging behind slightly at 72. So the expectation, especially 2 players up, that Shopify will confirm this round.
Ash charged to deal with the castle barricade. Defaults will now have to fall back. Oh, Spoit though, an angle found on the other side, I believe, by J90 on the Azami, playing behind his keeper barrier. Got to be careful of your position and got to be careful of the fact Canadian slipped into the site, into CCTV, went for a plant initially, while Ambi's going for a revive on a Spoit and Jim. It's Shopify that have really split the attack, but Canadian finds another kill in the site itself, onto J90, and Nuez is now by himself at a 1v4. Shopify have hit from multiple fronts. Nuez caught at the window, wasn't ready, and Shopify Rebellion make their mark in the quarterfinal.
I'll tell you what, it may not have really ultimately changed the outcome of the round, but Canadian did a great job there to fake plant and then find the kill. I looked at the overhead that we had to the side. There was absolutely no one supporting that play going down. So he was completely isolated on his own at that default position, which is incredibly uncharacteristic of that site, but still able to make it work, and a 1-1 scoreline in response.
Well, SSG will probably feel like they gave Shopify Rebellion a really good look into that round, considering they'd lost one early, and then the second over towards Jim. Both through the window. Easy as for Spoit. He goes 4-1. Canadian, though, 3-0. It's turned into a fragger to begin in this quarterfinal. A nice early attacking round for Shopify.
Yeah, Canadian has across the last 12 maps played, which is the last month, a 75 EPS, negative 42 KD.
So again, an update on that A stream. It is Furia that take the opening map against Virtus.pro 7-5. VP's comeback stopped in regulation. Keep a little eye on that one as it progresses, but for now we can certainly focus in on this. On one start, and SSG will hope that they don't give any freebies around in this third round.
Yeah, Jim Bedroom for round number 3. And the clash remains in play. This time though in the hands of Ashen, and SSG have shown great flexibility in terms of their operator lineup over the last stage, and even here at EWC as well. And so that's one of the strengths that they can look to tap into over the course of this half. Ashen takes a chunk of damage, but he'll survive for now. Interestingly enough as well, SSG, 52 striker rounds, 83 Warden rounds, by far and away, really leaning heavily into those operators compared to really any team globally. Neither in play for this particular round, but something to track as we go forward.
Ooh, newest good angle. Found into Spoit, who went searching towards Rafters. Opening kill advantage for SSG now. No more Capital either. So a big piece of utility removed from the attacking team. Double stack over towards Red. A fall back to site now for SSG, which they can look to consolidate towards Jim Bedroom.
Oh, Rexon, I was watching that. He was lurking upside down on the rappel, still and silent, and rewarded with that free kill.
So that loses the Azami now for SSG. Ties things back up, 4 versus 4. Switch over towards Jacuzzi for Surf. Look to open up this breach and create pressure from both sides. And Ashen on the clash, half health. Will need to be inch perfect to make sure he stays alive for as long as possible. In the previous round, the split worked for Shopify Rebellion. They hit from multiple different areas. Looking to do so once again here. Pressure from Jacuzzi side and Con side. Rexon towards the balcony. New is now taken down to half health. Still lots of time in this round as well, so the pacing from Shopify looks good. Entry in towards logistics will work out. Newers will be eliminated by Rexon. Canadian, though, caught towards Stash. Volt with the good kill, but it's Rexon who finds another. 3 into the round and only 1 left. It's J90 defending. Watching this breach, knowing full well that Surf is still out there, and Ambi towards logistic. He should have good intel on both players.
Diffuser is on this Logi side. Collected. Ambi holds the line, but misses the shot.
The push in, though, from Surf. J90 very much aware of this, should catch him by Goff, and no, Surf will be able to fire back in a timely manner as Shopify Rebellion go 2-1 up.
So round number 4 then on the other side, and it's an additional ban per side. I do wonder what will get taken off the board. I hesitate to say the clash, but we'll see. Yeah, and that will be the case. It's been leaned into by SSG on a couple of occasions and made the Logi clear a little bit more awkward for Shopify in that particular round.
Herf Surf is well equipped and ready for this Maverick for the remainder of this second half with a triple hard bridge ban. Two attacking rounds early on though for Shopify. Puts them in good stead on their map pick of Clubhouse. Back to basement though. And last time out, really, it was their own downfall in terms of clock and time management that just left them with little to no room towards the end, despite coming down to a 1v1. There was certainly no opportunity to actually win the 1v1. So far, quiet on the front of SSG, though, here behind us. You can imagine, though, as this game gets more and more tense, if it is close, the shouting and
I did hear Shopify sending a friendly reminder to Ashen that he is going 0-3 at the moment. We highlighted him in the pre-show, good numbers in the last 3 months, but sometimes hot and cold. Can he tap into that fragging power that we know
hot and cold's not here anymore.
Pardon?
Hot and cold's not here anymore.
Did I say hot and cold? Ah. Yeah, well, I did, but I didn't. It took me a moment.
Shopify looking to compound on their advantage. J9O will play close towards Secret. 2 Nitrosols available for SSG in this round. 3 gas babes as well, so decent delay potential, along with the tube around those Zoto canisters. Droned out, but holds the position.
This is the only site that SSG have successfully defended. Came down to a 40-second execute with a lot of one-to-one trades. Shopify stranded the diffuser, and then SSG able to win on time.
It's a 5-stack basement once again for SSG.
But not as much of a roam early on. We saw the Peel Blue 3 players down mid-round at a kind of this point. Shopify haven't had to deal with it on this occasion, but in terms of time waste, it's pretty much the same. They're still droning and ensuring that the map is clear, clearing it and ensuring that there is no lurkers, and that is confirmed. And now they can get to work in opening up the hatches.
We'll certainly go as far to say slightly better time management from Shopify in this 4th round comparison to the opening. Still plenty of drones available to scout out these positions. First contact goes without saying is going to be so important here. SSG have certainly gone cold since the opening round on this very site. If Shopify can find the first couple of picks and really open things up, SSG could just melt. Anuas does find the opening pick with the Vector.
And no trade this time around. So Shopify fighting from an even bigger deficit in comparison to last time. Canadian diffuser in hand, kitch drop, the likely end play.
On the Blackbeard, you can certainly go for that kitchen drop, but you want pressure from main. But you're not going to get it. Ambi smoked off, pushed back, down goes for the rotate towards Moda, but he's been flamed out. Had a chance to maybe find that pick onto Ashen, playing towards AKs. Another one from Newers. Straight down the hallway comes Ambi, and he catches out Benjamaster. Knows there's one in towards Dirt. The drop from the kitchen hatch, though, shut down. Surf will fall, and a second round found on defense now for SSG.
And in comparison to their last attempt, a bit of a nothing attack there from Shopify. They lose the first pick untraded. They're not really in an immediate position, even with 35 seconds on the clock, to go for a snappy execute and then maybe try to unsettle SSG, who continue to play their power positions, essentially uncontested. You're probably not going to get too many more comfortable rounds like that.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Well, the arm wrestle has begun. All tied up after 4 rounds.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Does feel like there's a little bit of zing missing from this match so far. Maybe it's an expectation for 2 North American rivals.
I think
on land.
I think they're pacing themselves.
I think they're pacing themselves.
Because they know it could be quite the grueling affair. Cache CCTV round 5. Last time out, Shopify went for the bedroom across clear. Canadian lurked inside, was able to try and get that plant down. Faked it, got a kill, and then essentially confirmed from there. But it did backtrack, or it should be backtracked, that Sploit got 2 kills quite literally from outside Repel. So it was a bit of a nothing round from defense. We'll see if there's a little bit more resistance on offer this time around, and if Shopify go for another bedroom-esque clear. They do also have the U-tool set required, especially the Capitao and the Grim for Rafters. And as we saw in the prep phase, counter utility from defense with the catch. As Army also likely to play there too, and J9 currently positioned Garage. In the meantime, Shopify, they at least established the possibility of this clear across. Whether they commit to it or not, we'll wait and see.
Well, through 5 rounds, Shopify and Rebellion have been really good with their drone control as well, not really giving much away in terms of economy. SSG have largely given up this lounge hold that they were entertaining outside of Newers, who's slipped back in from Garage after these castle barricades are being dealt with. Now slips up towards top red. Bench is lurking pool. Got a con-side hit now on the cards for Shopify Rebellion. Question is for Benjamaster later in the round, does he make his way up main stairs and look to go for the backstab in on this con-side push?
Yeah, no dedicated flank watch
Oh,
operator.
big nitro from Ashen though. There's his first kill in this quarterfinal.
And those Capitao bolts would have been critical in denying lines of sight top red, and potentially Flames to prevent the push from CCTV as well.
Feels like that's not the first time we've seen Brexit on the Capitao be the first death for Shopify Rebellion. At times that Capitao hasn't really been able to be fully utilized. So Benja doesn't go for the main stairs push flank towards Con. He's in stage still and can obviously go back towards top red and fortify the site. But he found a kill down below onto Ambi. Not aware that there was that roam in play. Canadian sent it into CCTV. Good entry kill, headshot. Looking to clear out Rafters, and he does do so. The man with the experience also can use that gun still quite well.
Default contested from below, and SSG still have the advantage. Canadian trying to get this plant down, but unable to do so. Spoit with a big responsibility to help cover his IGL.
Well, they've still got time on the clock, courtesy of the fact that they did go for that entering to CC with time on their side. Defending that red push, but there's 2 players there, but it doesn't matter for Spoit. Got 1, but falls to the second. With the plant down, it's all down to Canadian in the 1v2, but he falls quickly to Newers. SSG will take the lead 3-2 here on Clubhouse.
SSG doing a really, really good job to converge back towards the objective there. Snappy retake. Didn't necessarily panic from that particular position, and a good trade hit onto Spoit top red. Canadian, typically not the kind of guy who's making the hero play, but he went for those kill cons initially, then tried to get the default plant down, and whilst that took place and he found success, unfortunately the rest of the team capitulated. Benja as well below was really impactful, winning that one onto Ambi, and it just gave the defense a little bit more freedom below.
So Jim Bedroom, final round of this half. SSG on the search for their 4 defensive rounds, which will be par for the course. Ashen will be happy, of course. He's now off that donut with the Nitrocell kill that he found early in the round onto Rexon.
And a big one, took away that massive belt of execute utility, which would have maybe helped facilitate the rest of the push outside of Canadian, right? That was a big difference maker in that round.
Newers has been very good on the defense as well. Multiple opening picks. He's got 6 kills overall. Bender in the previous round with a flank. That was successful. And J9 and Faults have been holding their own. Been a solid team effort from SSG on the defensive club.
Loading new mag.
But if Shopify find a 3rd attacking round, it will be ultimately a decent half for them. So a very pivotal 6th round coming up to close the first half.
It's the Monty in play for Canadian for their final attack. That will be a useful tool in aiding on the map clear. Cash across. SSG then typically playing the Azami Con as well. But if they find advantage, not afraid to peel and fortify an objective. In the meantime, Benja took a chunk of damage. He's now vacated over towards Logi. I presume you got shot from Con window, but critically survives.
Fultz by himself right now over towards Cash. He's really the only point of defense for SSG. Falls back into Con though. They're not really a heavy horizontal defense from Space Station. They will be largely on the site now, which is where Canadian needs to try and scout out with this Montang, as he will be making his way through construction.
Secondary hard breach getting to work on both sides of the map. Surf currently got his in pocket. He'll open up Jacuzzi, and so now there's quite a bit of perceived pressure on offer here from Shopify and avenues towards the objective.
And no clash now either. You think back to the first half, the clash was able to sort of pivot and move around from perceived pressure point to point, but not there. The Shopify Rebellion have done a decent job. There's 60 seconds still left in this round, and they've opened up Jacuzzi, they've got logistics pressure, they've got comp pressure, they've got balcony pressure. But now it's all about the conversion. But as Fultz gets the kill onto Rexon, it's another opening death for Rexon.
And no trade from Shopify. So now fighting from behind.
Oh, Fultz!
Exploit caught. Where's that shield from Canadian? On the balcony currently, so not supporting the rest of the team who fall.
Well, he starts to feel the pressure now and wants to get aggressive. Does he think about the pistol here onto the Azami of Ashen, who started to move around? He's losing teammates though left and right. Ambi's low. Canadian just pressured inside a gym. The weight too heavy for him. And now in a 3v1 as Ambi, he has a small opportunity considering the health margins of his opponents, but his is even lower. SSG will take 4.
And so that's the benchmark for this opening half, 4 for defense. If you Shopify, you take 2. Sides will flip, and there'll be an additional ban phase now to determine which 4 ops initially will be taken off the board. But I think this match so far delivering. It's been close, there's been a seesaw. There's positives and negatives to be taken away for both rosters at the moment. I'm sure these are probably 100% pleased with how they're playing right now. And that's what makes this so intriguing. It's looking like the operators as well in terms of composition could play out quite differently in this second half. Capitao Ace, Kaid Bandit. So for defense, it's the same, but the Capitao an intriguing one. CCTV and Cash may now be better fortified. That's one of the key areas of the map. You think Garage Rafters, where that tool of the flames is so powerful. There's something to just keep in the back of our minds going forward. It will be basement though for this 7th round.
I think the biggest thing for this matchup so far is there's nothing being too untoward, nothing too unconventional. It's standard Clubhouse, 4-2-half, defense prevailing. The test now, though, for SSG on their own attack to see if they can break through Shopify Rebellion's defense here on Clubhouse. And don't forget, this is Shopify's map pick. Newers with 9 kills in that first half. Leads all comers inside of the server. Pretty split effort though for Shopify if you were to exclude Surf, with Ambi, Canadian, Spoit all on 5, Rexon on 4. So heavy roam employed though for Shopify Rebellion. A couple of still top floor. They've castle barricaded off towards stage and bar.
Yeah, Moto
how
open.
aggressive will they actually be with this?
Now, Moto open, stock open, a player on both. Indicative that it will be a pretty aggressive hold initially, and then they'll probably peel hatch when they feel counter pressure from the attack. Not really looking for picks, just maybe looking for a couple drones, waste some time. That's the key objective at this phase of the round. Currently just the one drone taken down,
Canadian.
but Canadian's found 2.
He's gone and found a double early on with the Nitrocell.
Jeez. And that's pretty much round over.
Well, I mean, they can basically just fall back, play 5-site now.
You don't lose these rounds.
Hopefully not, guys. Hopefully not. For the sake of Shopify Rebellion. They do leave Spoit up above in CCTV. Benja's just slipped into church, though. Well, with the fact that the hatch was open, maybe you do lose these rounds.
Okay.
Double from Benja. Gets the heart racing, though, and shot through the wall. Gen.G got Rexon. 2v1. And Spoit had to quickly make his way back down from CCTV top floor back into Arsenal. Now, Gen.G, you've got a minute and a half to think your way through this. It does not need to be a commit through blue. You could back up and go for a rotate.
No diffuser. And Shopify now in tradable positions. Spoit and Surf anticipate the push blue. Gen.G, though, rotates elsewhere.
Hatches are open. He's got a minute. This is a strange old round. Double Nitro from Canadian. Surely it's a 4-back 5-site, but then Benja just is allowed through church for a double.
Spoit and Surf still preparing for the blue push.
Well, he's got Kit as well off of this motor drop if he wants to, but it's not necessary. He's probably going to need the 2 kills. Surely no world in which this plant is going to be allowed.
Can use it, though, to bait pressure, to force denial. Maybe isolate the ones that way.
Both players inside of Arsenal, but very much different positions. So Gen.G wanted to maybe slip into church undetected, and he's been able to do so. 30 seconds, still has decent time. Still somewhat low on health. 1B canister remaining in the Quan Hive launcher. Red ping intel at least onto Spoit's possession. Surf holds strong from behind that mirror window. Okay, they get the job done. Probably not the round to scream and shout.
You don't lose
You don't lose those rounds, but they almost did. Yeah. Well, I was saying the first half was rather conventional. That round, certainly unconventional.
Yeah, massive double Nitro from Canadian. I hesitate to say it was from info.
Shopify.
Yeah, I hesitate to say it was from info. Must have been pure game sense. Either way, great read. Set his team up for success in that opening round.
But Benja just, I imagine, just dropped Moto and pushed church, and they weren't ready for it. Probably not anticipating that kind of aggression. Found a double kill. Almost even got the 3rd on blue. Had he done so, then it probably becomes around SSG should be winning. I mean, at that point, that's probably your best option from what Benja ended up doing, because if you keep that slow pace at a 5v3 and allow them all back to site and get set up and get comfortable, you're just not winning that round. As you said, you really shouldn't be losing it. But you go for the fast attack and you hope for the best. Well, it almost worked out. So 3-4. There's a little bit of that zing that I wanted to see in this matchup. And as we get closer to the end of this second half, I imagine the shouts will get a little bit louder.
Zero in play for round 8. Now has 6 cams total. And can be a useful tool in garnering information and also clearing utilities such as F0 mines as well. Even mute jammers to an extent, depending on how Nuez is able to position those. So he'll be certainly one to watch if Util ends up stalling out any part of this push. But as you can hear in the background, Jacuzzi now opened. As Nuez looks for those F0 mines against the Logi drop and does, I believe, take one down. That will aid whoever is looking to play that position later on for the execute. And starves the defense of any potential information as well. On the opposing side of the map, however, SSG getting to work on drones as well. Frostmat spotted top of the rafters stairs, so keep that in mind elsewhere as well. But it's Ashen to find the first. And Ambi labeled a bot.
Takes a page out of the LMR book. From that first zeros we had today on this stream, LML. Early kill, usually. Coming in chat was bot. Second kill for Ashen, found a big one on the Kali. Gives SSG a good advantage now in the 8th round on the attack. In fairness, though. Oh, no,
they
bot
droned
wall.
it. They
Oh
had a
my
drone
goodness,
on that.
faults. Speaking of bots, but fortunately elsewhere, J90 finds a kill onto Rexon. Oh, and another wonderful kill from J90. SSG destroying Shopify Rebellion in this 8th round. Frostmat or not.
And I think we may see a tack timeout after this round officially from Shopify, judging by some of the body language I saw from Super. Not particularly pleased in how this round has transpired. SSG, though, still need to convert. Time ticking down, 25 seconds. They can't have too many mistakes in closing out this one.
Well, the Mute Jammer denied the death mark. Surf got one, but denied then by Newers. Canadian just caught napping. So an attacking round found for SSG gives them their 5th.
Shopify tack timeout. 60 seconds for Super to chat to the boys and formulate a plan to show some resilience. SSG have a read on them so far on attack. They look disciplined. Their structure is sound. Shopify, some of those mistakes are starting to creep in.
Yeah, just looking back at the teams, and obviously we can see a little bit of them here as well. But body language across the board, both teams looks rather equal. It's a close game.
It is still very early days in this series.
Yeah, neither coach animated as well as they discuss with their teams. I would maybe hedge a guess and say Super might be in the more calm down camp a little bit. Just simply you're losing too many bodies in positions you don't need to be. Like there's, what, 40 seconds left on the clock. You can fall back, play deeper positions, force them to clear you. Instead, you're giving them opportunities to find these picks and open up the site. Just play a little bit more calm. 2-round advantage for SSG as we head back in. 9th round out of the tactical timeout called by Shopify Rebellion. They did have to pause, by the way, technically, because they had used the tactical timeout as an error before. I wonder who was keeping check of the time. It did feel rather long. Maybe they got like a good 70 seconds instead.
Well, there should be a site where Shopify can play around that Capital ban. We mentioned it prior to round number 7. The Capital is so powerful and the garage raft is clear here on Cache CCTV. And so with Spoit playing that position on the Azami, perhaps they may double down at some point in time with the second player onto the window. That could be a difference maker for them. It increases the difficulty curve for the clear on the side of SSG. They do bring Grim, however, and they can combine that with the air jabs from Nomad.
So can SSG secure themselves map point on the map pick of Shopify Rebellion. Rexon will play Rafters. ADS is in tow. Kiva barrier to provide support placed by Spoit. So a well-defended position, and as you mentioned, without the Capital, a little bit more vulnerable. Canadian just looking to be the nuisance over towards the breach.
Oh, Surf's coming to peak as well, so some aggression here from Shopify, and it pays dividend, but SSG winning out the trade. Ashen was also on Repel, and it catches Surf off guard.
They still haven't cleared Rexon towards Rafters, but they are doing a decent job of just peppering. Taken very low on health, lost his initial keeper barrier. Canadian taken low as well on the clash. Spoit wanting to maybe go for a peek and play behind the shield, but there's a push in from that CC window. Benja got aggressive. Ends up somehow dying to the barbed wire, courtesy of the bullets from Spoit prior. They do clear out Rafters though. Rexon will fall. Really solid pacing here from Space Station. They have full Rafters control. They got breach control.
And with no Nitro, Canadian needs to hold sight behind the shield, exploit from top red against the window to make this default plant position challenging for SSG.
Newis has been able to go and grab that kit, brings it over towards Rafter. The final keeper barrier from Spoit to block the window, and maybe thinking about a flank through Garage. Canadian, though, now left all by himself, and he will catch out Newis. A wonderful pivot from Spoit, and then from below as well, catches out J90. It's a magnificent play from Spoit to bring this round back, and Canadian falls off his shield and finds the kill from distance. What a round played from the dynamic duo. Shopify Rebellion make it 4-5. That was exquisite.
That's 100% on Spoit. I would not be marking that as an SSG throw. They had the perfect structure in play to counter what they anticipated, which was Canadian site and Spoit top red. And in most instances, they win that out. Spoit with the presence of mind to go, hey, we're probably not going to win it from here. Let's go for Hail Mary. It lands, clean shot Garage, great denial from below. There were still 3 BPCs up for defense. They take full advantage, and with that, able to hold some of the momentum that SSG was starting to gain.
Well, it starts to get a little bit tight and tense here in this quarterfinal matchup. Only one round separating these two teams. SSG with a slight lead, but with Shopify Rebellion on defense, they might be in the overall better position if they can just maintain control. Big round from Spoit. He goes the 9 kills. Canadian on 8. The other 3 actually going negative, so it's Spoit and Canadian that are doing a heavy lifting job here for Shopify Rebellion. Need the others to start to help out. It can't just be the 2-man army from here on out. They need the others to do some of the heavy lifting as well. 10th round coming up. Can SSG convert once again? Get themselves onto map point? Or will Shopify Rebellion tie things up and just cause that tension to really boil over?
So below we go, stock reinforced this time around, so too Moto and of course Kitchen, but the castle's still in tow, and there'll be some semblance of a roam in play. But Benja again already looking for a very quick lurk here, maybe seeing if he catches somebody off guard.
Oh, did he just spot one? He did.
You know, with that gives away he is inside Kitchen, and so Ambi will be better prepared for that. Is he looking to send it down main here? That might be his end goal. Whether or not he can make it there is another question.
So Logic Bomb activated by Benja. Still hasn't pushed it out of Kitchen though.
Yeah, it looks like he's given up on that. He was being contested from Ambi over towards that bar position, and so we'll pivot elsewhere. It was a low percentage play. Canadian though finds entry. Okay, you don't see that every day of the week.
So finds the opening kill onto Newis. Newis did use a couple of those Boogie Auto breaches already and got some value on the ram, but no more in this round. Still 2 players up above, by the way, for Shopify, towards Bathroom and Secret. Flashes to go out from Vault. Logic Bomb as well. SSG are putting everything to go and clear this room. Spoit tagged up heavily. Forced back. Both of them losing the battle right now between Rexon and Spoit. Rexon will fall at the hands of J90. Spoit still up inside a Bathroom. Just wants to delay and take as much time as possible, but he cannot take anyone with him. It's a successful clear on the roam for SSG. They take now the man advantage going into the final minute of this 10th round.
Yeah, it's quickly flipped. Despite Shopify winning entry, the roam was largely ineffective. With that, SSG, player advantage, 50 seconds, still have a decent bout of utility, but Surf still finds one and almost Ambi to find a second, but Ashen will shut him down. 3v2. Story still the same though. SSG in prime position to win this round.
I just have a feeling Canadian might do something very special here in the final 30 seconds on that smoke prime towards Arsenal. Ashen low as well. 3 gas babes still available. And with Surf in tow, he's still got some company to help him out. Pulls out the SMG-11. But it's a blue push coming in late. Ashen, Canadian's not going to be ready for this one at all. Surely Canadian will lose his life. Ashen is slow on the push. Surf actually caught him. He provided the cover. Canadian stays alive. Gas Babes go out. Fultz needs to find a place to plant. 5 seconds left. Guys, you got to get the kid on the floor. Big pick from Fultz, but needs to do his job and stick that diffuser inside of Church. Low on health. Can Surf stop him? Impact thrown out, but he can't find him, and the kid will go down successfully. Oh, SSG has stolen it.
They were both so low. If that impact had have landed, it would have won them the round.
There was 1 second left on the clock when Fultz was able to put that kid onto the floor.
And the kill onto Canadian prior, massive as well.
Well, the kill onto Ashen prior to that as well. Surf watching for Canadian.
There's so much impact, like on both sides, so many massive kills. That was remarkable. Either way though, SSG, 2 map points.
What have Shopify Rebellion got now? They need to find 2 defensive rounds to force overtime. The best of 3 format has not been kind to them as of late. And dare I say, if they lose this series, are they just BO1 merchants? That's what the numbers say. And it would be this event again. Guys, opening day, best of 1, best of 1. They beat out, of course, Weibo Gaming 7-5 on the opening day, followed up then by taking down the EML champion 7-5. This is their first test in a best of 3. And on their map pick, they find themselves 2 rounds down.
Ashen once again on the Kali for this match point round. We saw him use it to great effect to find a kill onto Ambi in one of the prior rounds. But that utility will also be useful into the mirror. So certainly keep that in mind through the mid-round. SSG currently getting to work on the opposing side of the map, however, and Ashen will just post up and lurk for now. Shopify, understandably, with a triangle hold, cache side of the map. And that's currently being investigated by J90. The mute stalling out hard breach utility, that's something that will need to be dealt with by attack. But for now, just a heavy emphasis on utility from both sides. Maybe Newer is the one to be the one to unlock top red. As I say that, it actually has been vacated fully by Shopify. SSG now with this space.
Decent time denial, though, by Shopify. 90 seconds left in the round. Now you can fall back, give up this cash position, force SSG through con, where they still need to clear out logistics. Canadian is playing bot main stairs, but he has been pinged out. His position, I believe, is known.
Mirror window, Logi still standing. As I say that, cleared, and now Rexon under pressure. He needs to try and hold this line down through con to the best of his ability. But he'll forfeit back towards Logi. And
I wonder if they were expecting Canadian to rotate basement over towards, say, Secret and go for, you know, top red and go for a pinch in behind, but he's just been holding. He's actually in kitchen right now. Nitrocell from below, prepped by Canadian. Spoit with the opening pick onto Benja. SSG are just lacking the ability to find these opening picks, and Ashen will fall on the Kali as well. Oh, and up close behind the bomb chassis, Spoit finds his 3rd. Decimates SSG here. One outside the window, maybe the easiest of them all. There's 4, there's 5, there's the ace as well. A masterclass performance from Spoit keeps Shopify Rebellion alive here in this opening map of the quarterfinal. 5-6, they need one more.
Big round number 2 from Spoit in this series. He has been a difference maker for Shopify, keeping them alive in this matchup. SSG, it was an okay map clear. Shopify peeled. They fortified site, the Izami in play. Good protection, the mirror as well, to an extent. And SSG just never able to command the position of defenders on site. They all played comfortably. They were able to anchor. They weren't displaced. And with that, Shopify winning every single fight and Spoit absolutely popping off.
So much emphasis on Spoit and Canadian, the way they've been playing so far in this opening map. A big reason why this game is as close as it is now. Referenced before on the desk, of course, the North American lower bracket final featuring both of these two teams. Okay, the opening map on Kafe was one-sided, but then 8-7, 8-6, and right now 6-5. Not much really to separate between these two, but only one can represent North America in the Final Four here at the Esports World Cup. Shopify needing to force overtime. Ambi's been quiet. Rexon's been super quiet since the opening couple of rounds, and Surf has been here or there. Could this be maybe a round in which Ambi can activate, get himself inside of the server and activate it to a level higher than what he's been showing?
Both Moto and Stock open for this round. And SSG looking to garner information on the first floor where Shopify are very active. Hold in Stock, Benja may be able to find quite the line of sight all the way across to Rexon. In the meantime though, Ashen.
Oh, that's onto Spoit. Well, there's a kill. And then there's a kill. It's the Azami and it's Spoit, and it means that for Shopify Rebellion, the others must now stand up in a match point round. They can't have Spoit now carry them through to overtime. Huge opening pick from Ashen. And the pressure mounts now for Shopify.
SSG do have a slightly weaker conversion rate, but it's still 72%. So the numbers strongly pointing towards an SSG round.
Where's Rexon going? And Ambi caught as well. This stage hold has been obliterated down to just Canadian and Surf in a 2 versus 5. And Fault will say goodbye to Canadian. And SSG maybe in a flawless fashion to close out this opening map at the quarterfinal. Decimating Shopify, who tried to play aggressive on that first floor rather than looking to hold defensively in basement. They gave SSG opportunities and SSG took them. One from Surf, a second as well, to create maybe one of his own highlight moments, but Ashen can fall into church and stick the kid, and through the smoke, J90 puts an end to these shenanigans. The opening map of this quarterfinal North American showdown goes the way of Space Station Gaming.
Tempered celebrations from SSG. They know this one's far from over. Shopify showed resilience, but it wasn't quite enough. A little bit too much of a two-man show. Canadian fragging out at the beginning. That was strange. And Spoit with at least 2 massive moments in this match. It could have been over quite a bit sooner if it wasn't for his individual prowess. So they'll be looking at themselves and reflecting over the next couple of minutes during the break. How can we, as a team, reform, recollect ourselves and bounce back on map 2.
Yeah, strange old game. I felt like I would maybe see more fireworks between these two teams. It was a little bit one-sided, a little bit subdued at times. We got some Ashen, but not a lot from Shopify Rebellion. They looked tempered. They didn't really look like they wanted the excitement and the flair. Maybe that's something that they need to find on Chalet to come on the second map, which is, of course, the pick of SSG, where now they will be favored to defeat Shopify Rebellion as they did in the lower bracket final of NAL. And if that does eventuate, there's no hiding it for Shopify Rebellion. Best of threes just do not suit them.
It is a little bit more difficult now to envision a third map between these two, with Chalet on the other side. SSG are firm favourites there, but I still wouldn't discount Shopify in a matchup like this. It is still tight, and if the rest of the team can turn up.
They had 2 round-saving moments from Spoit.
Yeah.
Without that, it would have been an easier result for SSG. Short break. On the other side, we head to Chalet for this quarterfinal.
they've been saying is true. There's a war before your eyes. Tell me, can you see right through? Right through, right through. Down through the wires and the pipelines. We go disconnecting from the city and the skyline. Counting up coins for a soda can. And there's nothing going on, no game plan, no plans. So I'm jumping out the fire, back into the frying pan. I'm trying to disconnect from the stats and the spray tan.
Space Station now find themselves one map away from a semi-final appearance at the Esports World Cup, where they would go on and play Team Secret tomorrow. Boy, that would be a good matchup. Shopify Rebellion will be hoping they can bring it back, though, on Chalet and force a third map. I'm not too hopeful, though. Just feel like SSG, I know it was only a 7-5 win, but they certainly looked like the better team. If it wasn't for a couple of heroics from Spoit single-handedly, probably closer to a 7-3, 7-4 kind of game. SSG certainly the better team overall. Some work to be done for Canadian and his team if they are to stay alive a little longer here at the Esports World Cup.
Well, it's Chalet for map number 2, and the intensity and the tempo is likely to pick up for this second battle. Shopify, I think, with a little bit more to prove in terms of overall team play. As mentioned, Spoit quite literally had 2 big clutches, 2 big impact plays in the half. One of them was an ace, so you can take from that what you will. The other a big clutch, though. Take those out of the equation, and it could have been potentially a little bit more dominant towards SSG, who overall, as a team, probably looked a little more measured.
Well, Ashen is questioning the decision to ban the Ying. The Clash ban, though, very much a strong one on Chalet. The Montang will be banned out as well, and the Froster then follow through as the final ban. SSG on the attack of Chalet to begin. Shopify Rebellion gonna need to pick up the pieces after a Clubhouse where quite a few players certainly did not show up to their best degree. To me, I viewed Clubhouse as SSG as a team, and their teamwork and their coordination just completely outclassed Shopify Rebellion. Sure, there were some duo heroics and solo heroics from Shopify, but they just never really had rounds where they dominated, flawless, and all 5 players performing. They're going to need to find that here on Chalet and do it rather quick.
Out of 130 rounds, Ying picked 13 times. Take from that what you will.
Yeah, so 10%.
Again, their most picked striker, Blackbeard, Ace, Cap, Buck.
Blackbeard, the Capital, both immediately selected. To me, it's a strange one, not just based on the stats, but also if you're banning the Montang, you may as well just ban out the Blackbeard. They play it, they use it. Well, I come back to haunt Shopify if that Blackbeard is successful. Ashen on it in the opening round.
Took a little while to get going back on Club 0-3 start, but then responded, had a couple of nice moments. Carly, one of the operators he primarily played, but as is the case with SSG, they all play pretty much every operator. I had to look through some of the numbers. It's quite impressive how versatile they all are, and it's Gen.G on this occasion to play Carly, so it's very much just position/map specific, and everyone's willing to sort of put their hand up and say, hey, I'm happy to play this spot on this particular strat. And it is Bedroom in play for this opening round. Benja on Nook. Played the Doki quite a bit back on Club. Had some good lurk potential and was able to find himself in the objective on a couple of occasions, and maybe looking to replicate that here in this opening round.
Oh, opening pick. Gen.G with the Kali, as you just kind of highlighted. Catches out Surf. Not the start to the second map for Shopify Rebellion that they would like. Pressure from Benja. On up close as well with the mezzanine, but it's Ambi to find the pick, and that might do him a world of confidence. Stim shot as well to get him back up to full health. They even went for the vault outside to try and go for some more information, and more than just that, found the kill onto Volt, who was not ready for that kind of run out from Ambi. Well, SSG met with some aggression. And Newers on the repel in towards Solar will lose his life, and it's falling apart in the opening round for SSG. Gen.G does get one back onto Canadian. And Ashen going for the plant inside a bedroom now. But gets off it, expecting maybe reinforcement to arrive from Shopify, but, well, no one made the move. Could have stuck it the whole way the first go around. We'll now try a second time. Red ping information, but the plant does go down successfully. Shield up now for Ashen, but Rexon finds the angle for the headshot. Leaves Gen.G with a lot to do. The SMG up close, hits the headshot onto Ambi, but he can't win the battle towards Solar. A little back and forth, but it's Shopify Rebellion to find the opening round.
And a good, well-rounded team effort there from Shopify, not one single player having to deal with anyone in particular. And a great way to kind of set the tempo here for this map. It was pretty clean from SSG. I mean, the ability to then get the plant down was not too bad, but the 2 versus 3 with the flood response from Shopify, always very difficult to win that particular instance out. Blackbeard has some value. It's going to continue to be a talking point throughout the half if it does start to dominate, but tamed pretty well there in round number 1.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
I think the big takeaway for me is just Ambi's aggression in that round. I didn't really feel like we got aggressive Ambi on Clubhouse. He never was able to maybe get off the leash. Certainly had a quiet game, talking about the top-rated player in North America. Really, really good start, though, for him here on Chalet to find those 2 kills, and it's the way in which he found that second kill as well with a run out onto Volts. It's going to say that the Blackbeard was not going to be brought to this round, but well, unfortunately I did not say that because now Ashen will switch onto it. They changed their lineup quite aggressively.
The Nook will persist though, and again, as we've become accustomed to SSG flexing in terms of the operators selected, will Newers be able to find that lurk potential here on Chalet, a map that's so renowned for being able to traverse with some safety, some degree of safety. 3 staircases to be able to access each floor. So if he can find an opening, then the rest of the team can look to converge around those positions. Currently though, just getting a feel for the map currently. Interestingly from SSG, nobody actually actively on drones at the moment.
They only got 5 drones left as well with 2 minutes to go.
That could be to their detriment. Bolts to check out Solar though. It's Ambi holding the staircase currently. Surf and Rexon though on the kill feed. SSG not droning. And then losing 2 picks.
Well, I mean, they have been droning, but Shopify have been dealing with it. There's only 2 drones left. This is an easy round for Shopify Rebellion.
That just wasn't good enough. That's not up to the standard of play that we saw from SSG back on map 1.
Newers does find the kill onto Ambi. But a lot more work to be done in this round for SSG, and certainly playing behind. But good aggression from Shopify Rebellion, and look a little bit more lively on the defense here on Chalet in comparison to Clubhouse. And this is the start that you need in a second map after SSG took your map pick of Clubhouse.
Going to be tough to crack though. 2 players bar stock, even just trading that out will be challenging. 3 gas babes as well in play. Presumably F-Not mines and Goo mines as well.
2 players basement, they can play the flank.
It takes a big throw to lose this one for Shopify.
You got a library stairs flank, you got a fireplace stairs flank, as you mentioned. Double stack over towards bar stock. Surf's pushed out towards games. Newers and J90 giving themselves every opportunity. They do catch Rexon on his flank. Canadian over towards Fireplace. Gas Babes being thrown out. Still 20 seconds, so still time here for SSG to claim this round. They clear out 1. Oh, J90 though takes his teammate out. It would have been a 2v2. Well, can he salvage this and clutch up? A lot more difficult now though without his teammate that he himself took out of the round. And going prone now towards default is Surf. 2 seconds on the clock. Gotta find the kill. He can't. Surf will shut him down. Crucial mistaken error.
There was actually that small window where they could have made it work. I can't believe they were able to forge themselves forward into that spot.
They could have actually double pushed in towards games, cleared out, plant default, and there's not a lot Canadian can do.
We'll never know. What we can say with certainty though, however, is Shopify off to a good start here, 2-0. And for the vast majority of that round, SSG didn't really have much going for them. We saw them stalled out early, drone economy lacking, information was pretty difficult to come by, and then bang bang, they lose the opening 2, and on the back foot for the remainder of that round.
Well, just the start to the second map in this series that Shopify Rebellion really needed. Not just 2-0, but also some mistakes out of SSG. 3 players that have not found a kill yet in the opening 2 rounds for Space Station. Obviously, in the quarterfinal that we just had earlier, G2 and IP, they both took each other's map picks. Could that be on the cards here for this one as well? Opportunity, and Newers will take it.
Yeah, just Spoit caught in a poor position there.
Swift entry with the ramp boogie auto breacher to quickly break the barricade, play off the yellow pink. Spoit, as you mentioned, caught dead. 0 kills for Spoit now. It's been a complete reversal for Shopify Rebellion in terms of Clubhouse and Chalet. On Club, it was the Spoit show, but they couldn't get the round wins. So far, Spoit invisible, but the rest of the team rising. But it's another opening kill for SSG. Can they convert? So far, been unsuccessful.
SSG as well with the Deimos available in this round, and so Ashen through the mid to late portion can deathmark those defenders and make it increasingly uncomfortable. He has 4 options available.
Goes for Surf. Probably the best option because he's the one playing Library Stairs. Closest one actually to Ashen. Look to force him off with the frag grenade to keep him a little bit lower. And then thusly deal with this barbed wire.
Yeah, unlikely to still win that fight even with the death mark against Shotgun. Elects not to push as of now, and in the meantime, Newers gets to work with the boogie auto breacher. Yellow pink sight. Good information that can be relayed to G9O as well, outside if the breach is to get opened up. Still an Electro Claw, although dealt with. And now this player at Bins is under a ton of pressure, but supported by a Canadian. Good Tubarao. It is Canadian himself, but he does eventually get caught. Faults to find the kill. SSG with a 2-man advantage make it 3.
Yeah, playing a lot more systematically in this round. SSG, more as a team, more of what we saw in Clubhouse. Raxon can't answer anything and leaves Surf by himself towards games. He's not going to be able to steal this round at all. Tracked by the death mark as well. SSG will get on the board here on Chalet. A well-worked round, calculated, a team effort. And prone from Ashen with the Vendetta.
Did you catch that?
No, I could not actually. That one was inaudible.
So they bite back. Better from SSG. Additional bans now to be brought into play. Do we see the Blackbeard dealt with? Is there something else that's been more impactful? Yeah, Doki beat Malusi, okay.
So with Space Station on the board now, going into the next 3 rounds of this opening half, the pressure will continue to rise on Shopify Rebellion, facing elimination after losing that opening map. They must stay calm, composed. They certainly haven't shown a whole lot of emotion, though, in this series. Even SSG themselves have looked a little bit subdued. Both teams locking in and just focusing.
Bedroom in play then for the 4th round. Above we return. Both compositions looking rather standard from both sides. And as we've become accustomed to from SSG, they bring the striker back into play. Again, to reiterate, and this is not a mistake, it is their most played attacking operator. That was really early into the round.
My goodness. That's 4 seconds into the round. Well, no gridlock, and SSG will play as 4. How about that for a spawn peek from Raxon? Now it's all about the conversion for Shopify Rebellion. Quite literally playing the entire round with a man advantage.
And on top of that, he's quite literally had 0 impact in the round. He hasn't had any utility deployed, hasn't had the ability to live drone throughout the round either. It's quite the loss for SSG, and Shopify have a strong conversion rate.
Benja trying to get aggressive outside a big window of the mezzanine, seeing with whether the fact someone will go for a peek from that fireplace position. This is when Shopify Rebellion need to really make sure they don't give SSG anything, no freebies. And be the one that's playing at that top mezzanine position. Gonna get caught out by the Lion Scan as he goes for a rotate back in towards Library. Now back into mezzanine. I like this setup though, because Ambi can play aggressive at the mezzanine, and if he takes a bit of damage, he's got the dock that's close by with the line of sight opened up to get the stim pistol to get him back to full health.
It's Fenrir though to get targeted. That's Spoit down in bar. So some isolated fights on the opposing side of the map being proposed by the defense. The SSG bite, well, they don't really have much more of a choice. They need to try and find these kills, but Ambi actually drops. Supports Spoit, gets the kill, and with that, all but confirms the round for Shopify, barring a clutch from SSG. If J90 hit both in that little set play, that could have been the chance, but it is just one. Shopify maintain their lead.
Oh, no.
As I say that, though, Gen.G does find a second, eventually traded, and Rexon, though, finds one as well. So it steadies, and Ashen 1v3.
Crisis averted. Unless Ashen pulls out a 1v3 with 35 seconds, it's going to be difficult. A tall order. Deathmark onto Spoit. Turns his attention away from him, though, knowing that Spoit's not really in the fight right now. Slowly making his way back up Library stairs. Ashen trying to push forward. Grabs the kit. Well, expecting. Oh, what a shot flow from Ashen. Onto Spoit. 1v2. Can go for the plant now inside of Office. Canadian and Rexon just got to play together here. They will allow it. No. The footsteps get him off the plant. Gets Canadian low, but no time. And Canadian with the SMG-11 up close will convert his shots. As Shopify Rebellion convert on that opening kill from Rexon 4 seconds into the round. And now get themselves a 3-1 lead here on Chalet.
It was always going to be a very difficult round there for SSG, losing an early pick like that. And as I mentioned, having quite literally zero impact during that action phase. No track stingers deployed, no live droning to speak of, and no tradability, given that it was a spawn peak as well. Then Shopify only compounded the difficulty curve by introducing isolated fights. You had the Mez hold Ambi, Spoit Barstock, etc. And even with the tools like Deimos to try and track those players and lock them down, it still proved to be too challenging to succumb. Shopify looking more competent here. It is defense, but also the caveat to that being it is Chalet also, which can be a far more open map. I've been impressed by their response here so far, given how Club was a little bit more topsy-turvy.
Do have a result, by the way, from that A-Stream game. Furia win it comfortably against Virtus.pro 7-5, 7-4. And we'll play G2 tomorrow in the semi-final. This is the final game that we've got today here for Rainbow Six Siege X. See who will take on Team Secret between these two North Americans. Blitz employed by Fultz. Has the Blackbeard as well, so double shield set up for SSG. The entry into games, it's swift, it's fast, through the ROU in towards backstore. The flash, it's strong, and Surf has got no idea what to do. Done a little 360, overwhelmed, and deep it goes. Fultz, and the pistol is strong. Headshot onto Spoit will connect. SSG's pace is far too good for Shopify Rebellion. Rexon can do nothing to stop this plant from going down. At best, maybe find this kill, but even Benja, too strong for him. A second attacking round acquired for Space Station.
Yeah, really nice set play there from SSG. The sense can be so mixed in terms of results, but that time around through the drone hole, covers bar stock, and I love the combination there of the sense with the blitz, flood bar stock, continue to flood side. Don't worry about the plan at that phase of the round, and then if you find yourself in an advantage and you have information on where the remaining defense is, which they did, then they can go for said plant and cover accordingly. Shopify still leading, but it's 3-2 as we prep for the final round of the half.
Well, a third round here for SSG would put Shopify Rebellion in a very tricky situation going into the second half. This becomes oh so crucial. Must find a fourth defensive round. Chalet as a map in North America does 61% defensive win rate. Easily. The most defender-sided map tied with Clubhouse, ironically. The two maps that we've had here in the series in North America.
SSG, 64% defensive win rate. Shopify, 58. So a narrow lead, but still pretty significant.
They may go fast again. Amaru, Blitz, Blackbeard. You've got shields. You've got the ability to try and hit Shopify so quick that they don't know what to do, as they did in the previous round. I think SSG have realized that the pace that they can bring may overwhelm Shopify, but this time Rexon was able to stand tall. Got one. Oh, and got the second on default as soon as he went to pull the pistol out. And it did lose Surf, so no Warden available. And you still have a shield up with Ashen on the Blackbeard. Vault in from J90. The flash as well to try and maybe get the swing kill towards the library hallway. There is one to the close right. He turns his attention towards half wall. Did get the kill onto Rexon, but traded quickly. Ashen involved now on the Blackbeard. A 2 versus 2 with the kit reacquired. Sight down below. And a lot of time still left in this round, but Ashen may want to reduce that time left by getting that kit onto the floor and forcing the post plant.
Well, both players above here. Can Shopify play Vert? Should have info off the back of the BPCs and the Yokais from Canadian.
No kills for Spoit in this entire half. No better time for him to find one now. Towards West Main for Newers.
I think the defense does like info.
Oh, and Spoit does find that kill onto Ashen through the Vert. Stays above, gets the kill, and now leaves Newers in a 1v2 with 1:20. Goes for the plan inside a kitchen, hoping that this will not be denied. And so far, it will not be. He now reduces the time left in this round to 40 seconds. Switches straight up close angle towards Trophy. And both players are coming from this very position. Could Newers find a way to get them both up close with the shotgun? Spoit and Canadian will hold. Close, steady. The swing to come from Newers, though. He's the one that forced the fight. He hits the shot into Canadian. Spoit up close. They trade. And with that, SSG take the round. Oh, my goodness.
Wow. If you're Shopify, you're reeling at that opportunity.
That was an opportunity.
A big one. Now, difficult to fault them for not denying plan. I had a look at the info. It was very limited. They didn't have a Yokai in that position. It was dining, the other library. BPCs were dealt with by
there was
SSG.
a minute and 20 on the clock, so your general sense is he may not go for the plan straight away.
And then they composed themselves. They did not just feed 1v1s. They literally spent 5 seconds discussing on the solar stairs how we're going to trade out this position. There was then that window of opportunity on the initial swing.
The irony is, I feel like if they actually had have just double swung, yeah, one definitely dies,
You
but
had
the
to
other
both
has
commit.
yeah,
You had to both commit against the shotgun with that fire rate.
But Newers was the one that swung.
Yeah.
He engaged them. He got the first kill, then fell back, and then it's a 1v1 up close shotgun. So we might be tied at this half. It might be 3-3. But for those who are aware, with Space Station now going defense Chalet, they have set themselves up well and truly to knock out Shopify Rebellion, not for the first time this year.
But it's still tight, 3-3. It's still very difficult to call from this point onwards, and I think as a whole, Shopify have shown a little bit more promise, specifically in comparison to Club. But it's so close, and that's exactly the expectation that we set pre-match, and we're getting that inside of the server leading into map number 2, and perhaps if the third is required, I expect Border to be close as well. Bans have played out for this second half. Castler's Army, big emphasis on utility from Shopify, looking to nullify some of that. And for SSG, the Monty Cap.
The best defensive team in North America on defense, the second best attacking team in North America on attack.
how is this going to play out? If I'm going to be honest, you kind of look at the series and how it's unfolded. SSG have definitely looked overall the better team. Shopify Rebellion are going to have to find and show us something that we haven't seen so far. Another early opening pick, though, from Rexon. He's now double digits. It's another lull in chat from him. But you got to find the conversion on this. And you've also only really taken out Naruni.
76% the number. They are one of the better teams globally in terms of conversion, as I mentioned prior. In fact, they're the best team in NAL for conversion.
Well, it says here Duck Zero better.
Ah, okay. I overlooked that. 79%, okay. They're the best of the North American teams still at this event.
That's true.
That is correct.
Are they going to still be at this event, though, come tomorrow? SSG 4 rounds away from a semi-final appearance. Bolts will stay tucked in at the mezzanine. Has got Ashen for company as well towards top library. Deployable shield will be dealt with. Now the pressure amplified onto his position. No longer safe and guarded by that shield that was once there. So falls back in towards library. There is a Nitrocell available on J90 down below in games. Nuez will join him in games. 60 seconds left. J90 doesn't even need the Nitro. With the gun up, he finds the headshot onto Canadian and deals with Blackbeard. A very valuable kill for SSG to tie things up 4 versus 4.
Faults falls as well. Advantage, Shopify. Time to work with, but Nuez continues to fight from below.
Nuez has been so good in this series. Constantly finding these tight angle headshots. Got taken down to half health. 30 seconds, 3v3. The onus, though, on Shopify to hit this site and get this kid onto the floor. Currently not in the hands of any of the members of Shopify, but now picked up by Ambi. Still top library. And you still have not cleared out Barstock.
This could be a key position. Ambi, though, pivots, fireplace.
Wants to go for that bar entry, but it is being watched. A trade. Nuez got one, but lost his life. Ashen towards games. J90. Well, Rex in core, napping. As the duo combine for SSG to take the lead on Chalet, now make that 3 rounds away from knocking out Shopify.
Yeah, it was a clean opening round there from SSG. Leaned into the clock nicely. Shopify, to be fair, probably was their best shot going towards bar at the end. A game's jump into default would have been tricky. But good composure there. SSG, the likes of Nuez as well on the objective, having impact, proving to be very challenging to clear even with Vert up above. They limited the win cons late round there for Shopify quite nicely.
Well, the pressure now on Shopify, and there's no worse side to be on than attacking when the pressure's on. Questioning every move. Feeling nervous as you push in and trying to clear out positions, knowing full well if you die, it could really hinder the team. There's a bit more of a sense of comfortability when you're on the defense, and SSG already 1 map up, now 4-3 up. They will be very comfortable. Simply put, they've been the better of the two teams. At this current point, round 8 of the second map, they deserve to be in that semi-final. It's up to Shopify Rebellion to flip a switch. Show some fight. Rexon is the only one that's positive with double-digit kills. In the first map, the story was 2 players that were positive and 3 that weren't. Now it's gotten worse.
Asher needs to be mindful that he doesn't overpeak. Regen utility on the Legion, and so he will escape. Can deploy Goo Mines later on in the round, which is always useful. Shopify now looking to occupy this western side of the map. And it's Rexon to lead the charge here. On entry, here on Chalet has been one of the big win cons for Shopify. If he can maybe continue this horizontal push, could aid Alexlo to drop down. Now, if Shopify do look to posture for something a bit more direct and perhaps not on Snowmobile's side, they will have to contend with that clash, but I guess that holds true no matter what side, given how versatile the clash now is.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 nitrates as well available for SSG. A lot of drones still up for Shopify Rebellion, searching for as much information as possible. 1 shock drone still available as well for Rexon. Fire grenade to try and deal with this Kaid Claw to keep putting the pressure on Wine. Tense, nervous moment in this round though for Shopify as they hit the final 60 seconds. They do catch out Faults though. Huge kill, as you said. Gives them that boiler control, and overextension though of the clash will be SSG's downfall if they can't bring this round back now down a player. Opens up the attack for Shopify. 1-for-1 trades keeps us in the similar position. Very much looking for this Wine-centric hit.
J9O pillar. This is the key position. Nitro in hand, but no more utility.
Next kill, so crucial. Another frag grenade thrown out to deal with some of this utility. Canadian with an overpeak and caught by J9O, who does still have a Nitrocell in pocket for SSG. Rexon will acquire the kit. Still very much searching for this Wine hit, and looking from above is Ashen. And he does not land all of the shots necessary, but Rexon now by himself. They did enough elsewhere. They combine as a team, and SSG take a 2-round lead. There's just nothing coming from the Shopify camp. They have not been vocal. They have not been energetic. And some of that, I think, has translated into the server. Now, I believe a timeout, I think, was requested that has not then been allowed to be taken.
Yeah, I guess we'll get confirmation if the round is to be played or not, but...
So rehost will be called.
Yeah, I mean, that last round, though, SSG did a really, really good job in stalling out for that push for as long as possible, despite the clash falling first. Rexon, big pick boiler, and I thought that that may be enough, but then the clearance utility from attack was nice. They continued their hold above as well, and so Shopify went in a position to then re-aggress. Just overall, feels like they have a better read on their opposition at the moment, and Shopify not inventing enough on the fly to contest.
Yeah, certainly Shopify Rebellion did opt to call a tactical timeout that clearly didn't come through in time, so we'll rehost, and then once we get back in, I would imagine we'll get the immediate tactical timeout taken. 5-3 scoreline in favor of SSG. Opening map went the way of SSG. They're 2 rounds away now from looking towards that date with Secret tomorrow in a semi-final, which would guarantee one of North America or Europe in the grand final of the Esports World Cup. Pretty good representation, though, when you look at those semi-finals. It's, you know, 1 Brazilian team, 2 European teams, and then clearly going to be 1 North American team. APAC falling short, just top 8 only. Had they beaten Secret, though, Guz, we actually would have had the full Grand Slam.
Yeah. It really does feel like SSG have an opportunity to go all the way at this event. It's the best version of them that we have seen at an international event, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, I agree. But I think you could also make arguments for really all of the 4 teams that will be remaining tomorrow. Furia, you can never count them out. G2, current form. Team Secret, so far it's been job done from them. Maybe they are the ones going a little under the radar. They got a big game tomorrow, of course, regardless who they play, whether it be Space Station or Shopify. As you said earlier, though, that Furia G2 game, that almost feels like the
the grand final in itself. Maybe the winner of that will be the favorite in the grand final. I don't believe we're too far away from getting back into the game. Again, current scoreline 5-3 in favor of SSG. Tactical timeout was requested. Will be taken once we get back in game. Should roughly only be another minute away.
I think this needs to be a tac timeout masterclass from Super to really refocus the team. He could be the difference maker, much like we had Spoit as the in-server difference maker back on Club. He needs to be the one, I think, to really rev up the team.
Well, what does it call for, though? You got 60 seconds. Do you just go the rev up? Do you throw in some plans in there as well? Potential set plays? You don't get a lot of time.
I think it's really hard because it doesn't necessarily feel like one or the other will be enough. They need a combination of the two, and that's where you earn your marks as a coach, in determining which route you go and then being able to implement that in such a short time frame. Keeping in mind, whilst they're talking, SSG get an opportunity to refocus as well. So it's an uphill battle for Shopify at the moment. Their best of 3 medal being put to the test.
But it feels like the kind of game that, like a 7-5 and now 5-3, there has been tension, but not to the degree of, say, the previous game we just had, and certainly the last game we had last night. It has missed probably a little bit of tension, despite it being quite close. It's just a very, very subdued Shopify Rebellion, though, and even to some degree, SSG. It feels like Ashen's the only one trying to get things going.
He spent this entire tech pause, by the way, as we see him on cam now, eyeing off the opposition and having a bit of a laugh with Newers. They're so chill right now.
He's trying to play rock, paper, scissors.
Shopify in response looking far more locked in at the moment.
Well, they need to lock in, and it's pretty smart and tactical from SSG to try and get them out of that locked-in state.
They're not biting.
No.
Come on, AB. Give us something.
All right, well, this is taking a little bit longer than anticipated. We're going to take a very short break. When we get back, it will be Chalet once again. We return from the break here for this quarterfinal matchup of the Esports World Cup for Rainbow Six Siege X. And a little update on the rock, paper, scissors. Ashen was able to get one to join in, and it was Rexon, and Rexon lost twice. Maybe a sign of things. Can't even win the rock, paper, scissors game. Shopify Rebellion find themselves 3-5 down. SSG 2 rounds away from moving on into the semi-final tomorrow.
Please pause the lobby.
Are we? Okay, whoa, yeah, they got down to like 5 seconds left. I was getting a little bit worried. So tactical timeout for Shopify, now official, now employed. And we get the close-up view there of Super. Probably just being like, guys, what is going on?
Yeah, he looks pretty animated, especially in comparison to what we saw back on map 1. He's very intently commanding the lads at the moment.
Call out on the other end of the coin, I think, is looking rather subdued, and probably just the case of keep doing what you're doing. Things are going well. They're clearly rattled. They're clearly down in the dumps. But Super looks really upset.
Oh, okay.
Oh. Well, basically nothing matters. Let's go.
In some more adult terms, yeah.
Yeah.
He's not happy. And to be fair, I don't really blame him because they're not playing near potential at the moment.
Oh, he kind of posed before the break. You know, is it?
What route do you take?
Yeah,
is it
well,
strategy?
it's just a rev up route.
Up?
Yeah, it's basically
Honestly,
just trying to find the team
He's kind of gone for option 3. It's neither, really. It's more of a wake-up call.
Yeah. Will Shopify Rebellion wake up? 2 rounds down. 9th round coming up. Now, the stats have been reset, but really the most notable one for Shopify was Rexon. Double digits, the one performing.
A lot of entry battles going.
Yep, certainly. Gen.G, Newers both playing incredibly well for SSG. Bench has had good impact. And again, I think the general consensus across the 2 maps is that for SSG, it's been a solid team effort. That's been their strength.
Final round before we have the additional bans introduced. And that means the clash will remain available, provided that is to be eventually taken down. We'll wait and see. Library control early in the piece for Shopify. Shock drones in play, powerful tool in dealing with the F-Not mines from Newers. 2 BPCs as well available for SSG. How they look to start dictating a bit of tempo in these rounds and trying to dislodge defense. Pressure has been lacking from them in this series, but specifically here on Chalet.
Changing magazine.
Well, so far, it's quite slow going for Shopify Rebellion until Spoit hits a wonderful headshot onto Newers after the initial exchange got him quite low. 2 nitro cells available for SSG. Volt will move up. Thought about planting that shield down. Spoit does lose his life eventually to Ashen, who gets on the move, now pushing in towards Solar. They deal with Gen.G, they deal with Benja, and they start to wake up. That's exactly what Super wanted. The wake-up call that was required for Shopify. Boy, Ashen would love a 1v3 from here. You'd never hear the end of it, but as he gets tagged up and his position is known, his ability to now win this round is probably slim to none. A tag onto Surf, takes the battle towards the bomb chassis. Almost find the headshot, but they got in their back from Surf. And the loudest that we've heard Shopify Rebellion all night long. 4-5. And they show some fire.
Yeah. Is that the jump lead round? Does that kick them back into gear? They felt sharp in that round. They found the trigger point in the round and played off it correctly. There hasn't been a whole lot of that from them tonight. So that was better to see. And then composed in the 3v1 to ensure that they get that round confirmed. They still trail 4-5. Additional bans now in play. Clash, as expected. Glaz, interestingly, also off the board.
Clubhouse was close. It was a 7-5, and now it's a 4-5 on Chalet. But Shopify have always been the team of the two, kind of on the back foot, kind of playing that chase game. Can they string a couple of rounds together in a row? Heard them in the background, fired up at the conclusion of that round. We heard Super and how aggressive he was in that tactical timeout to try and wake them up and spark that fire. Can they ignite it even further now going into the 10th round? Bar Games, the site choice for Space Station. You just have that feeling if Shopify can win this round, this match could reach boiling point. But on the flip side for SSG, it's match point on the other side. If they can then acquire this 6-4, and that hill just becomes so much taller to climb for Shopify. Crucial 10th round.
Bar Games for round 10, and it's a map clear lineup for Shopify. Don't expect this to be a quick round. And the initial drone work, trophy side from Canadian. Ambi will likely take that space, has track stingers for flank watch. And the rest of the team will probably posture to help clear library. Now on the side of SSG, they do have the Warden in play for library. And quite a few trap operators as well to contend with. Shopify, do they have the tools to deal with that? Well, a couple of pocket EMPs and plenty of projectiles as well, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Mezzanine control, just the singular shield pillar. Library will be held by Ashen, as we've come to expect, but no shield for him, and so he'll need to be a little bit more conservative in his approach.
Well, the tension certainly does feel like it's rising inside of the server. No one wants to make a wrong move. So it's an office clear across with the eventual goal to deal with this mezzanine and library position for Shopify. Only the single nitro available down below in bar for SSG. So not a lot of firepower that they can actually bring in terms of utility. It's a lot of set and forget utility that's brought into the round. Drop down from Newers. The battle towards entrance. Well, there was that one single nitro cell. Ineffective. And no room for Ashen to then push up top library. Instead, he's actually forced all the way towards bot library. And it's a full top floor clear for Shopify Rebellion, despite two members of SSG closer on the low side.
Minute on the clock, both teams still in contention, but Spoit on the striker who has forged his path forward. Top library stairs does find the first. Canadian with 1 B remaining. One additional scan remaining for Shopify. They are running low on utility.
Surf taking a contact battle. Fire extinguisher pop for a bit of smoke cover. But it's trades back and forth that still remain in favor for SSG. Spoit full well knows that Ashen hides inside of mud, but do you have the time to clear him? The wherewithal, though, for Spoit to go back up above and find the kill onto Faults, but he loses the partner in crime in Rexon. Caught from behind, tried to hit the headshot onto Ashen. Knows where both players are. 14 seconds, though, so needs to put the onus on himself to push forward, clear out. Oh, up close, though. Ashen, shotgun, shuts down Spoit, and with that, it's 2 match and series point moments now for SSG coming up.
And whilst they had man advantage, Shopify lacked utility towards the end. They had very minimal projectiles and crowd control tools available, and they weren't able to dislodge and pressure key parts of the map that they would have liked. They had information. I don't think they were too short on that, but they didn't have the dislodge required to create favorable engagements on attack and set tempo. With that, SSG now with 2 series points.
Do Shopify have it within themselves to find 2 consecutive attacking rounds to force overtime, to then win in overtime, to then win a 3rd map? They're so far behind. It feels like just one more punch and they are fully knocked out. Well, that is the case. SSG searching for a top 4 appearance here at the Esports World Cup. A slight change up in terms of the attacker repick coming the way of Shopify. Scratch that, it's no longer slight. It's now 4 players opting for different operators. A last-second change. The Deimos, the Sens, and the Gridlock along with the Lion, very much signifying that Shopify want map control and to maintain that.
Well, one of the strengths for Shopify at times has been Rexon on entry, and maybe they can look to lean into that here on the Sense for this match point round. That utility suggesting that we may see play centered around the main window repel in. But there's other options available, and the tool can be used for map control elsewhere for the live aircraft kit. And it looks like we may see that employed currently covering the bathroom bulk position. No one situated there, at least currently.
Oh, fault's caught though by Sir. Yeah. Wonderful rooftop angle found to catch him inside a bathroom. I mean, little does Surf actually know, there's 2 more in bathroom as well. Ashen may be thinking about a peek here. A slight one, but never really committing. So on the back of that opening pick, it gives Shopify Rebellion hope. Spoit. Wow. Oh, he finds the frag grenade kill in towards bathroom. And while he does lose his life, advantage still for Shopify Rebellion. And defenders starting to fall off the map for SSG.
Benja eager to contest main window. Rexon, will he offer the fight? Perhaps he'll wait. Canadian with diffuser, solar repel. And Ambi with solar stairs control. They're chipping away and Benja gets caught.
A freebie for Canadian on the repel outside of solar. Sets up Shopify really nicely now. A 2-player advantage with a minute to go in the round. This is perfect. This is what you want. This is what you build these rounds towards. But must finalize this. And do not allow Ashen and J9 to clutch a 2v4 on a match point round. You'll never hear the end of it.
Yeah, late train work here from Shopify, just looking to confirm information.
There's one. Canadian, a little overzealous. J9 forced out by that frag, and Ashen will fall to Rexon. Now a 3v1. J9 will back himself in with a little bit of information, knows where 2 players are located. But warded off. The Sens, the ROU, J9 can no longer see. And through that wall, Surf finds the pick. A 5th round acquired for Shopify Rebellion. They stay alive, but need 1 more to force overtime.
Yeah, some really good problem solving again on offer from Shopify in that round. Utilized the Sense nicely. The bathroom pressure from beginning to end was pretty immense as well, and that could not be held. SSG.
Timeout.
Critical round, timeout.
And this is good as well for Super, right? Because he's already done the rev up. He's already done the wake-up call kind of speech. Now he can kind of just be like, boys, that's better. Look at what you can do when you play this style, this fashion. Now it's the confirmation. Call out will, of course, try and rally the troops here and try and close this out 6-5 for the 2nd map running. We find ourselves in this very position. On Clubhouse, it was 6-5. SSG closes it out. Can they do it again on Chalet? Out of this tactical timeout, which expires in the next 4 seconds.
So the tactical timeout concludes. Is it enough for Shopify to push this the distance? A lot of words being exchanged by the players currently as they formulate their final plans. It would be a really unfortunate way for Shopify to get knocked out if they can't push at least a 3rd map in this series. They will feel like it's a big opportunity gone begging.
Office and bedroom. Final round of regulation. Every single round of regulation has thus far been required in this series, but not once have we gone to OT. To Shopify Rebellion have that resilience and fortitude to bring it back from 6-4, force RT, take the map and send us to border. So much still to be done, but winning this round gives them every opportunity to do just that. Match and series point for Space Station. I just want to add the caveat for those that missed it. We did have a rehost, hence the KDA numbers. Rexon would be well and truly top ranking for Shopify Rebellion. But since that rehost, Surf and Spoit have really stepped it up. Does feel like the opening pick conversion for Shopify has been good, but can they find said opening pick?
Yeah, still playing on the exterior currently. Rexon early hard breach on the mirror window facing Dining. That hold down below now to be weakened. SSG themselves, 4 players on the second floor. Fault remains the lurk threat basement. And he'll be a factor to keep in mind later on. That Nitro cell in pocket could be impactful for a default plan on either objective. It's 4 Nitro cells total here for SSG, so they will look to soak up as much of that clock as possible and then back themselves in with plant denial. Spoit with control below, and he'll get to work with those death marks and maybe looking to dislodge someone on Vert and find that critical opener.
We got 4 Nitro cells. It's hard to say that's not going to be a critical part of this round. One to watch in terms of the conversion of the usage of said Nitro cells. Death mark activated from Spoit, but it's onto the mute. The only option available, but it's not really an option that you want.
Well,
no, of course, sitting on the mute jammer.
Well, yeah, true. He's on the mute jammer currently. I think he may have had it in pocket over towards Mudroom. Indicative that Shopify know Faults is off-site, but don't exactly know where he is, thanks to that jammer.
Under a minute left. Rexon finds the opening pick onto Benja. They deal with the mirror. They've still got 4 Candelas. Smokes available as well, and no Warden to be able to deal with any of that utility. Now the Tubarão being tracked by Spoit with the death mark, but he too will not be tracked. So no real value from the Deimos.
They've done a really good job in countering. A lot of counter utility employed here from SSG. Despite being a player down, again, they have the edge in utility.
Frag grenade thrown into the direction of Ashen. He holds true. Gen.G though will go down. Surf finds the pick. 2-player advantage for Shopify to send this. The shot from Ashen though land eventually onto Surf. Took a little longer than he would have liked. 20 seconds. Nitro still available. Oh, no. Canadian has team killed Spoit. Can he make a difference though to salvage it? Candela thrown, pushing forward now will go Ashen through Closet. Stays alive and into red time. Shopify are melting, but they get the kill. 2 left of life for SSG. Time is running out. Canadian has to stick to plan and make sure he doesn't die. It's a calamity for Shopify. They shoot themselves in their own foot, and the NAL champions will move forward into the semi-finals.
A remarkable performance from SSG. Cannot believe they've been able to close this out in just 2 maps, but the better team certainly on the day, albeit by narrow margins on both. I think they'll be quite pleased with how they played this afternoon, and they set themselves up for potentially quite the run here at EWC 25.
Well, I mean, how fitting in some ways in terms of the teams that we have in the semi-finals now. The SAL champions, the EML champions, and now the NAL champions. It's a trifecta between the big regions. Of course, Team Secret, the 4th. But for SSG, a well and truly deserved series win. 7-5, 7-5, no overtimes, close. Tension maybe never really reached that full boiling point. A super rev up did give a bit of hope for Shopify, but in the end, they were their own downfall, and certainly in that last round, that was truly the case. One that Canadian will be probably having sleepless nights over.
And with such fine margins, there were so many incredibly close rounds in this series. There were big impact plays on both sides. And it's the kind of win, again, that you would kind of expect in a close matchup like this, where we don't look back at any singular player as being a big difference maker over the course of the series. It truly was a team effort, and I think just the versatility and the depth that SSG have on offer in combination with that bulletproof mental was enough to get this result across the line. Shopify, unfortunately, I think on reflection, looked a little bit flat at times and lacked answers in this series.
Hard to forget, Shopify started 3-1 up. They came out of the gates. They defended really well. A lot was going their way. But in the end, SSG, they were just the better team in terms of clutch moments, crunch time moments. We saw that back on Clubhouse ultimately, the better team certainly won as we go to Gibson for the interview.
So I'm joined now by Callout on the stage. So Callout, first off, massive congratulations to your team. You've won an inter-regional matchup here on the B stream today, and you've sent, another one of your big rivals home. But first off, everybody knows that one thing you love to do is build a team culture, right? So after NAL, you were preparing for this event. What did that time frame look like for you guys in your preparation?
We went back and we installed a new map, actually, Clubhouse, like you saw today, obviously, and we knew that especially a team like Sonic's coming in, and also just like the NA narrative around us, we didn't play club, so focused really hard on that, just touched up some things on the other maps, and then just kept our routine outside of that.
And then going into today's game, obviously it's another you're playing against your home region, a team that you've played time and time again. What's it like preparing for a team that you play against time and time again, and do you think it adds more pressure because it is someone you play with more regularly?
I think it's really easy to overcomplicate it. So because you play them so much, you scrim them so much, it's really easy to read too deep into it. So we keep it a bit simpler when it comes to inter-regional teams, just because it's hard to predict what they're going to do. They know what you do, you know what they do, and so just play your game.
And then there was a couple of really big timeouts called by you over the course of these two games. What was the feedback you gave to the team at the time to get the job over the line, particularly that final timeout before that round?
It's never anything to do with mental or anything, because the guys are always they have a great mental, they're unbreakable in a way, so it's always strategy based. I can't really give away exactly what we talked about, but it's always based around what the next setup's going to be, what the next hack's going to be, something like that.
Well, that's that from Callout. Massive thanks for joining us again. Best of luck in the grand stage, or in the the next stage tomorrow on the main stage. So hopefully we'll see you again soon.
Yeah, sounds good.
There we have it, boys. A quick 2-0, I say a quick 2-0, but 7-5, 7-5. These boys, that final round, oh my God, adrenaline pumping, tensions were running incredibly high. I have to ask you both though, had Spoit not shot at his teammate and secured a team kill, was there a world in which we could have gone overtime?
Well, it's Canadian.
Yeah, it was Canadian at this point, but I mean...
I almost didn't want to correct her, I feel bad, but it's hard to say,
really.
We'll just never know, really. That's the big thing. It's a game changer. It doesn't help. It certainly doesn't help. It only hinders, but it's probably not the only factor, right? And certainly when you kind of always break down a series, it's the series. It's not just one round. You ultimately lost 7-5, 7-5. You didn't lose 1-0.
Well, let's go ahead and check in to find out what the unfortunate losing team had to say about that.
So I'm joined now by Spoit. First off, commiserations on that loss. I know every single loss hurts. It doesn't matter what stage an event it is. But first, you're playing a team that you play against regionally. It's your kind of first stage with your new team. So what's the whole event been like for you guys going into this?
I think it's just a learning curve, to be honest. This is our first event together. Still figuring out how you like to play, how we work together as a unit. So it's a learning curve, and I think this is just the start of something great. And just going to come back stronger next time and just work on the issues that we're having,
And going into today's game, was there anything with SSG that maybe caught you guys by surprise, or do you think maybe it was more you didn't play at the level that you guys you could play at? Talk me through that game.
Me in particular, I don't think it's on the SSG being... obviously they played better than us. I think we struggled a little bit on our team play and the communication and stuff. So that's something we're going to work on for next time. But yeah, no. I think we just need to focus more on ourselves, figure out the issues we're facing, be calm when the nerves are at its highest, stuff like that. So yeah.
And then on a more positive note, I want to talk about what it's been like for you joining this team, right? So you've got very experienced coach, you've got one of the greatest IGLs, arguably the best IGL we've ever had in the game. So what have you learned playing for this team, and what's it been like playing with Troy?
That consistency is key, for sure. I really love this team, and I've never been in a team with such like-minded players ever. And I think, like I said earlier, I think it's just a start. We're gonna keep working, being consistent as always. So yeah.
Well, on a positive note, the next major is back in Germany. You've got a history of success at international events there, so looking forward to that now. What do the next few weeks and months look like leading into NAL and hopefully another major appearance?
Yeah, so Munich, obviously we are aiming to go to every event, right? And Troy Troy goes to every event, so hopefully we will be there. Germany as well. I'm very excited. I'm just gonna take this as a learning curve, like I said, and just work on myself, work on my own mentality, work on everything, and just come back stronger, because you learn from your mistakes, right? So yeah.
Well, look, thanks again, Spoy. Again, commiserations on the loss, but best of luck going into the next stage. And I know for a fact we'll see a lot more from you in the future.
Well, there we have it. I want to pick up on the fact that Coach Callout mentioned the fact that they really tunnel visioned and focused in on perfecting their clubhouse. Do you boys think that that might have, to some extent, taken Shopify Rebellion by surprise?
But yeah, I think to some extent, probably. They did get outmatched on that particular map, and it really only was as close as it ended up being on paper, thanks to Spoit and his individual prowess. He had a couple of really big rounds that ended up being difference makers. Outside of that, they were outmatched, and that unfortunately translated across to Chalet as well, where SSG just had a little bit more depth.
It just had the edge, and it's kind of the same as the lower bracket final, just minus a map, really, but it's a similar result. And I think back to the drawing board, though, for Shopify Rebellion in terms of best of threes, that's the most biggest takeaway for me, is you kind of look at their best of ones, flawless in the group stage of NAL, and then they drop a bunch of best of threes, and we kind of have the exact same thing happen here at EWC. 2 best of 1 wins into the playoffs, and then they lose out in their first best of 3. So that's something they've got to work on. Maybe it's a map pool thing. Maybe they've got to focus more on the strategy in terms of those instances. Or, there is a world in which it's a small sample size. It could just be that as well.
Well, considering the fact that the team has only relatively recently, been rebuilt after SI, were you surprised at the performance that they've shown us today?
Surprise good or surprise bad?
Whichever one applies.
I probably still expected 3 maps in this series. I respect them enough and the individuals that they have on this team to have probably done a little bit better. But again, we probably should have taken into consideration the formulation of the team. And maybe sometimes it does take a little bit longer to gel. I think perhaps this time next year, if they are able to qualify, they may go in as potential favorites, depending how the rest of the year does pan out.
All right, that's fair enough. Well, for you boys, I want to go ahead and chit-chat about J90. How do you feel like he did during the matchup?
He had a pretty good series. I'd say J90 was definitely someone that you could label as the MVP. Again, I keep kind of repeating this, and it's becoming a bit of a trend in terms of I think where Siege is at right now. You're just not going to win a lot of games if you have just one player going and dropping 20. And for me, SSG had a really, really solid team effort, but across the 2 maps, J90 was ultra consistent. I thought he was really impactful, had big moments, had good kills, valued his life. It's hard to go past him.
Well, these boys now will go on to face none other than Team Secret in our semi-finals. The real question is, how do you think they're going to fare back up there on the main stage, the big stage, baby?
Yeah. Team Secret did go into this event with a pretty firm Dark Horse label, and they have lived up to that expectation. SSG would have gone into this event with a bit more of a target on their back, considering they are champions from NAL. How that plays into the preparation for this matchup, so difficult to say. I don't think either team really would have been focusing in on the other, and they'll probably do that overnight in preparation for that day. So I'm really keen for that head-to-head.
Yeah.
I think if you're an NA fan, you're back in SSG.
Absolutely.
If you're a fan of EU, you're back in Secret. It's just one of those games.
I mean, again, when you kind of look at the schedule for tomorrow in terms of the semi-finals, I mentioned it before, you've got the NAL champions, the SAL champions, the EML champions, and a double dose of EML, of course, with Team Secret. I would probably back in SSG against Secret. I genuinely think at their best, if they play their best. But again, it's always with the caveat of saying it's close, Secret could certainly win, and they've really shown good promise so far throughout EML Stage 1 and now into EWC. But my eyes are on that first semi-final, Furia versus, obviously, G2. The winner of that is my favorite to win the whole thing.
You can't. That's cheating. What do you mean? You can't just pick both
How's that
of them.
cheating?
You got to pick one. Who are you rooting for?
I think Furia is going to win the whole thing. I think they're a team that can sometimes be a bit of a slow burner. They are not necessarily not prone to sometimes having lower bracket runs or starting slow at tournaments and then really showing their best to the end. The question will be G2's firepower. If they're on, that's going to be hard to stop. But I think Furia's structure, methodical play style, can that maybe offset the firepower of G2? We'll find out tomorrow.
Well, given the fact that, your Weibo prediction has now gone out of the window, I have to ask you now, who do you have winning EWC 2025?
I think my head is probably following Jake in the sense that Furia probably should be winning it from this position, but G2, they seem to have this magical aura about them at the moment. With Stomping in and the rest of the team firing, G2 could well win that game, and I very much follow the thought process that the winner of that most likely to go on and win the tournament. I wouldn't discount SSG specifically, who knows, but for me, G2 should be winning this. Well, probably shouldn't be winning this, but could be winning this.
Well, I just want to say a huge thank you to the two of you for joining me here on the desk. Unfortunately, this is the end of the B stream. However, there will be plenty more Rainbow Six Siege X action taking place tomorrow over on our A stream. On that note, I want to go ahead and leave you with our Kadia top plays of the day.